So, whoa, how we doing, people? Ugh. Shitters, cock bastards, smarmies, you smuck, smarmy, becastards. I don't know. Ooh, you know what was so funny yesterday was I finished streaming and then I was like, what do I have to do now? And there was an edit done for me that I just got to upload, and I just uploaded the edit and then put the thumbnail on. I was like, oh, I'm done. I can just chill and just sit back, just vibe for a bit. I haven't had that for a while. It's been a while since I've had an evening where I haven't actually had to do anything. Oh, crazy. Okay. Vibes. I know, eh? Hasan tanky takes incoming? No, I think so what I heard was that he went on a lot of tangents. Just did like a standard left the room sometimes. Just did like your standard Hasan reaction, like whatever. So how he likes to do it. Probably some critiques. I don't think we agree on everything. Far from it. But apparently his apparently his chat was desperate to let him know that I'm like a fucking. It's funny because like there's so many fucking lies that have been told about me that his chat just looks like unhinged. They just look irrationally hateful when they try to like convince him off me. If they'd actually, I don't know, because I do have a lot of positions that would annoy like communists. Of course I do. But it's just like I guess that the critique has just been quarantined in this group of fucking psychos that like they can't really spread the word because it's just so unbelievably false. Like, did they bring up that you talk with Destiny? No, they tried to bring up that I supported the fucking Beirut massacre. That's what they tried to bring up because of that fake tweet. But again, it's like that position is so insane that that position is so insane that there's no yeah, Hassan's not going to believe that. The only people who believe that are like drooling fucking 30 IQ basement dwellers who I don't want in my audience anyway, so. Hmm. They've been pointing out you're a DGG person. Oh, that's fine. If again, same thing. If that's enough to turn you off me, like you're kind of retarded and I don't really want nothing to do with you. Like, sorry. Congrats on finally making it. I mean, it didn't really make that much of a difference to me. His audience is not my audience. And they don't. It's not like his audience will ever become my audience. So, just is what it is. In your opinion, what would have been the appropriate military strategy post October 7th in Gaza? I have no idea. Don't know. Couldn't tell you. No fucking idea. They can't really concede anything or pursue any political ends like on their own because it would just look like they've rewarded the Hamas attack and Hamas would become even more popular. So I don't know, but also the military strategy doesn't seem to work either. I don't think because even if they destroy Hamas and occupy Gaza, well then you're just back to where you started with like you've just created like you've just amplified the resentment a millionfold. Everyone in the West Bank is going to want to vote for whoever is most similar to Hamas in the next election. So you can't hold elections, and then you don't know who's representing the Palestinians. Fuck. I don't know. I don't know. What the hell is that currency? What the fuck is that currency? Yen. That yen. They'll just create Lamas. Wamas. Yeah. It seems like that's their plan, though, right? They're not going to leave. If they get rid of Hamas, they're not going to leave without security presence afterwards. They're not going to do that. We know that. Whoa. Did you watch DebateCon? Nope. Thanks for the €2, though. I really appreciate that. And also, Spork Spear with a 200 yen. Mr. Box, can you do a backflip? No, I can't. I think what would have to happen is, assuming they get rid of Hamas, you would just have to. You would just have to fucking get the international community to do something. But I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know. Whoa. Let's watch some stuff first of all before we get into Hasan. I'm probably not going to watch the whole Hasan thing because it's 3 hours. And I don't need to make a 3-hour video reacting to him reacting to a half-hour video in 3 hours. No. I want to watch some interviews. Did you react to Travel Man debunking your video? Did Travel Man debunk my video? What? Where? What video? Who's Travel Man?
Israelis.
Traveling Israel? This guy? This guy? Who the fuck is Travel Man? Hang on. This guy debunked my video. Where? When? Where? When?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Where? The second one? This one? The third one, this one. The supermarket tour. What are you fuck off. You guys are trolling me. You guys are trolling the fuck out of me. What did I do? What video? It was a Vox video. Okay.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
This Travel Man. No. I don't know what we're talking about. Whatever.
Loner box, you smarmy
cuck bastard. Okay, hang on. Oh. I saw a lot of people getting mad at Lauren Northern in the pre-stream. Holy shit. Okay. Hitler debunked your Nakba video. Oh, I suppose so. Yeah, maybe we'll watch that. Who knows? I want to watch this. I want to see this guy. I think this guy's an Israeli. He goes around Israel and I think Jerusalem, interviews Palestinians from different parts of the region. I think the question here is, are you living under occupation? Actually, you know what? That's not a very interesting question. Most of them would say yes, and that there's discrimination. That's what they would mean. Yeah. Have I seen this guy before, actually? Ask an Israeli/Palestinian project. I feel like I've seen... Why did Gazans shoot rockets from civilian areas?
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
What's your message to Gaza youth? Explain the conflict to a 10-year-old. What do you think of Hamas? Are you happy? What do you think of suicide bombers? What is a martyr? I don't know. I want to find an interesting question here. I feel like there's something. If you had weapons, would you conquer Israel? Oh no. This guy's the fresh and fit of Israel. Yeah, he is. Does body count matter? Where's that? Let's maybe see if there's a more popular one. Who is Jesus? Nope. Israelis. How much do you hate Palestinians? Muhammad. It's all religious shit. How much do you hate Israel? Jewish settlers, why do you steal Palestinian land? Okay. I want to see this one. This is a good question.
I'm a Hebrew teacher for new immigrants.
Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
Yes, I had people like you when I first came here. Okay. Why do you steal more and more Palestinian land?
Why what?
Do you steal more and more Palestinian land?
We steal. They steal our life.
But you came here, they were living here, and you came here and took land.
In the history, we lived here before that. Look at the history, not that 100 years. A lot of years. God gave us Israel. God gave us this area. We didn't steal them. We didn't hate them.
Uh-oh.
They hate us. Really?
It's the colonizer mindset. Oh no. We got one very strong colonizer mindset particles. Oh shit.
I appreciate them. We let them to live here, but
God,
they want to kill us. It's from the Bible, you know.
למה אתם, יהודים, גונבים יותר ויותר אדמות של פלסטינאים?
לא, אתה לא רציני.
אתה אמיתי עם השאלה הזאת?
זה השאלה שבאה מחו"ל.
ארץ ישראל זה מדינה יהודית.
Oh.
אנחנו לא גונבים, הם יכולים לחיות פה, וזה לא אמור להפריע לנו.
הם אומרים שיש, נגיד, בגבעה, שלוחים שעושים התיישבות חדשה, משהו, מקום חדש, שזה זה היה האדמה של פלסטינים.
זה לא האדמה שלהם.
איך אתה יודע?
אני אגיד לך, הפלסטינים הם עושים מה הם רוצים פה. הם הורגים, שוחטים, עושים מה הם רוצים. הם לא אמורים להיות פה במדינה הזאת.
איפה הם אמורים להיות?
במקום שמתאים להם, לא פה. פה הם באים, עושים מה הם רוצים. יבואו, יחיו איתנו כמו בני אדם, תפדל. לא יחיו איתנו כמו בני אדם, שילכו, חפשו את החברים שלהם. אתה מבין? אתם רוצים לחיות פה, מה אתם באים עושים מה שאתם רוצים? תבואו, תחיו כמו כולם.
So the question is, why do you steal more?
I will say, just fair and balanced, I don't think, I don't know if it's the majority of settlers who are this candid. The outposters definitely are, but it's not like, there's not like a minority. This is a very common sentiment amongst settlers. Like, even the ones who go there, who are a bit more normal, who are a bit more like just normal people, even they will, who go there for more practical reasons, they still, at least on like their top 5 list of things, somewhere on like 4 or 5 will still be, it's like we're connected to the land and all that shit, right? Yeah, cheap housing. Some people will go there for cheap housing. Some people will go there for like this suburban family lifestyle that you can't really get in Israel and shit. But even them, usually somewhere on the list is like, because this is our land. Yeah, colonizer grindset, yeah.
More Palestinian land.
Why what?
I think for some of those people, it's a lot more latent than these guys. But this like level of openness about it is not very unusual. It's quite normal.
You, Israelis, or Jews, steal more and more Palestinian land.
Okay, because we're not stealing, it's ours. It was our birthright in the Torah. God gave it to us, and it's our land, and we were here. And the fact that we were thrown out doesn't mean it wasn't ours, and it's ours.
It's in a book. It is. I read it in a book. Fuck me. I just want him to ask a different. Like, what if someone else's book's a different thing? Do you just have to fight to the death? Like,
it's our given God right.
Okay, so let's take that to let's pretend there's a situation where there's a Palestinian living on some hill or there's a village here. Is it your right to go just take it away from him and you live there?
I don't think so. We don't take away land from Palestinians, but they can't.
Oh, that's what they think. That's the idea.
But they can't prove it's theirs any more than we can prove it's ours. and I don't think that's ever done. The Palestinians are knocked off their land. The opposite is done. Jews are taken off of their home right land more often.
Can you give me an
than
example of
Arabs.
that part?
Oh, Gush Katif.
Oh, in
Or
Gaza.
2005.
Right. Okay.
Bro.
That's one, and in our backyard.
Wait. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure the Talmud even would say that Gaza is not like Jewish land. Because even it was briefly occupied by the Kingdom of Israel, but most of the time it was Philistine land, even when the Kingdom of Israel was doing the rest of the shit. Yeah. Damn, I know her shit. Why didn't she know that if you're appealing to the book? Because it's in a book. Fuck off.
There's different areas that keep being built and being knocked down.
Jewish areas.
Jewish areas. Monthly. I'm done.
למה אתם, מתנחלים, גונבים יותר ויותר אדמה פלסטינית?
אני לא חושב שאנחנו גונבים אדמה פלסטינית, זו אדמה שזה שלנו עוד מלפני 3,000-4,000 שנה שהובטח לנו, לא באיזה שום גנבה, העובדה שהם הלכו ולא קמו ומנסים לקחת לנו את האדמה הזאת, העובדה שהם קמו והלכו.
Can we do a Torah stream? No.
מי קם והלכו?
הפלסטינים, ובואו ננסה לעשות...
רגע, מתי?
שנייה, בואו נעשה שתי השחזור בהיסטוריה, הירדנים היו פה לפני...
I think 4,000 years ago, it was Canaanite land. Then it was ancient Egyptian. Kingdom of Israel was 1000 BC-ish? I don't know when it started, but it's a bit off there, huh?
לפני כביכול שגם מדינת ישראל קמו, הירדנים היו פה והיה פה מלחמות, זה לא שהם היו פה ושלטו והיה להם, זה לא היה שלהם, זה היה תמיד בשליטה של מישהו אחר. מדינת ישראל תמיד הייתה במלחמות מכל העולם שהיו...
אבל נגיד, ניקח דוגמה של מעלה אדומים. היו פלסטינים פה לפני.
אני לא יודע, כאילו... אני פה בסך הכל 5 שנים במעלה אדומים, אני בירושלים במקור.
5 years.
ותמיד יגידו לך, היו פה או לא היו פה, זה מלחמה שתמיד אפשר להתווכח עליה.
אם היה הוכחה, שאני לא יודע באמת אם היו, כי אנחנו באמצע, מעלה אדומים אמצע מדבר, אז אני לא יודע אם היו נגיד בדואים או משהו, נגיד שהיו, מה אתה אומר על זה?
אני לא יודע.
Zach Zach White, I'll just call you that. Thanks for the $5. Like atheists know the Bible better than most religious people. Yeah, I suppose so. M with $1.99. Why not give land back to the Romans or Turks? Listen, if they have failed to present book, and if you can't present book, you don't get land. That's the rules, okay? No book, no land. Common Cure with the $5. What are your thoughts on the 12 tribes taking Israel from the Canaanites in the Old Testament? I don't know. I only repeat the word of book. If it's not in the book, I don't care.
Why do you steal land from the Palestinians?
This is a question related to history, yeah? And stealing is not the word, it's conquering. We conquer. Every state, every nation in their history is conquered.
There you go. That's more like it. Yeah. It's not reclaiming. It's not land back. It's just conquering. Yeah, we got some honesty from this person. There we go. Is she wrong? No, she's not wrong. Yeah, they're conquering. Yeah, that's that's far more accurate. The West Bank, yeah, the settlements, that is conquering. Of course it is.
Conquered the territory of the Arabs. They left, so now it's ours. Now they want to take it away in their own way. It's fine by me.
Okay, so what do you mean it's fine by you?
It's fine by me if they want.
By the way, I hope we get the same based Giga Chad responses when we hear all the Palestinians say that they want to deport all the Jews. Okay, just so you guys know.
The territory back, so they fight for it. If they bomb, how they bomb, they kill, the only way.
Because otherwise, we're gonna have to do a fucking anti-Semitic purge of this community. Okay.
So you can even understand.
Yes, I can understand.
Okay. So what do you think should happen then? how
I'm
do we
assuming
stop?
you're all
If,
memeing.
let's say the goal is to end violence.
Fuck, I'm assuming you're all memeing and you actually don't support settler colonialism in the West Bank. But
You smarmy.
we'll see.
How do we do that?
I don't even know anymore.
Like we as a people, we as a country, we as a government.
Whatever you think.
I don't know. We want to hold the land, yeah? I don't want to release my home. So I think the fight will never end.
You're a settler.
Okay.
Why do you steal more and more Palestinian land?
Nice question.
Yes.
I don't know what to say. Probably just God wants.
God wants you to steal land?
We don't steal.
According to Palestinians, they feel you stole this area. You took it by force.
Okay. So we can think like that. If we're gonna go last when we get the Bible, and the Bible right, Israel is the Jews. So we have few things we can talk about. If them say it's Palestine or if them say it's Israel. Everybody's come from different ways.
Okay. Okay, so let's say you say God gave you the land, but what about the Palestinians who already live here?
We don't have choices to live in peace with them. That's it. It's not who is right, who is wrong. This is the situation. We don't have choice. It's like the Indian in America.
What do you think of Destiny's claim that it's not really a religious conflict? Not really. It's weird. Zionism's not really. Modern Zionism is not really religious. It's not. But it has a lot of religious character to it. Like, to them, it's mostly like you could take away all the religion, and to them, it's still a historical right? Because they can just make secular arguments like we were there first, like land back. That's what, like, we're indigenous. None of that's religious. It's just that it expresses itself in a very religious way, which is why East Jerusalem, when the Israeli government was really fucking horny to take East Jerusalem in the middle of the Six-Day War, right at the beginning, actually. Just to reiterate, remember, Six-Day War started on the 5th of June. Remember the date that the Israeli government started considering annexing East Jerusalem? It was 5th of June. This is the first day of the war. They were like already talking about the prospect of annexing East Jerusalem. And that is partially for religious reasons, because of the Temple Mount and all that shit. But it's also like, it's also a secular argument as well, because Jews were kicked out of the old city by Jordan in the 1940s. So, yeah. Does Israel have full control of all of Jerusalem now? Not really. They've annexed East Jerusalem, but I think when it comes to Temple Mount, and I think Jordan has some level of like custodianship over. I can't remember exactly how that works. But it is annexed. Like East Jerusalem is annexed. Yeah, I think Jordan has custodianship over the holy sites, which I think is partly why there are parts of the Al-Aqsa compound that Jews can't visit, even though it intersects with their fucking holy site as well. Like the Temple Mount, right? Why is Jerusalem never mentioned in the Quran? Well, one of the problems with negotiation processes in the past, and this is a point against the Palestinian leaders, is that Palestinians it's quite common for Palestinians to believe that there was never a second temple underneath where the dome is, where the Dome of the Rock is. There was a negotiation period with Arafat when they're debating. I think one of the reasons the Taba Accords, why Jerusalem was the last big sticking point of the Taba Accords, was partly because I think in one of those meetings, Arafat actually said that there was no Jewish site, there was no Jewish temple underneath the dome, which is just completely false. But yeah, that's a bit of a sticking point there. So I think like yeah, there is some level of management that Israel doesn't have over parts of Jerusalem. But I think for security, I think it's all of them. Yeah, I don't think there's like Palestinian security in Jerusalem, as far as I know. Anyway, but you take away the religion, it's all still there. Like most of Zionism is pretty rooted in secular reasoning.
America. It's the same thing.
So you just have to deal with the situation? למה את בתור מתנחלת
כן.
גונבת יותר ויותר אדמה פלסטינית?
א', איך אתה יודע שאני גונבת? בגלל שאני גרה בשטחים.
כן.
יכול להיות. בן אדם יהודי, יש לו את התנ"ך. ספר בראשית, בהתחלה, השם הבטיח את הארץ לאברהם אבינו, לאורכה ולרוחבה.
It's in a book.
אנחנו חזרנו אחרי 2000 שנה, ההיסטוריה, יעשו חפירות בכל הארץ.
See, these are religious arguments, but they're also like archaeology, history. They're secular arguments, yeah.
כן, יגלו
They're bullshit, but they're secular. Yeah.
שהיו שרידים של יהודים. יהודים תמיד גרו פה, חיו פה. פה נבנה בית המקדש הראשון והשני, ולכאן אתה רואה שכל עם ישראל חוזר לארץ שלנו. זו הארץ שלנו, אין מה לעשות. איפה כתוב שזה של המוסלמים? המוסלמים היו, או מי היה ראשון? אברהם אבינו. מאברהם אבינו נולד עשיו, ונולד ישמעאל. לא מאיזה, אנחנו כאן בעלי הבית. אנחנו רוצים לחיות בשלום. אנחנו מקבלים...
שלום עם הערבים פה, עם הפלסטינים.
עם כולם. הם לא רוצים. גם אם תיתן להם את כל המדינה, כן? הם ירצו לזרוק אותך לים. תמיד יש רדיפות. הם חיים יפה וטוב פה. אתה יודע שהיום גם הנשים שלהם נוהגות במכוניות. כל הפטמות יש להם אוטו. הם חיים, תגיד להם לחזור לרשות הפלסטינית, הם לא רוצים. הם רוצים לחיות עם היהודים. הפלסטינאי הפשוט רוצה לחיות בארץ איתנו. אבל הגדולים שלהם, כן? הם מחרחרים את הריב, ומזה הם חיים. כי למה? כי השם יצחק ברך את עשיו. על חרבך תחיה ועל חרבך תמות. רק על החרב הם יודעים לחיות. הם רבים והורגים ורוצחים, וזה הדרך. ואין מה לעשות. אנחנו מארחים אותם.
There's nothing more Middle Eastern than someone wagging their finger at you while they say the dumbest shit. There's just... Oh, God. It's just the unbelievable confidence and the finger wag. There's nothing more Middle Eastern than this power move. While they're basically just saying, listen, mate, we're the good guys, they're the bad guys. Like, fuck me. Drama Hayes, thanks for the $9.99. You've discussed Israel Palestine with Dustin. You seem to agree a lot on certain topics. You're more pro-Palestine and he leans more pro-Israel. Where do you disagree? Opinion/fact that would warrant these positions? I don't know, I guess different judgment of like the same facts, I guess. The thing is, it's very, I wonder if Destiny does this, because I feel like he said like maybe converging things that depending on who's talking to, but I think the way people, if you told the story as in like Israeli leadership versus Arab leadership, you probably would eventually come more along the side of Israel because like of how bad Arab leaders were throughout the whole of the fucking 20th century and how even how like badly representative even a lot of the Palestinian leaders were. The problem is like at the end of the day, it's always worth remembering that when people say shit like, oh, in 48, Palestinians refused the partition plan, or they refused the other proposals before then, they refused the parity solution before that, they fucked around and found out. That's like this position. But when you say that, it's like you're talking about leaders who were appointed in a very feudal, unrepresentative, like anti-meritocratic system. And most of the Palestinians throughout the entire conflict since like even since 1917, the vast majority of Palestinians have not been fighting. They've voted twice. They voted in 2 elections, maybe, if they've been around for those ones. And for the rest of the time, they're just like maybe they'll protest sometimes. They're mostly just like trying to survive. Like that's what the majority. That's kind of like a weird thought, isn't it? Like majority of Palestinians are not joining militias or joining Fedayeen or fucking joining Hamas or, they probably are very political, but like politically minded. But most of them are not like doing all that much at all with regards to the conflict. They're just like living day to day and trying to fucking manage. And I think that's like a really, and I think they're the ones who matter, right? It's like, it's not about like a political conflict between like two groups that are represented adequately by their leaders, because it's not necessarily that. It's more like, there's this group of human beings that lacks a lot of the basic rights that are afforded to generally to other human beings on Earth, or that we think should be afforded to other human beings. I don't know. Is that confirmed by polling data? Sometimes, not always. Only 15% don't want Hamas. Again, that's almost definitely not true. There was this poll in Gaza. I think it's ironic that it seems to be the case that Hamas are probably more popular. I'm just guessing. It feels like Hamas are more popular than are more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. There was this poll that was done very soon before October 7th. And if you look at the polling in Gaza, how much trust do you have in a Hamas-led government? You've got majority saying none at all, and then like 40, just under 45%, and then just over 20% saying not a lot. It's like Hamas were not doing very well in Gaza at this time. How responsive is the Hamas-led government to what people want? Not very responsive, not responsive at all. And this is when they have no discernible alternative. How recent is this? This is like the same. This is like, I think this data was being collected just like, just before October 7th. Like it's very, very recent. What's the most effective way to influence a Hamas-led government decision? The most people said nothing is effective. Even this, like, which party, if any, do you feel closest to? More people said Fatah than Hamas. I guess Hamas and Islamic Jihad combined is higher, but so it's almost like 30% saying other or no party. Some people refusing to answer or don't know. I might read this whole thing later, but it shouldn't be surprising. That's why there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse than the pro-Hamas people who act as if Hamas are like the representative resistance. It's so disgusting. Ugh. Gazans are against Hamas not because of their stances on peace, coexistence, and two-state solution, but because of the way they govern. That's not necessarily true. Maybe that's changed. Maybe you've got other data. They were elected actually precisely for the way they govern because they thought Hamas would be less corrupt. They were not elected for their rejectionism in 2006, at least based on the exit polls. Yeah.
הארץ שלנו. אבל הם כפויי טובה, הם הורגים אותנו.
למה אתם גונבים יותר ויותר אדמות מהפלסטינים?
למה? אני אשאל אותך שאלה נגדית, אם אפשר לשאול אותך גם. למה אתה חושב שגנבנו להם אדמות?
כי הם טוענים שהיהודים גנבו.
איך הם גנבו? היסטורית.
מה היסטורית? מתי?
היסטורית. מתי גנבנו לכאורה אדמות?
נגיד שהצבא שם בסיס באיזשהו מקום, אז הפך אותו להיות...
בוא נחזור אחורה, שנייה, בוא נחזור אחורה. 48 ו-67. שנתיים שעה מלחמה, בהם ב-48 הערבים הרי מה מנסים לעשות? להשמיד את כל היהודים, לעשות סוג של שואה שנייה ולהשמיד את כל היהודים. מה קורה? הם לא מצליחים, תחדים כל צבאות ערב, מפסידים, ואז מה הם מצפים? שהאדמה תחזור אליהם אחרי שניסו להשמיד אותנו? דבר שני, 67 אותו דבר. מה הם מנסים לעשות?
להשמיד את כל היהודים, להרוג, לא רק לכבוש את האדמה, לא עניין אותם פה האדמה, אלא הם רצו בעצם להשמיד את כל היהודים שנמצאים פה. מה קרה? שוב ניצחנו אותם. האם אנחנו צריכים עכשיו להחזיר אדמה כי הם הפסידו? איפה הגניבה פה?
אוקיי, נגיד מצב,
I
בסדר.
don't really know if you get to conquer extra land when you've been attacked. That's not generally. Anyway.
היהודים כבשו את האדמה הזו של היהודים, נגיד. אבל יש פלסטינאים שגרים, טוב, לא רואים, אבל שם. יש פלסטינאים שגרים שם. ונגיד שאתה, זכותך להחליט שלא, זה האדמה שלי, ואני מעיף אותם.
לא, זה לא קרה, זה לא קורה. אני אישית גר ביהודה ושומרון כמה שנים טובות, בכל האזורים, מדרום...
By rules of war, you can. So why was the annexation of East Jerusalem opposed by the entire international community then? Do you think Ukraine has the right to like start grabbing pieces of Russia if they push the invasion out? Would that be okay? Like just take over a few towns and annex? Maybe if you're talking like a century ago. Yeah, you guys are fucking retarded anyway.
מהחברון, דרך גוש עציון ועד לפה. מעולם לא חזיתי, ואני מאוד בקיא בהיסטוריה ומאוד בקיא במה שקורה. אנחנו לא גונבים שום שטח מהם, הפוך, להפך. אם תראה פינויים של בתים של יהודים, המדינה משתדלת לפנות כל בית יהודי שהוא על שטח פלסטיני. אגב, השטחים הפלסטינים...
Do you think there should be consequences after being an aggressor in a war after losing? Yeah, so the consequences for Jordan was that they no longer got to occupy the West Bank, okay? That doesn't mean that Israel had the right to just take over that mantle right away after. That Jordan lost control over East Jerusalem. That was a consequence. But that doesn't mean Israel gets to annex it. That's why there were international proposals, and that's why Israel did it in secret, because they know that it would be they knew that it would be controversial. They knew that they would get pushed back on it if they tried to do that in the open. When did Jordan attack Israel? Okay, my history's not amazing on the Six-Day War, but I think the Six-Day War was Israel against Jordan, Egypt, and Syria, no? And we can talk about whether or not Nasir closing the Straits of Tiran after recognizing that it was a red line for war. I mean, we can go on that copium train if you want.
בית יהודי, לא הבנתי.
בית שיהודי בנה, הוא נגיד לא חוקי, מפנים אותו למרות שיש לי גם מחלוקת על זה. אתן לך דוגמה. נתיב האבות, לפני שנה היה פינוי בשכונה בגוש עציון, שבנו על שטח, אגב, שטחים שהם שטחים של שטחי מדינה. אגב, פלסטינים שבונים על שטחי מדינה לא מפנים אותם, לא מפנים כל, הם עכשיו בכוונה בונים בהמון אזורים בשטחי C, על מנת ליצור רצף טריטוריאלי כדי ליצור מדינה פלסטינית, והמדינה לא מפנה את הבתים שלהם, למרות שהיא צריכה מבחינה חוקית. לעומת זאת, יהודים שבונים שטחים על אדמות שלפני 80 שנה יש תצלומים שהיה שם אולי, ואני אומר כי זה לא מוכח משפטית אפילו, שהיו שם פלסטינים שחרשו, ובכל זאת על אף שיש שם בתים שחצי מטר עבר בתוך הבית שאולי שדה חרוש עבר שם, פינו את כל הבית. אם אפשר להאשים, אני חושב שלדעתי זה לא, אם זה היה קורה בשטחי המדינה החוקיים נקרא לזה, מה היו עושים? משלמים להם כסף או מביאים להם שטח במקום אחר, מה עשו במקום זה? פשוט שטויות. פשוט הרסו את כל הבתים, עשו מלא בתים, וילות ענק. מה קורה? הפלסטינים לא הרוויחו מזה כי אין להם שטח, אסור להם לעבוד שם. דבר שני, סתם הרסו בתים שיבנו עוד רגע עוד פעם, כי חוקית מותר לבנות שם.
אבל רגע, בירושלים יש כל המקרים בעיר עתיקה או בסילואן, שהיהודים לקחו בית של פלסטינים ועברו לשם.
בוא נדבר על זה גם בשמחה גדולה. הייתי אמור לגור בעיר דוד השנה. אוקיי, מה קורה שם?
סילואן קוראים לזה.
לא, יש כל מיני מקומות. יש את הכפר סילואן, שזה כפר התימנים, יהודים גרים שם. ואגב, שטחים של תימנים מפעם, מהעבר, שחוקית, בתים של יהודים. הבתים שם, כולם נקנים בכסף מלא. מה הבעיה באמת שקורית שם? ערבי שמוכר בית ליהודי, מה דינו? מוות. הם הורגים אותם, כל מי שמוכר בית ליהודי, דינו מוות.
What was the outcome of your research on the Oslo Accords and Taba? Do you agree with Destiny that Arafat was offered a great deal and he rejected it? I don't think Camp David was a great deal. And I think we know that because Israelis, including Barak, were willing to make greater concessions at Taba. So how could it be a great deal if they were willing to do better afterwards? I don't know. I've read like a couple of very long papers from mostly one person, but I feel like the narrative on Camp David from the Israeli side is very simplistic. I think it's a little bit more complex than that. Um, I read like a 40-page paper about it yesterday and took a whole bunch of notes, but we'll maybe go into it. It can be a great deal and not the best deal. No, the problem with Camp David is that it seems to be that what the Palestinians would have got from Camp David would have been less than a sovereign state. With the big fucking strip disconnecting the north and the south of the West Bank, with another strip disconnecting the lands below and above the Ariel settlement, with the lack of airspace control, with the fact that Israel wanted to hold on to the Jordan Valley for a period of 6 to 21 years, with the idea that that they had all these like security, like intrusive security measures that could have been used to tighten security at a later line, especially with that cleaving down the West Bank, with the fact that like it was a 91% land grab from the West Bank with a 9-to-1 land swap, like 9-to-1 in Israel's favor. So Palestinians got 1 back for every 9 they lost. And the fact that in Taba and through the Clinton parameters, the offer for land was bigger. And I don't know this thing about refugees as well, about Palestinians wanting a full right of return for refugees, because that's not what they negotiated at Taba. The complaint from the Palestinians at the end of Camp David was that refugees were barely ever discussed. They didn't really give time to talk about refugees. So again, like there were Palestinian failures during Camp David and Taba, and the very undisputed fact that the PA did not try to stop the Intifada was a horrible idea. But regarding airspace and maintaining security, don't you think Israel has legit security concerns? Is that different from how we demilitarized Japan after World War II? Well, I don't know, because in Taba, one of the things was that Palestinians actually got control over airspace. And I think that road, that Israeli road system that split all the way from Jerusalem to the Jordan River wasn't there. So, and they offered more land. So, yeah, security is a right, but to the point where they're basically not going to be a sovereign state because of your security measures, and also security measures that can be expanded upon once they're put in place, I don't think is quite right. Like, I wonder, so here, maybe if Palestine could learn how to govern themselves, we'd give them more freedom. It's just such a fucking entitled way to look at things. Like, if people are living under occupation, I feel like what Israel expects is when people talk like that is that they live under occupation. They allow a system that pushes them through checkpoints and economic inequalities, and they allow settlers to keep on buying up land that makes the peace process harder. They allow settler violence to go on unpunished virtually. They allow all this to happen, but then they just do nothing and just govern side by side, and there's no violence, there's no there's no terror attacks, there's like no one like everyone's just kept perfectly under control, and they just take it for 5 or 10 years and just try to manage within this occupation, and then they can get their rights. It's such a fucking naive way to look at how occupation works. Like, I don't know. The two sides recognized the state of Palestine would have sovereignty over its airspace. The Israeli side agreed to accept and honor Palestinian civil aviation rights according to international regulations, but sought a unified air control system under overriding Israeli control. In addition, Israel requested access to Palestinian airspace for military operations and training. So I think this is a bit different from what Camp David offered. I don't know if Japan is a very good counter either. Because Japan was a separate country that was in a state of total war. And they were never gonna, their whole policy was to never stop fighting until the last Japanese civilian had died. Like, I don't know. They didn't even surrender after a nuke. But I don't think Palestinians should necessarily see what's happening to them in the West Bank as terms of surrender. I don't think that's a good way to look at it. Because the West Bank wasn't occupied and the settlements were not being expanded all the way through the 67 up until today. That's not being done in response to, like, a Palestinian war declared on Israel. The 6-Day War was Jordan, Egypt, and Syria, and like maybe some Fedayeen attacks, and that's why they took over the West Bank. But the expansion of settlements, which is a big factor in the annexation of East Jerusalem and all these things, these were not done to stop a war. Those were done because Israel wanted the land, and because settlers wanted the land. I don't know. This is not a good comparison.
לעומת זאת, כמובן שיהודי שימכור לערבי לא יקרה לו כלום. אז שם יש עמותות שקונות בתים ליהודים בכסף מלא. כסף מלא, ורק אז...
sorry, Holy Inspirations, there were loads of Fedayeen attacks, millions of them. What the fuck? Fuck off.
אף אחד לא גונב להם בתים, אף אחד לא נכנס להם לבית שהוא לא שלנו, ממש ממש לא. אברהם אבינו, ספר בראשית, קונה בכסף מלא את מערת המכפלה.
I hope you guys enjoyed the Ask Project as much as I enjoy making the Ask Project. For me to do it, especially during COVID, it costs a lot of money. Please consider donating. See details in the description.
Hey, oh, that's the guy who does the thing. Okay. Well, that was amazing. God damn it. The Ask Project. We love the Ask Project. Do the Ask Palestine. I know we're gonna see all the Giga Chads when we see the Palestinian extremists, are we? Did you ever look up the daily attacks? Holy Inspiration. Okay, quick question. Do you think the annexation of East Jerusalem, which again was a sticking point in peace negotiations, do you think that was done because of Palestinian violence or as a security measure? Or do you think they annexed East Jerusalem because they wanted the land? Quick, go on. A or B? Why did they expand settlements into the West Bank? And why did the government sponsor it? Do you think that was for security measures? Or because they wanted the land? It's the settler grind set. we have people in the chat who think settlements were a security measure. Brilliant. Okay. You weren't this feisty talking to Destiny? I don't think Destiny was saying this kind of fucking retarded shit to me, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't think Destiny endorses, like, Israel expanding into the West Bank. I don't think he tries to justify that. And that's why you can't really compare a negotiation around those actions to the terms of surrender that was given to Japan. Like, I just don't think you can do that. What do you think of India, atheists? What will happen to the Israelis when you take back Palestine of 48? Whoa. He said settlers should have their property bulldozed. Yeah. Do you speak Arabic? Do you speak it? Don't care, don't care, don't care. What do you think of Queers for Palestine? That might be funny. How much do you suffer under occupation? What's your solution to the conflict? Arab Jews, Mizrahim, are you Arab? Interesting. I don't know, which one's good? Can people give me some options? You want to watch the Arab Jews one? None of the... Fuck off. Can people easily visit Palestine? What's your solution? Oh my god. I'm gonna watch Queers for Palestine one. It's gonna be a lot of homophobia here. Shit. Why not watch the recent ones? Suppose, actually, yeah, let's just go latest. Why do Gazans shoot rockets from civilian areas? Okay, are we gonna get all the based Sigma GigaChad answers to these fucking questions? Let's go. Let's get our fucking Pepes out because it's all memes, right? That's what I was.
Why in Gaza? Why do some of the groups shoot rockets from crowded areas, like civilian areas?
We don't have any choices.
Well, there's empty areas around. They could go out to the fields.
But they will be like in the front of the fire.
Yeah, they'll be killed.
Hey, GigaChad.
So we
But
instantly had to shoot
It's in a book.
point that we can live.
But okay, so
Sigma.
let's say you live somewhere around here.
Yeah.
If your neighbor started firing rockets, wouldn't you get mad at them?
No,
No?
it's our,
No.
it's our,
But they're gonna get you killed. I would be mad.
no. It's our instinct, like we defend our land. This is our
You're
land.
defending your land. Okay,
Yeah.
what do you think? Are you defend? Why are in Gaza? Why are they shooting from civilian areas?
Civilian areas where?
In Gaza.
Israel?
They're shooting at Israel.
Israel.
يعني احنا لما بنرمي حجارة
Because
في ناس
this is
حوالينا.
also that's where they are shooting their area, their land.
But they can go to other areas to
No,
shoot.
it is
Where?
our land. Where all Palestine is our land.
No, I get it, but
Right, that's.
but then if your neighbor was shooting rockets at Israel, wouldn't you be angry?
We are angry, yes.
Who said that we're shooting from public area?
No, I'm saying no.
Israel said.
No, nobody's saying. The person asking is saying, doesn't it make you angry that they're shooting from next to you?
No.
Okay.
بس بدي اتاكد انه السؤال واضح. الشخص عم بيسال هل الاشي بيغضبكم او بيزعلكم انه الناس في غزه عم تطلق صواريخ من مناطق مأهوله بالسكان ومكتظه بالسكان؟ يعني عم بيطلقوا صواريخ من
مختصة
مناطق
بالسكان الإسرائيليين.
لا غزة
عم نطلع
احنا عم نطلق صواريخنا من مناطق فيها سكان كتير على اسرائيل.
هل هالشيء بيزعل انهم عم بيطلقوا الصواريخ من مناطق فيها كثير فلسطينيه لانه because at the end of the day Israel will shoot back at where لانه في النهايه اسرائيل رح تضرب على المكان اللي طلع منه صواريخ اللي هو منطقه.
You look it in that way, yeah, it's bad. But Israel shooting us everywhere. Public, rocket,
Public.
walking the street, she shoot us. So yeah, our fire, they fight back.
Okay, so what do you think?
غزة وين دير في العربي خلينا
بالعربي.
يعني المقاومة لما تضرب على إسرائيل ما بتضربش من مناطق عاهلة يعني أغلبها بتضرب من مناطق هم إسرائيل ما بتعرفش منين.
When the resistance, the Muqawma, shoots rockets, they shoot from places nobody knows where they shoot from. So Israel doesn't know where the rockets are being shot from.
Why do Gazans shoot rockets from crowded civilian areas?
ليش أهل غزة بيطلقوا صواريخ من مناطق مأهولة بالسكان؟
حق الدفاع عن النفس حق مشروع بالدستور الدولي والقانوني.
So it is a lawful right to self-defense.
Okay. But why from crowded civilian areas?
بس
Kyle
ليش
from
من
Rittenhouse.
ليش من مناطق مأهولة؟
من مناطق غير مأهولة بالسكان هذا غير صحيح الكلام. استنادا للفيديوهات والصور اللي كانت تصل للعالم كلياته. ثانيا غزة لم تبدأ بإطلاق الصواريخ عبثا ولم تطلق الصواريخ لأنها حبت إطلاق الصواريخ.
Jimsy, thanks for the £5. Really appreciate that. This is my stream now. It's in a book. Oh no. There's no arguing with that.
صواريخ بل أطلقت صواريخ لأنها اعتدي عليه.
So, first of all, it is not correct, according to the videos, that the world has seen that they
What about shooting rockets from civilian areas is a war crime? I don't understand why you don't call out your chat when they glorify war crimes. Listen, my chat just appreciates the Giga Chad energy on both sides. You get some settlers saying crazy shit, they love it. You get some Palestinians saying some crazy shit, they love it. They're equal opportunity Giga Chatters. I don't know.
launch rockets from crowded civilian areas. Second of all, the Gazans only launched rockets because they were attacked, not for no reason.
In Gaza, why do they shoot rockets from crowded civilian areas?
في غزة ليش بيطلقوا الصواريخ من مناطق مدنية فيها كثير ناس مدنيين عايشين فيها مزدحمة؟
ليش بيطلقوا الصواريخ؟
مناطق مدنية مزدحمة.
قولي له لأنه طبيعي إنهم يطلقوا صواريخ لأنه الضغط بيولد الانفجار.
كمان هم that they do. عن إذنك أسمع. It's normal that they do because pressure creates explosions. Like
meaning they're emotionally exploding.
معناها هم يعني عم بينفجروا عاطفيا.
بجميع عاطفيا اجتماعيا حياة هم مش عايشين فهم السبيل الوحيد
emotionally socially so they're not living and the only way that they can
السبيل الوحيد انهم يخلوا يلفتوا نظر العالم لهم انه لما بنطلق صواريخ لإسرائيل.
I don't think they can. This guy's an Israeli. I don't think he can go to. I don't think this guy can go to fucking Gaza to ask people questions.
كل العالم بتصير تحكي في هذا الموضوع.
When they want to bring the attention of the world to them, they would shoot rockets at Israel. So that's the only way that they would pay attention to the situation that's in Gaza.
So why don't they go to open areas where there's farms?
Oh my God, this is the West Bank. It's not Gaza. The guy can't go to fucking Gaza, okay?
Away from people.
ليش ما يطلقوا الصواريخ في مناطق ما فيها سكان مثلا في المزارع؟
لما يطلقوا هاي الصواريخ في مناطق مزارع وفي أراضي قاحلة ما بيستفيدوا مو لأنه بيعرفوا إنه اليهود عندهم حياة الشخص عندهم كتير مهمة. اليهود حياة الشخص عندهم كتير مهمة فهم كيف بدهم يعاقبوهم بهذا الكلام؟
ليش الفلسطينية
بيطلقوها
من مناطق مدنية
من مناطق
سكنية
لأنه هي كل غزة في مساحتها صغيرة جدا فيش مدى.
Because they won't benefit if it's in a.
Well, this is why I think because of the way that the media works and the way that the propaganda campaigns work, as it seems to be the case that looking at polling or just it's more of a vibe than polling, but looking at the polling from Gaza against the protests in the West Bank, it seems to be that Hamas might be more popular in the West Bank than they are in Gaza. Like, I don't think that it doesn't even surprise me really. The same way that, because people in the West Bank don't really reap the consequences of Hamas's actions. Some of them do with the settler violence, but they don't reap it in near the same degree as Gazans do. Because Gazans know that when Hamas fire rockets, Israel comes back like a million times harder and shit. Yeah.
In an empty area, and I said, no, why are the Gazans shooting from their own civilian crowded areas? She said, because there are no other.
The Arab-Israeli videos in this channel will surprise you. I've seen some videos of them. Yeah, we'll watch that next.
Places, like it's all very.
I would imagine they're just a lot more. They're probably just a lot more calm. They probably do still have some level of solidarity in the way that they talk, but they probably use a lot more solidaritist language with Palestinians. But I don't think they're quite as radicalized. Yeah.
Crowded.
But there are farms. There are farms.
في مزارع، في مناطق فاضية ممكن يتركوا منها. ليش
ما في مناطق. مساحة غزة صغيرة جدا جدا جدا.
The space of Gaza is very very small.
ما في وهي على البحر. ليش ما يسمحوا لهم يطلعوا يصيدوا؟ ليش أعطوهم كيلوات بس عشان يقدروا يدخلوا على البحر؟
On the seaside, why has Israel only allowed the Palestinians to go in so far?
In the sea.
To fish, yes, to fish.
So in Gaza, the resistance shoots rockets from civilian areas, crowded civilian areas. Why?
Is this correct?
That's what they say. I haven't been to Gaza. I don't know.
Do you agree with Destiny? Do you agree with Destiny in that Israel is not expansionist and it's all done in defense? There's no way he said that. I'm sorry. There's no way he believes that. What are you talking about? I don't believe you. I don't think he would say settlements are defensive. I don't think he would say the annexation of East Jerusalem was defensive.
I'm same. I never been in Gaza, so I can't be sure that this is.
The claim
he
is
would probably say it's not like a standard expansionist white colonial empire or whatever. He would say it's not perfectly analogous to that because they gave back the Sinai because they have. Typically, it seems to be the case that they haven't used their that they don't really do much. I don't know. That like the 6 Day War, they didn't take over the West Bank until after they fought a war with the 3 Arab countries. And I think after 49, when they said that they were willing to keep things as they were, if they got peace from the rest of the Arab countries, they probably would have done it. It would have been, or at least it would have been so much harder for them to expand. If all the other Arab countries had declared peace, had made peace with them. They built settlements in the Sinai. Yeah, but they got rid of them in exchange for peace with Egypt, which I don't think an expansionist project would necessarily do. Like a fully expansionist project would necessarily do. Yeah, it's obvious that some of them that would like more of the land. It's just that they can't do it unless they're aggressed upon by other forces, and that gives them like the ability to do so.
Is that they are. That's the claim.
I don't know.
You see the TV, you can see where they're being shot.
I see that a lot of opinions say that, but
no, but you've seen Al Jazeera, and you can see the rockets coming from.
I see it in the sky. I don't know from.
No, you've seen. We've all seen those videos.
No, I don't know.
Come on.
لا أنا بقدر أجاوبه بالعبراني لأن أنا بعرف عبراني بس أنا مش مستعد للشيء اللي بقوله.
I would have answered in Hebrew, but I'm not ready to answer what he's saying.
يعني ماليش علاقة بالموضوع هذا، أنا بصحى باكل بنام وبروح الشغل بس.
I have nothing to do with this subject. I only بصحى باكل, wake up, eat, and then go to work and then repeat.
Why do Gazans shoot rockets from crowded civilian areas? So they shoot the rockets from civilian areas.
Give me the paper.
Sorry, yeah.
Why
do Gazans, like when doing resistance, why do they shoot from crowded?
المقاومة في غزة بتطلق صواريخ من مناطق مأهولة بالسكان. بمناطق مأهولة بالمدنيين برأيك؟ هاي أسئلة الناس نفسها تعرف أجوبتها يعني. الناس ساكنة برا وبتشوف شو عم بيصير بس مش فاهمة شو عم بيصير.
Okay.
So people see this but they don't understand why it's happening.
احنا يعني ممكن يعني ما عندي سبب معين بس بشكل عام انه احنا يعني ناس محتلين
So I don't have a specific reason, but we are under occupation and we believe
ومعتقدين انه يعني متاكدين انه هاي ارضنا فشو ما كان يعني
believe and we know that this is our land. كمل أنا بترجم كمان.
فشو ما كانت النتائج أو شو ما كانت النتائج لازم يعني بكتابنا ومقدساتنا وبعقيدتنا
according to our beliefs and according to our holy book.
فإنه يوم من الأيام لازم نتحرر يعني عارفين إنه اللي عايش في البلد هاي
we will be free. Anyone who lives in this land.
يعني مش
it's in the book.
خصوصا بغزة ممكن متطلبات الحياة يعني أصبحت صعبة عليهم.
Especially those who live in Gaza, it's a difficult life for them.
Sure, you can send links in the stream chat in the Discord.
The demands of life are difficult.
فهذا الإشي يعني يعني الناس نفسها ما بتشوف عليه اعتراض إنه مثلا بدهم يطلقوا من مكان فاضي عفوا يعني المساحة الجغرافية لغزة ما بتسمح لأي حدا إنه.
So people in Gaza don't see that this is a wrong thing because of the difficult situation. Also, Gaza is very crowded, very heavily populated.
يعني فلسطين نفسها صغيرة.
In Palestine, all of Palestine itself is small.
فقطاع غزة نفسه يعني ممكن تحكي انه هو يعني مش لازم انا اكون محكوم من وين اضرب ولا المهم انه انا اضرب هاي العقيدة الموجودة عند اي حدا له علاقة بالمقاومة.
Lonerbox, I made your toxic emote. Oh, hi. Orso, yeah, I remember you. I made a new emote, but I want to share. Can't post anything in your Discord. Oh, is it because you just joined right now? You have to introduce yourself and get the role. And take pick a pronoun and shit. Oh, it's a timer. Hang on, I'll just give you the role. I'll just do it manually. There you go. You've got the role. You can also DM me. I just sent you a message that you can respond to.
And the people who resist have a belief that I shouldn't be restricted from where I resist because it's such a small place and it's very crowded and it's under occupation.
Okay, so he doesn't. Someone wanted to ask why Gaza's so crowded, because it wasn't that crowded before 48, but then a bunch of the refugees from the 48 war were pushed into Gaza and then they couldn't go anywhere else. That's why. So the population just fucking, I think it like almost tripled after 48. Anyway, fuck, that one's a bit too disjointed with all the translating and shit. I want to find the Arab Israelis one. Sorry, the 48 Palestinians, we have to be ideological. Okay, hang on, where? Let me see. This is when I started watching. Are you living under occupation? That one might be good. Who do you want as your government? Israel or Palestine? Oh. Would you move to a Palestinian state? Oh. Do you love Israel? Gone. Jesse Lee Peterson. Let's see the do you live under occupation one, because I kind of thought that was what was interesting.
האם אתה מרגיש שאתה חי בכיבוש? בתחת כיבוש? לא, אוקיי, למה?
No, Kika Chat. Whoa. That's my opinion.
אני חופשי פה, מה זה תחת כיבוש אני? אני אזרח כמו כל אחד פה.
هل بتحسي انك انت عايشه تحت احتلال محل ما انت عايشه؟ بتحسي بالاحتلال؟
لاني بعملش اللي بدي اياه مش كل شيء بدي اعمله.
Yes, I do because I don't do everything that I want.
Like what? What can't you do?
زي ايش يعني؟
مثلا بدي اطلع برا على دول عربيه بقدرش اني اطلع دول عربيه.
If Israel wanted to push the Palestinians out of Gaza, why didn't they do so when they controlled the Sinai? As far as I know, people in government did consider expelling people from Gaza. Right after the war, it was just ruled out. And I think it was ruled out for the same reason that they made a lot of those decisions post-war, was because the international community would have fucking railed them for it. They would have never gone away with that. The world was already changing quite a lot from 48 to 67. And that's also why even the annexation of East Jerusalem, they had to pull a lot of strings to get away with that and to make sure that they could do it very quickly before the international community and America especially had a chance to respond to it. Yeah. So that's probably one of the, and also just because it would have been way too violent. Loner book. It's in a book. Okay. I trust this to be a perfect square. Let's squeeze it into the YouTube thing. Okay. I can make it more ideal if you want. Yeah, go for it. Whatever. Fuck it. All right, hang on.
If I wanted to go to Arab countries, I can't.
Fish salam.
Fish salam, because there's no peace between them, Israel and those Arab countries.
That's not because of occupation.
هذا مش بسبب الاحتلال.
لا لأنه فيش سلام مع الدول العربية.
Because
من ناحية طلع.
Because there's no peace. Then he said he's talking politically.
يعني إحنا مثلاً هسه هو في عنا مثلاً في بيوت للهدد. في كثير بيوت
For example, there are many
إنه مش
houses
موافقين عليه.
that are under the threat of demolition.
كثير يعني هالدور إنه بيجي إنه ما فيش ترخيص.
Because they're saying these homes were built without a license.
האם אתה חושב שאתה חי מתחת כיבוש?
לפעמים.
אוקיי, מה כן?
זו התשובה.
כן, אבל למה? כאילו למה?
למה? כי עדיין עם חוק
Wait, it doesn't have it's got a fucking white background. Oh shit, it doesn't have its fucking background removed. Oh no, hang on. It's not the right forming. Oh no. Let's see what this one is. You can quick fix it. I'm working on it. Wait a second. Okay, thanks.
הלאום שצץ עכשיו, אז זה באמת עושה מין אפליה, או עושה מין הבחנה בין אזרחים.
זה כיבוש או זה פשוט אפליה?
זה כיבוש הדרגתי.
אז אתה חושב שזה יהיה יותר ויותר יותר גרוע? כאילו?
זה רק ההתחלה. ככה התחילו כל השלטונות הפשיסטיות. הם התחילו ככה, לאט לאט משנים חוקה, משנים חוקים עם השנים, ואז מקיפים את בני המיעוטים ומקפחים אותם.
יש עוד דוגמה שאתה יכול לתת? נגיד שבו, אני מקווה שלא יהיה חוק הלאום עוד מעט, אז בגלל זה אני שואל, יש עוד משהו?
בטח.
תן דוגמה אחרת.
למשל הכשרות.
כשרות?
כן, אני טבח, וכשהתחלפו הבעלי בית ועשו את המקום כשר למהדרים, אז הם פיטרו אותי בגלל שאני גוי, אני לא יכול להדליק אש.
Holy shit.
איפה זה היה?
במסעדה.
They fucking fired the guy because they switched to kosher and he's not Jewish. Bro, that's not good.
בזיכרון.
באמת?
כן.
וואו.
כן, אני אענה לך תשובות הכי... לא, זה עכשיו לא עניין של צבא. צבא אני יכול גם להתגייס, אין לי בעיה. אני, כל אחד מה שהוא אוהב. אבל אנחנו מדברים עכשיו על... כן, היא טוענת שהיא בעצם אומרת שלפעמים אתה הולך ומחפש איזה עבודה או משהו, ואז שואלים אותך אם עשית צבא או לא עשית צבא.
ואתם חושבים בגלל שלא עשיתי צבא,
כן, אז הם מעדיפים את אלה שעושים צבא.
Do you feel, as someone who lives in Nazareth, that you live under occupation? Do you feel you live under occupation?
Sometimes, like when I interact with the Jewish people, I will feel like something is wrong in the air, but I act with it like normally.
Do you have any Jewish friends?
No, not really. But I talk to people in
Giga chat.
Jewish language, in Hebrew.
Okay.
I have to because I live there, so I have to know the language so I can live normally and do my chores and all that.
Okay. So what else, when you say you feel like you live under occupation, what else could it be? Like what other...
Like in politics, like when I vote, there's like no seats in the...
Parliament?
No?
Parliament.
Oh yes. There's no like Arab seat, many Arab seats.
Well, there are parties. You just don't like them.
Like we are like a small community, but that's not because we are a little community or we are numbers of us are small. That's because like there is many Jewish that come from outside the country that they didn't born.
Okay, refresh your chats. Get the new emotes. Okay, go.
In here, like there are Russians, the Moldovans, Ukraine people. Like that's when you add more Jewish people, we become little, you know. But I have to deal with it. Like I don't know.
Is there anything you
By the way, when people ask if they're living under occupation, the reason they ask the question to people like this is because they live in Israel. Okay, they're not like they're not under like the military occupation of the West Bank. Yeah, but a lot of them will say yes, they still live under occupation, but usually that's like a solidarity word, right? Because what they usually mean is what they'll describe is discrimination or like racism and shit like that. Yeah.
Have anything in my mind, like in daily.
They have Israeli citizenship. Yeah.
Basis, yes, I will think that. Oh yeah, I think that there is some differences between us, between Jewish people and Arab. Right now, I don't have anything on my mind, but there is something like you feel it, but I can't like specifically tell you because it's like the little details, you know.
האם אתה מרגיש שאתה חי מתחת כיבוש?
זו שאלה מאוד קשה ומורכבת.
ברור.
זה לא נחשב כיבוש, זה יותר כיבוש לא שטחים, אבל זה כיבוש שקשור שלא מכירים בעובדה שאנחנו קיימים פה שנים רבות וצריך כבר להכיר באוכלוסייה.
איך היהודים יכולים להכיר? איך המדינה יכולה להכיר בך?
קודם כל זה משנה שעברה, מחוק הלאום, שזה אומר ערבים סוג ב', יהודים סוג א', ומשם זה מתחיל, מלפני זה כבר היסטוריה. כל מה שקשור לעקר...
מה הם יכולים לעשות? תן לי דוגמה מה שהם יכולים לעשות.
נראה לי האוניברסיטה פה זה מקום מאוד טוב לדיאלוג, לשיח בין ערבים יהודים, לקרבה, לשיפור האמונה. יש משבר אמונה בין ערבים ויהודים, כמו שיש משבר בין חילוניים ודתיים, אותו דבר נראה לי.
אוקיי, אז לדבר על זה.
Do you have any mods active at the moment? I don't think so. They're probably lurking somewhere. There's always at least one mod kicking around.
ולמצוא פתרונות, כאילו.
למצוא פתרון?
כן.
כמו שאתה מדבר איתי עכשיו, זה הפתרון, לדבר. הם יושבים, מדברים, פותרים את כל הבעיות.
Hey, sit and speak and solve all the problems. Yes, discourse GigaChat.
זה הפתרון, לדבר. הם יושבים, מדברים, פותרים את כל הבעיות. אין בעיה, לא תירה. פשוט יש אמונה. יש אמונות קודמות שערבים אי אפשר לנהל איתם שיח, ערבים קצת סוג ב'.
Second class citizens in law. No, it's more just like the nation state law does make that feel probably very second class. Technically they're not, but they're definitely it would be discrimination. It would be like be discrimination.
כל העניין הזה פשוט צריך להחליף, וזה תוך שאתה מדבר איתי עכשיו, אתה בטח מזהה
Like it's a lot more on the books discrimination as well than somewhere like the Europe is to Muslims. So it'd be a bit more so than that.
מולך בן אדם שהוא חושב, ואז אותו דבר. אם אתה יושב מול האחר, אתה מגלה פתאום דברים אחרים, שזה מודעות קודמות שצריך לשבר.
Do you live under occupation?
Yep.
Where do you live?
She wants to be kept off camera.
Naria.
And you're Muslim, so nobody can see that?
Yeah.
So why do you think you live under occupation? Wait, you come back here, Mr. Big Mouth. Why do you think you live under occupation? You're studying at Haifa University.
What?
You're studying at Haifa University, no?
Yes, of course. But inside the borders of the university, you can see the difference.
Like what? Give me an example.
The bus station, for example.
What do you mean?
I remember when I used the buses, they were how can I say that?
Do people put you into two separate lines? What do you mean?
Yeah.
There's two separate lines, one for Arabs and one for Jews?
No, not
So what do you mean?
in the buses, in the bus station, the security just let me see the difference between Arabs and Jews.
I don't understand. Who says what? You got to give me an example. Because I've never seen anything like that.
Damn, pusher, debate pervert.
I just forgot the word. Hebrew?
בעברית.
אוקיי, בדקו אותי ולא בדקו את היהודים.
בדקו אותי?
בדקו אותי. לא.
אני אומר שאני יהודי, בדקו אותי.
אחרי שאתה יוצא מהאוטובוס, בתוך
התחנה האוטובוס, מישהו עוצר אותך, חשבתי הבדיקה של האוניברסיטה.
לא, הבדיקה ביטחונית לא, בתחנת האוטובוס.
אז מי בא? כאילו משטרה? לא הבנתי.
לא, השומר.
שומר?
בדק אותי ולא בדק את האחרים.
אוקיי.
רק מתוך מעצם העובדה שאני לא בשטרה עליו, ואחרים לא.
Okay, that's a good example. Okay, so why is that occupation though? It's definitely bigotry, I would say racism, but there's no race, but you know what I mean. זה גזענות, כאילו.
It's a racism.
כן. אבל איך זה occupation?
אתה רואה את זה, אתה מרגיש שאתה לא אזרח, כשהם בודקים אותך ולא בודקים את אחרים.
אז את לא מרגישה שווה.
אני לא מרגישה שייכת.
שייכת. Do you live under
She doesn't sound Arab. It's big. Haifa is like a very multicultural city in Israel. It's kind of where a lot of people choose to go if they don't really want anything to do with the fucking. So I've been told it's where you go if you don't want anything to do with the whole. This is the Arab area. This is the Jewish area, and we fucking hate each other, and we're all very politically charged. Like this is Haifa tends to be the place where people go that you don't want to do with that. So. There's a whole book called like the Republic of Haifa that it's like supposed to be seen as this model. It's supposed to be seen as this model for like a future one state where there's like this very strong example of Jews and Arabs who maybe don't have exactly who aren't on equal footing, but are still like very willing to live side by side with each other. And I think a lot of the wasn't there this like protest in Haifa or like some event in Haifa where it was based on this war where it was just like Arabs and Jews like talking to each other. Like yeah. It wasn't like a pro-Israel protest on one side and a pro-Palestine protest on the other. It was more like just a reconciliation kind of fucking vibe they were going for, yeah. So people like to soy out over Haifa a lot. I'm sure it has problems, but it's definitely like I think a better example than a lot of the other regions.
Actually, I don't think so. We live in Israel, like Arab and Jews together. I didn't face the same situation in the West Bank, honestly. Maybe in the West Bank, in the
West Bank, yeah.
Yeah, West Bank. There is occupation.
Okay.
I can't see that in I can't see that in the news, but where. The place where I live.
Where do you live? Like what area? The Negev?
Yeah, the Negev.
Okay, and you're a Bedouin?
Yeah, I'm a Bedouin.
האם את מרגישה שאת חיה תחת כיבוש?
I feel like this person's probably an extremist. Just looking at her. I don't know. Maybe not. Who knows?
כן.
בישראל?
כן.
בתור אזרחית?
כן.
עם זכויות מלאות?
כן.
אוקיי, ולמה?
כי אני ערבייה.
אז מה רע בזה? סליחה, איזה גזענית את?
לא, זה לא רע, אבל אתה נמצא בהרגשה מותמדת שאתה תחת כיבוש, כי יש, זה נכון...
You're saying she looks like me? Okay.
שיש המון זכויות, אבל יש עוד המון דברים שאנחנו לא כל כך זכאים להם בעקיפין.
כמו מה? תני דוגמה.
כמו למשל שאתה, למשל בלימודי אקדמיה.
אוקיי.
אז לפעמים שם לערבים יש קצת פחות סיכוי להגיע רחוק יותר, וזה דבר שהוא ידוע.
דווקא לא, אני עובד באוניברסיטת תל אביב, והם מביאים הרבה מהמגזר הערבי. כאילו...
העניין הוא, השאלה היא למה, מה המטרה? זאת אומרת, אתה יכול להביא עכברי ניסוי, ואתה יכול להביא את אלה שעושים את הניסוי. זה תלוי בהמון דברים, מה שאני אומרת, זה לא דבר שהוא קבוע, אבל זה נושא שיש
אבל זה משהו שאתם מדברים בתור ערבים, מדברים שזה העניין. בסדר,
זה משהו שקורה בין סטודנטים, זה דיבור כזה.
בסדר גמור. את לומדת, דרך אגב? איפה?
בבראודה.
לא מכיר.
אורט בראודה, מכללה של הנדסה.
אוקיי, הנדסה, יפה. אוקיי, נו, כן, תמשיכי.
That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But beside of that, everything is good. If you
Why
are...
didn't we do this in English? Your English is great.
Oh, yeah. So if you're a good person, everything is okay, you know. It doesn't matter if you have rights or you don't have rights. If you're a good person with goodwill, so everything is going to be just fine.
I think it matters. I think it matters that people feel attached and feel equal.
Yeah. But from the other hand, it's like politics. And I don't know.
Okay, so connecting question. What would make you feel that you are fully Israeli?
You know, that's a really big question. I think it's like 50 or 60 years old, or maybe more. So right
Meaning
now,
from the in 1948. That's what you mean?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I don't think that's a question that I'm capable to answer. You know.
Do you feel you're a Jerusalem resident? Do you feel you live?
Okay, she wasn't actually that extreme. Jimsy, with £5, look at my magic book, it makes land mine. True. Day with $5. I've recently started watching your streams and I truly appreciate your coverage of the conflict. Thank you. Oh, thanks very much for the $5. I appreciate the comment.
Live under occupation?
Yes.
Why?
Why? Basically.
And you have blue ID, you have the same rights as a Jew who lives in Jerusalem.
Maybe
to qualify.
The whole image that we have the same privileges, the same. First of all, as I have lived here all my life, like I can see the differences. For example, if I want to go from A to B, it would be much difficult for me. I'm not just seeing it; I'm feeling it when I compare it to other Israeli people.
You're talking about two different locations. We're not talking about Area A and Area B. Okay, got it.
Yeah, from locations.
Yes.
From perspective.
So give me an example of a location where it's more difficult and why.
More locations, for example, we have the Kippur. Yesterday we had a Kippur.
Yom Kippur.
Yeah, so basically...
I think a blue ID is just like you get more freedom of movement if you're a Palestinian living in Jerusalem. It's not Israeli citizenship. That's a different thing, I think. Ugh. I think that... yeah, you got green ID if you're in the West Bank and Gaza. So it's just an ID that gives you more freedom of movement, I guess, yeah. Is it Israeli citizenship? Is it? Is that true? Why did he assume that, though? Blue is citizen. So he's like one of the 5% of people in Jerusalem who have Israeli citizenship. People are saying no. No. Shira's saying no. I think I believe her more than you guys. Blue is Israeli citizenship. Yes. No, but yes. Oh, fuck you. All right.
In order to go home, I need to take a 30-minute road instead of 5 minutes road.
Where's home? Sorry.
Okay, I live near the old city. But if I want to finish my job and go back home,
got it.
Basically all the main roads would be closed for me, so I have to take a big U-turn or something. But if you go to the Israeli places, there would be...
That's one day a year, though. So.
Okay, I'll give you another example. For example, there I have a Bituach Leumi. Maza Bituach Leumi
social national insurance.
Yeah, basically if I want to go to my national insurance, just make sure that both have the same IDs. The main difference is when I go to the social insurance, I have to stay in line for more than 40 minutes. The whole building is old building. You don't get the whole, you only have 2 windows, so all the people will have only 2 lines. When you go to the Bituach Leumi over here, you'll find more than 20 people. We can change.
So if you go to the Jewish, we'll put that in quotes,
not
building.
Jewish. Basically, it's a Bituach Leumi over here. It's for people who lives in Jerusalem with the Israeli citizenship. So basically, I have the same ID, but I don't have the citizenship. So I have to go over there, and you'll see a lot of troubles. You'll see less workers, less from the perspective of security, let's say.
I love the sound of that drill. Christian Vargas, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that.
You'll see not a good attitude towards the people over there, but in here...
Box Bulla emote. What would that even look like? I don't even know. I couldn't even start to think about it.
You'll get, I apologize, sorry for your time.
Are you allowed to go to the other?
No.
You're not allowed?
I'm not allowed.
Because you're not a citizen?
Because I don't have the passport of citizenship.
Okay, so you need to be a citizen.
Exactly.
If you were a Palestinian who got citizenship, would you be allowed to go to?
Yes.
Okay.
But for me, I lived here for all my life. I'm not allowed to.
So why don't you?
Okay, we have a loaner book that's bigger, and refresh your chats, and you can see the bigger loaner book. Okay.
Get citizenship.
I'm not allowed to get a citizenship.
Of course you're allowed. You're allowed.
I quote, allowed in the matter of law, but when you apply for the application and stuff, you'll find after many years, your application would be the same probably. Okay. Another perspective, you have a lot of. קודם כל אני מתנצל, אני פשוט אומר מה שבא לי ו...
בואו.
אוקיי.
לך על זה.
Okay. When you go to a Palestinian district, or not a Palestinian, Arab district in Jerusalem, you have a lot of problem in houses. If you want to take a application to build a house, you'll be probably asking for these. Now, if you see in the Jewish areas, you'll never see an order from the court.
Court order.
Yeah, sorry, court order. In order to terminate the house.
Demolish.
Yeah, demolish the house. But every once in a while, you'll see a court order to demolish the houses over there. What do you got? Let's go. Another one. Traffic. דוחות, חניה. Traffic tickets.
Parking tickets.
Yeah, you'll never see in a Jewish area when you go, just a police officer will stop you. Hello, I just want to make sure that everything okay. He'll probably stop you if you cross the red light, if you cross something else. But in my area, there's always a police officer just waiting for someone in order to spend his time on it. So probably, okay, hello officer, insurance, I got it. Everything good, if it's okay, he'll start to search for something in order to give you just any sort of ticket. And that.
Okay. We're gonna watch the Hasan react soon, okay? Don't worry. You know I'm probably gonna watch like 10 minutes of it and then get bored and do something like normal, okay? But Vosh has a really weird take. 3 minutes 06.
Did you see Hasan's take on...
Okay, first of all, dipshits, if you want to know how to share a video from a timestamp, it's really easy, okay? Listen, you illiterate fucking Zoomer fuck. Look, here. Share? You change the timestamp? And you copy. Okay? God damn it. All right.
Department official who say their, quote, expertise.
What's your response to the argument that a ceasefire is pointless because Hamas won't follow? Yeah, who cares? That's why I don't like the term ceasefire, because I actually don't give a shit what Hamas does. If there's a ceasefire declared and Hamas keeps fighting, tough shit, Israel. You're the one with the nukes, okay? Sit tight. Everything that's happening right now is Israel's fault anyway. This is not like a this is not like a both of you behave situation. This is an Israel back the fuck off situation.
Peace and standard decision-making process.
Okay. Okay. Muslim, Arab, Israelis. Who do you want as your government? Israel or Palestine? Whoa. He's correct though. Like what? Like Israel just lower their arms and Hamas just fucking charges. What does that mean? I don't understand. I think we know what Hamas would do What? You've got the nuclear weapons. What does that mean? Like they'd have a right to use them? I think I would imagine what he means is that Israel should just reinforce the border, secure the border, you know, and then just go back to normal, go back to business with Iron Dome attacks. Don't fucking sleep at the wheel in Gaza ever again. Have some extra anti-paraglider installations, and then just because the status quo is still better than what the fuck Israel's trying to do now. I don't know why the nuclear weapons had anything to do with that take, but anyway.
שהשלטון, הריבונות שלך יהיה פלסטיני או...
זה מאוד מאוד תלוי.
אוקיי, נו, על מה?
Because the problem is that if they do that, the problem is if they do what he's saying and like do the ceasefire and then just suck it up when Hamas attacks, it just means that the blockade's going to have to stay. There's no way they're getting rid of the blockade to do that. The border control will be 1,000,000 times tighter than it was before October 7th. The work permits will be gone. So unemployment will probably be even a little bit worse in Gaza. I don't know. And then Hamas will just recycle all the fucking damage and Israeli shrapnel to make more weapons. I don't know. Fuck.
כי ערבים לא יודעים להתנהל כמדינה אחת. למרות זאת, יהודים כן יודעים להחזיק מדינה אחת, הם יודעים לעשות עסקים. להבדיל מהערבים שלא יודעים לעשות עסקים.
אבל ערבים יודעים לעשות עסקים. אולי לא שלטון.
לא כמו ג'ויש.
כמו מה הם לא, הערבים לא עושים כמו...
I can't tell if this is him being anti-Arab or anti-Semitic. I don't know. The Jews know how to do business.
מה הערבים לא עושים כמו יהודים?
כן, תן דוגמה. כאילו הסדר, איך עושים, או...
סדר, התנהלות יומיומית, אורח חיים, זה מאוד שונה. זה כאילו מאוד 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 שונה. זה עולם וזה עולם. זה אנשים מסתכלים בזוויות שונות.
This guy is the omni-racist.
דבר כזה, אז אני לא יכול לענות לך על זה. אין לי מושג.
אז מה אתה מעדיף? כרגע ישראלית בגלל זה? זה מה שאני אומר? אתה אומר, שיהודים... ינהלו את הסדר יום.
שיהיה איפשהו סוג של שוויון בין ערבים ליהודים במדינה. כן? ושיהיה הוגנות כזאת. זהו.
את יכולה להחליט מי השלטון שלך.
Why have you blurred the text, you dumb fuck?
כאילו, כל השלטון, היא פלסטינאית או ישראלית?
ישראל.
What an unbelievable fucking moron. So she said Israel. Okay, wow.
אוקיי, לא חייבים. אם אתה מעדיף או שיהיה שלטון פלסטינאית או יהודית,
שיהיה שלטון הוגן ושידאג לעם וישרת את האנשים שצריכים את השלטון. אם זה שלטון שהוא רע והוא מזיק והוא לא תורם למען העם, אז מה צריך את השלטון? העיקר שיהיה שלטון בודה.
בודהיסטי.
כן.
אתה מרגיש שעכשיו זה ככה?
עכשיו דווקא שלטון טוב. לא רע.
אוקיי. האם השלטון יכול להיות או ישראלי או פלסטיני? מה אתה מחליט? שלטון.
מה זאת אומרת בדיוק?
שזה שקובע הממשלה הם או עם תרבות פלסטיני או עם תרבות יהודית.
תרבות יהודית.
למה? זה בסדר.
אני חי פה, נולדתי פה, חי פה, מתרגל פה.
לא, ברור שאתה נשאר, זה לא, אף אחד לא זורק אף אחד, אל תדאג.
I've seen people get called racist for describing these people as Arab Israelis. I wonder if oh God, I think this might be why Hamas did not really care for missing Palestinian targets. Because I think like 20 or 30 Palestinians died, like Palestinians who live in Israel died on October 7th. I think this is maybe why Hamas just didn't really care for that. Because if they're living there and not rising up, they would be traitors, right? Yeah. Just by definition.
אבל מי שולט עליך? מי הממשלה?
יהודים.
למה? אתה לא רוצה העם שלך שיהיה...
אני אין לי בעיה, אבל תרגל כאילו ליהודים.
אנחנו בסדר, כאילו.
אין לי שום בעיה עם זה.
סתם אני צוחק, נו. אוקיי, אבל יש משהו בזה, נגיד שבשטחים, ה-PA, איך אומרים את זה בערבית?
רשות הפלסטינית?
כן, בערבית. ברח לי השם. הרשות הפלסטינית, שיש להם הרבה בעיות, וזה קשור לזה, או?
לא.
לא קשור. אוקיי. האם היה לך שלטון שהוא פלסטיני או ישראלי? מה אתה מעדיף?
שלטון ישראלי.
למה?
קודם כל אנחנו חיים במדינה הזאת. והמדינה הזאת...
אתה חי פה. הממשלה, שיהיה פלסטינאים, שיהיה...
לא, שיהיה ישראלי.
אוקיי, למה?
Maybe they feel pressured. I don't think they feel pressured. I think Palestinians who live in Israel have been asked questions like, I've seen polls asking them if they would, which side they would take if Israel was invaded, right? I think a quarter of them said they would take the Arab side. Most of them said they wouldn't take a side. So no, they're not, these guys aren't afraid to fucking talk. Like, the IDF isn't going to come to their fucking doors and like black bag them and shit.
טוב לנו פה, חיים טוב, אוכלים טוב.
אתה עדיין תגור פה.
בוא אני אסביר לך משהו. במדינה הזאת, מי שנפטר בעלה, מקבלת כסף. מי שמקבל מכה, מקבל ביטוח לאומי חד. מי שעושה תאונת דרכים, מקבל את כל הזכויות. מי שעובד וסיים את העבודה שלו במקום עבודה של 20 שנה, 30 שנה, הוא מקבל את הפיצויים, מקבל את הפנסיה. במדינה פלסטינית אתה לא מקבל את זה. אנשים חיים מאוד שם. אז המדינה הזאת מאוד טובה. לנו, לעם ישראל. שרק תהיה המדינה הזאת. תישאר לכל אחד.
מה שם פרטי?
וגם אם מדינת פלסטינאים תעבור למדינת ישראל, תאמין לי גם יחיה טוב, העם יחיה טוב.
Jesus.
בוא נגיד 60 מהאוכלוסייה הפלסטינית הם באים לעבוד פה במדינת ישראל. למה? כי שם אין עבודה. עובדים שם ב-50 שקל יומי. 50 שקל לא יכולה לעשות לבן שיש לו 5 ילדים.
He's right. If the people in the West Bank had voting rights, sure. I mean, that would be the problem solved, I guess. But somehow I feel like that's not how it would be done.
אנחנו פה מקבלים 8,000 ו9,000 וזה לא נגיד מספיק, אבל ברוך השם.
זה יותר מה שאני מקבל, זה אחד אבל בסדר.
כן, بتفضلي إنه الحكومة أو بتفضلي إنه الحكومة اللي بتكون ماسكة الدولة بتكون فلسطينية ولا إسرائيلية؟
For the Palestinian state, Palestinian. For the Israeli state, Israeli.
Okay.
So,
but you, as Palestinian,
yeah, I'm Palestinian, but it's really that I live in Israel. But our mind, our everything that we live, we with our people in the.
Reason is economic so far. The other reason, which I think is much more obvious, is that mostly people were born after 1948, so they've just grown up as Israeli citizens. They've just grown up with Israeli citizenship. So yeah, of course they would feel a certain way because people I think you expect people to be a lot more ideological than they actually are. It's hard for people to understand that because most people who make arguments against calling them Arab Israelis and shit are just ideologues and they only see people as an extension of their political goals. Like these people should only exist insofar as they are part of the Palestinian demographic that's going to one day reclaim the whole fucking land from the river to the sea and shit. But no, they just see themselves as people who grew up as equal citizens in Israel and probably had some discrimination or whatever, but the same way that other minorities in other countries have the same thing. Yeah, they still feel like part of that country. Who has voting rights in Israel? Well, like everyone, right? Palestinians have voting rights in Israel.
Occupied lands.
Yeah.
Okay, but who do you want to control you?
Wait, what did she say there?
In Israel, but our mind, our everything that we live, we with our people in the الأراضي المحتلة.
The occupied lands.
Yeah.
Okay.
she says that even though she calls it the occupied lands. That's very interesting.
But who do you want to control you more? Or to govern you?
Govern you.
Govern you.
مين بتفضلي تكون مسؤول عنك بالحكومة أكثر؟
بكل الأحوال إحنا بدنا حكومة ديمقراطية.
In all situations and cases, we want a democratic government.
If it's in Israel or in Palestine, we need democracy in everything, in rights, in life, in liberty, in everything.
האם אתם יכולים לבחור מי השלטון, כאילו מי הריבונות, כאילו אם זה יהיה פלסטיני או ישראלי? מה אתם בוחרים?
גיגה צ'אט.
תלוי בכם, רק שניכם.
פלסטין.
פלסטין? אוקיי, לא. רגע, אתה מסכים?
לא.
אוקיי, רגע. אז למה? כן.
בגלל שהזמן שעבור הייתה הארץ שלנו, של פלסטין. בזמן שעבור.
אוקיי, אבל אתה חושב מתחת ריבונות?
אולי ליהודים ולערבים.
אוקיי, אבל רגע, נחזור לפלסטינים. אתה חושב שזה יהיה אותו דבר מתחת פלסטינים?
לא, ישראל יותר מתקדמת.
אוקיי.
מבחינת טכנולוגיה, אני לא מסכים איתו, אני כאילו... שני עמים שיהיו ביחד. לא משנה, כאילו...
לא, ברור ששני עמים פה, אז אני לא... אף אחד לא זורק, אף אחד, אל תדאג.
כאילו... כאילו, נביא את הפלסטינים, שיהיו ביחד עם הישראלים, כאילו...
שיהיה שלום.
לא, לא, זה לא קשור, אבל שיהיו כאילו ההתקדמות של הישראלים.
Why does he always say that he doesn't think they're being pressured? If you think they're being pressured, your next message should be loner box. I know nothing. I don't know dick about Israel or Palestine outside of the pamphlet that has apartheid written on it with the fucking checkpoints pictures. That's all you know. Like if you think the situation in Israel is that fucking Arabs who live there are being pressured, they're afraid of the fucking the shin bet coming in from the ceiling on fucking ropes. If they say something anti-Israeli. You just don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, אבל מי המנהיג שלך?
Stop. Give up.
Okay.
Get out of my life.
למה?
Get a job. I don't know. You're not built for this arena.
הטכנולוגיה יותר מתקדמת והמדינה נותנת לך את הכל, כאילו אם אתה זקן, יש לך את הביטוח והכל שם.
שיש שולט, כי הם צריכים לשלוט.
יש להם השתלטות במדינה.
אוקיי. האם הריבונות, מה אתה מעדיף אם זה היה יהודי או זה היה פלסטיני?
אם זה היה יהודי או היה פלסטיני...
נגיד שאתה יכול לבחור.
אני?
כן. אתה אישי.
פלסטיני.
פלסטיני, למה?
למה? כי כאילו אפשר לחיות בשלום. לא, אין לי הרבה מה לומר.
לא, אבל למה דווקא פלסטיני?
למה פלסטיני ולא ישראלי?
It's not weird that he has to constantly reassure them that they will not be expelled for saying what they feel. Again. Okay. You can end the argument right now. How often are Arabs expelled from Israel for speaking out against the occupation? Every day. This happens every day. Corey, aka 00 with £9.99. When did you start looking into the Israel Palestine situation even before the October 7th attacks? I started looking into it when I was like fucking 9 years old, but yeah, maybe more sincerely in the last year or so. 2 years. But it's a lot of stuff that I just kind of accumulated over time. Don't they get arrested? Is that frequent? Yeah, maybe. Let's see. Maybe, I don't know. After October 7th, there have been arrests. I'm guessing this will be protests, though, not interview at Q&As. What were 9-year-old Loner Box's thoughts? That the Palestinians were better because they were the underdogs. That was my opinion. Because my Iranian friend told me. Arresting Arab citizens expressing solidarity with Gaza. Social media post.
Loner Box, you smarmy
Dozens.
cuck bastard.
Suspicion of incitement and support for terror.
Israel-Palestine situation even before the October 7th attacks.
I should just wait for the dono to come in and then do it. Rocco, thanks for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. So they're being arrested for roughly the same reason people in Europe are being arrested. So if you think about what Muslims are allowed to say in Europe, again, people are acting as if arrested for social media posts is unusual. We do that in Europe. We do that in the UK. It's bullshit, but like that's not like an Israeli repression of Palestinians thing exclusively, right? How much does Israel pay you? I don't know. A lot, apparently. It is pretty cringe, though. Unless they're actually doing incitement and not just soying out. I don't know.
אתה עדיין גר בלוד, זה לא שמשהו...
But you guys are acting as if they're being pressured to say that they have a good time in Israel. You're acting as if they're being pressured by the same thing to say that they would rather have a Palestinian government. You know, they can vote for Palestinians, right? Of course they can say they want a Palestinian government. Fuck.
אתה לא עובר.
כן.
אתה רוצה שהשלטון שלך יהיה פלסטיני.
לא שהשלטון שלי יהיה פלסטיני, אין לי בעיה שהשלטון יהיה ישראלי, אבל אם תהיה לי כאילו הגדרה כפלסטיני, אז סבבה.
לא, השאלה זה אחרת. השלטון שלך, הראש הממשלה שלך הוא פלסטיני, הוא יהודי. אתה בוחר.
באמת שפלסטיני.
אוקיי, למה? זו השאלה.
למה? כי אז אולי יהיה טיפה יותר שוויון.
אוקיי.
בין המגזרים.
מה חסר? תן דוגמה.
This guy was never seen again.
חסר, היום, לך.
לי, נגיד בשבת. שעוד מעט גם רוצים לסגור את כל החנויות. יש חוק חדש שרוצים לסגור את החנויות. מה אני כאילו יכול לעשות? מה אני קשור? אני כאילו, לי מותר לצאת. או בכיפור.
נכון, שזה באמת אי אפשר לצאת.
עכשיו אני בכלל קבור. והיה לנו לפני שנה שעברה, היה לנו חג וכיפור ביחד.
נכון. אבל אם זה היה מוסלמי, ברמדאן אסור לאכול.
We're going to see Shin Bet paragliders coming in from the...
בחוץ, כאילו. אז אתה מחליף אחד לשני, כאילו, למשהו אחר.
אם זה היה מוסלמי, כאילו...
אם זה היה מוסלמי, המקום היה מוסלמי ועכשיו זה רמדאן, אסור לאכול.
לא.
נגיד אתה הולך לרמאללה.
המנהגים שלנו נעשה אנחנו את המנהגים הזה, אבל לא לסגור נגיד את החנויות. נגיד בכיפור אני לא חייב לצום, אבל שלא לסגור את החנות. נגיד, או לפחות מרכזיים של ערבים וזה, שיהיו שם.
אבל בתוך לוד צריך לסגור? איפה אתה גר?
סוגרים בלוד,
סוגרים
אוטובוסים, סוגרים כבישים.
לא, איפה שאתה גר אישי. מרכז העיר, כאילו?
מרכז פעילות של ערבים, כאילו, סוגרים.
סוגרים?
עם אוטובוסים, סוגרים את הדרך.
אוקיי. כי יש מקומות שהצופה מבין, יש מקומות שהם כן פתוחים בכיפור, כי נגיד בחיפה
אולי בכפרים ממש של ערבים, כמו...
האמת אני לא יודע אם בחיפה זה נכון.
פתוח, כי אין שם איזושהי משטרה, אבל בלוד...
Special thanks to my Patreon sponsors for sponsoring this video. With your donation, I was able to rent a car and come out to...
Bald. Okay. Next video, this is boring. Fuck you. Hang on. I guess we got to do the Hasan reaction. We got to do it someday. Ooh. Have you seen any of Norman Finkelstein's recent takes? No, don't care. Guys are really annoying. Marksman07 with the $8. Found you through Destiny. I really appreciate your content. I'd be interested to see what Pape is saying right now. Maybe. Okay. Where's the Hasan react? Let's go.
I got permission from this.
Let's go.
Yeah, decolonizepalestine.com is maintained by Palestinians in the West Bank and is very easily digestible. This is a good one too. There's the myths database.
Hey.
We can go through this as well. Before that, though, I do want to do something different.
Let's go.
I got permission from Loner Box to watch his 100 Years of Gaza on the broadcast, and I think that that'll be pretty informative. I know that a lot of people don't, a lot of people have probably seen like his debates or some shit. I don't know anything about him personally, but as far as I understand, I've only seen one video of his. Here you go. Netanyahu's insanely dishonest interview with Lex Fridman. That video was very good.
Hey.
In that video, he also promotes another channel called Beast Process. Okay.
Hey.
That channel is also very good and very informative, which is precisely the reason why I did not even think for even a brief moment that that he was like in any way, shape, or form a Zionist. Now there might be some criticisms of this video, which I'll admit. I don't know if is he against the ceasefire. Like these are everything I've heard about Loner Box is always from people in the chat. I've never heard. I've never seen something from him that makes me think that he's wrong on the history. I don't know if he's like super pro-Israel or not, but ultimately what I do know is historically...
these are my favorite people. These are my favorite people. These fucking... Oh no, Hasan, no, he doesn't know. He doesn't know that Loner Box defended aristocracy. No, Hasan, before it's too late. Hank, no! Hank! Yeah, fuck you. I don't agree. Yeah, hey, she's to the right of me. I'll say that. There's a lot. She does a lot she says I don't agree with. But she has a good approach. She knows the history. She got a good way. She's empathetic. She's ultimately a pro-Palestinian state. At the end of the day, she wants them to have their rights and all that shit. Just because we disagree on how to get there and some events in the past, fuck off. Yeah, I say it. I will never betray aristocracy. I don't care how cringe she sometimes gets on Twitter. Does Hasan even know who aristocracy is? Fuck me. YOLO Swag, thanks for the $9.99. Really appreciate that. This chat is full of J-dams. It does sound like that. It does have that ring. Lonerbox is not a politics dude. He's just a musician who fell in love with you and did everything possible to one day cross paths with you. Okay. That's probably the nicest hater I'm going to see in this chat. Naomi Chance, thanks for the $2. All of Hasan's chat probably thinks you're a lib. I mean, that's fine. It's like... But people think lib equals Zionist equals fascist equals Hitler. I don't know. It's there's a long chain of associations. It's like it's like very much a word association. They have very artistic ways of looking at the world. Thanks for the 690 shekels, Sheer. I really appreciate that. Sheer, which is short for Sheer and Bet. Okay.
Speaking, his videos have been decent on this matter,
yes.
or at least the one video that I watched. You can't arrive at that conclusion. You cannot arrive at the conclusion that he's doing Zionist propaganda if you look at the actual history.
Yeah.
Openly. All right.
This is a Palestinian man playing his homemade. Damn. Me and Hasan.
You smarmy.
Up against the storm of false internet allegations. Let's go! Hasan knows. We're this because we're both Middle Eastern. You know, we're both from the Mediterranean. All you guys, all these fucking white leftists, these non-Mediterranean cucks, they can bounce. Okay. Flute to an audience of British soldiers in 1941. It's one of only a few pictures you can find on Google of the old village of Dimra, a small farming community of just over 500 people, 1 kilometer north of the Gaza Strip. In October 1948, 5 months into the Israeli-Arab War, the women and children of Dimra were evacuated as the IDF made their advance into the south. The village was straight in the firing line of Operation Yoav, which began with aerial bombing and strafing attacks, something this community, like most others, had no preparation for. As the IDF was breaking through the Egyptian military lines, the evacuees were pushed into the enclave of Gaza, where they were joined by thousands of other villagers whose homes had suffered a similar fate. Shortly after the war, an American observer described their conditions. Gaza is an unattractive little Arab town with an original population of about 25,000. It now has, in addition, about 60,000 refugees.
So, first of all, did he say... Well, one, he's using Benny Morris, so...
Uh-oh.
That's interesting. Secondly, I mean, but it's fine.
Wait, don't say... Again, don't criticize Benny Morris's politics all you want. His description of the history is good. The 750,000 number, we have that because of... That is verified by Benny Morris. Like, yeah, fuck. Pape doesn't mention Dimra in his book, so... Yeah, okay.
It's fine. It just entirely dependent on like what you use with that, what you do with that information. I think he also mentioned the IDF, but that's not. I mean at this point, it's the IDF of October, November 1948 was radically different. It's not the IDF at this point.
Yeah, it is. The IDF was formed after the Declaration of Independence, wasn't it? 48. Yeah, this is the IDF. No. Was Operation Yoav not the IDF? Was that still the Haganah? Yeah. Well, this was the operation. The Haganah became the IDF after the Declaration of Independence, I thought.
Loner box, you smarmy cuck bastard.
Yeah, it was the IDF. Yeah, he's thinking pre-40. He's thinking pre-declaration of war. Yeah. Jane Socks, thanks for the $5. We are the United Box Nations. True. Jimsy, thanks for the £5. Lorna Box introduced me into being a jihadi Zionist by using the power of the book. It's in a book. No book, no land. You can't have it. This is insane. Yeah, no, they were the IDF at this time. Yeah. Yeah, it says here, the IDF of October was radically different. Oh, yeah, he's reading that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, because before they were the Haganah. Yeah.
So, at this point, it is, these are Zionist brigades. They do resemble a standing military. The difference is... the difference is that I guess there's varying degrees of brutality that they engaged in. Lehi being the absolute worst of the worst, also known as pejoratively known as the Stern Gang.
The Stern Gang.
Self-described terrorists, those who even tried to cut a deal with Nazi Germany.
Box, you smarmy.
Not that it reflects anything on the broader movement, but just important to mention here. And there's a lot of
LB is friends with a monarchist, Zionist, apartheid/genocide denier from South Africa named Aristocracy, and came to her defense before. Yep. I would love to know which genocide she denies. I think she actually she doesn't think the Holodomor was a genocide. She actually takes the tanky side on that one. Crap Navy General with a 4.99. Hell yeah, reactception, never stop the content. Ouroboros, sorry.
Ethnic cleansing that occurred here. I think that's, I mean, he's correct. I don't think he said anything wrong. I'm just saying that I wouldn't consider it to be the IDF, but instead at this point it's a Haganah.
No, but he's saying right up here they were the IDF. This is October. They are the IDF at this point. That's why he's saying it was radically different, because the Israeli army before was the Haganah. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, we got that. That's fine.
Irgun and Lehi are the three most prominent brigades. Haganah being the...
As the IDF was... He's probably thinking of Deir Yassin. Whereas I'm talking about the actual war. This is during the war, yeah.
I mean, it's a collection of those different brigades.
Through the Egyptian military lines, the evacuees were pushed into the enclave of Gaza, where they were joined by thousands of other villagers whose homes had suffered a similar fate. Shortly after the war, an American observer described their conditions. Gaza is an unattractive little Arab town with an original population of about 25,000. It now has, in addition, about 60,000 refugees. They pack the sidewalks, take up the vacant lots in the public market, occupy barnyards, and generally seem to fill in every empty space which the town might have had. They live in churches, mosques, schools, and public buildings. These people receive no relief ration as they are recently arrived. As they would soon learn, the refugees of Dimra were never allowed to return home. In 1949, in the newly born state of Israel, a small kibbutz was built over the old village and named Erez. Decades after the war, the remains of Dimra were described as such. Most of the village is fenced in.
For those of you who want to know, Benny Morris is an important Israeli historian that uncovered a lot of this stuff early on, that then changed his opinion, even using the term ethnic cleansing, that then went back on his work and said that ethnic cleansing is actually not appropriate to use, maybe under certain distinctions. He is...
Is that true? I don't think he ever used the word ethnic cleansing. I think even in the 80s, didn't he say that the cause was the war? It was the war was to blame. The thing is, I would personally, you can use Benny Morris's history to show that it was an ethnic cleansing, because the definition of ethnic cleansing is open to interpretation. He is just, I think he treats the intent almost as you would like genocidal intent, because the intent to ethnically cleanse wasn't quite as like very direct and like didn't have that special intent that you would for like the crime of genocide. But I don't think you need that for what Plan Dalet was. Like, you can easily call Plan Dalet an ethnic cleansing, especially with the fact that they didn't let them return afterwards. Rocco, $5. Thanks very much. Why do people focus on Erdogan and the Stern Gang, but completely ignore Al Husseini's role on the Arab-Palestinian formation of national identity, Arab Nazis? Because people who have a side, people who want to, I guess as Hasan would say, like if they want to propagandize or if they want to be, well, maybe just not propaganda, like ideologues. If you're like an ideologue, you're going to select your facts from one side that supports one side. That's what you're going to do. I don't think Hasan would deny Al Husseini. The other difference is that Al Husseini was a very appointed in a very unaccountable way. He was appointed in like a feudal system. So, and also Al Husseini didn't remove 750,000 people from their homes. He didn't uproot 750,000 people. So he would have if he could. He'd have done a lot worse, but he didn't. So yeah.
The academics, the Israeli historians that I rely on are a part of the new historians that have that were formed after more and more information was uncovered about the actions during the Nakba. Many of this is still classified, unfortunately, even though there's, I believe, a declassification process in Israel where once a 50-year timeline has passed, you're supposed to declassify certain classified documents, even though there is though there are certainly classified documents that never have been officially declassified. I thought it was 50. It could be 30 years. But a lot of this information came out.
Why is chat trying so hard to make Hasan hate Lonerbox? Yeah. Oh, God. Let's go. Let them fight. Let them try. The thing is, if Hasan ever decided to hate me, I don't think it would affect me in the slightest. Like, because my audience is not his audience. So.
Out. And the new historian wave occurred. Like Avi Shalem is one of them. Ilan Pape is another, and Benny Morris is one that I think had different perspectives on at least like calling it ethnic cleansing that changed over the course of his career.
I maybe need to look that up. Used as pasture. From what I always understood was that from reading Benny Morris is you could easily just draw the conclusion yourself that it was an ethnic cleansing. But that's what I understood. Maruzzi, thanks for the $5. Hasan knows he's been outpaced intellectually. Crab Navy General for the $4.99. Jesus, this is what Hasan sounds like at one-time speed. How do people like this live? I don't know. He's talking fairly normally, just hesitating a bit. A crumbling stone water basin, concrete rubble from houses, and a destroyed well are nearly all that remain. A watering trough for cows has been placed on what appears to be a concrete fragment from a former house. The well is topped with an old, non-operating water pump. More debris lies in a wooden portion of the site near a Jewish cemetery. Some cactuses that formerly served as a fence, as well as shrubs and thorny plants, grow on adjacent lands. This would be the fate of several other villages around the Gaza Strip. A few, like Dimra, were built over. The others were destroyed or abandoned. As their populations struggled to make a new life for themselves in Gaza, the land surrounding their old villages would become home to a new Israeli population as several communities were founded in the area.
I mean, this is not wrong. This is, I don't know why you guys are mad at his coverage of this. This is completely, he's already, this
yes.
So far, all of this, as long as it doesn't say it was totally valid and totally justifiable because Jews were under attack everywhere, is
I wouldn't
completely
say that.
Correct. I don't know why
like the town is true. That would actually be a pretty bad take to say that, because quite a lot of those villagers were not really posing much of a threat. They wanted the land, they wanted those areas because it would ease the IDF's passage along the between the front lines and the back, especially to clear the Jerusalem corridor. That's why they did it. Not because they were threatened by every villager that got fucking killed or forced out. And also, a lot of liberties were taken, even when they said, remove them if they pose a threat, if there are militants there. We know that quite a lot of those soldiers just took liberties and didn't really care if there was a threat. So, yeah. Sderot would become predominantly inhabited. I will say, I do know he's going to have problems with what I say like later on, but it's just, yeah. He's definitely going to have an issue with me talking about the fucking guy who died in eras. Mizrahi and North African Jewish refugees who were seeking to escape persecution from their home countries. After the war, Kibbutz Erez became the place of refuge for Yacob Naim, a Holocaust survivor who had been forced into a labor camp in Libya at the age of 6. 3 weeks ago, Naim's 27-year-old grandson was killed defending his home against Hamas. So, how did we get here? On October 7th, so? No one gives a fuck about the dead guy in Okay, yeah. 2023, Hamas launched a coordinated surprise attack on Israel codenamed Al-Aqsa Flood. They began with a barrage of thousands of rockets as their militants broke through the Gaza border, attacking IDF bases and civilian communities. Even by their own video uploads, it's clear that Hamas made no distinction between civilian and military targets, or even between adults and children. Over 1,400 Israelis were killed and at least 200 taken hostage. Israel declared a state of war the same day, and as they fought to secure the border, they began what would be the most intense airstrike campaign.
Oh, it started on October 7th? No, dude, come on. This is literally Gaza the last 100 years. It's you're ridiculous if you think that he's just going to sit there and only talk about October 7th when the entire video is about what predates October 7th.
I just love the...
Everybody calm down, okay?
Yeah, that's good advice. At the time of recording, up to 6,000 Palestinians have died and 1.4 million have been displaced. This attack from Hamas was completely unprecedented. As in, this might be the first time a Palestinian militant group has ever been able to capture and hold on to Israeli territory.
I mean, this is 100% correct.
The IDF were caught completely off guard. And now we are barely 3 weeks into a war that has already claimed more Israeli and Palestinian lives than every other Gaza war of this century combined. How did this happen? I'm sure by now you've heard at least a few people's opinions on the matter. Second thought, oh no, oh shit, he's gonna, no. Many opinions. We've seen a lot of pro-Israel people turn into Howard Stern after 9/11. A lot of pro-Palestinian people turn into, I don't know, Bin Laden after 9/11. And I've had my own opinions. Many opinions. You can have a look through my live channel if you want all the opinions. But for this one, I want to take a step back and hopefully just leave you with a better understanding of what exactly led us up to here.
While I disagree...
Wait, hang on.
Verbiage and statements of second thought on that particular matter, I would not compare his words to Bin Laden, especially because...
yeah, it's probably fair.
I hope this video will show that there is a reason as to why, one, Hamas came to power, and two, there is a reason as to how this violence materialized.
I don't know if any of that excuses, that doesn't, none of that contextualizes what JT said. It's true. Hamas doesn't come out of fucking nowhere. Like, Yassine, who was, first of all, non-violent, the founder of Hamas, was first non-violent. Then there were hesitancies about violence. They were not sure, really, about, like, they were divided on whether or not they wanted to do targeting civilians, for example. And then it was after that Goldstein guy went into that mosque in Hebron and just massacred like 30 people that Yassine completely flipped. And then Hamas's policy became fucking kill them all, basically. Yeah. They didn't care about the difference at that point. So yeah, like Yassine was radicalized by Israeli violence, by Israeli terrorism. Which is, yeah, I don't know, the birth of Hamas is, I wish I could have done a whole video on just the birth of Hamas because it's so interesting, the way that all happened. But, I mean, Second Thought's tweet was, atrocities in quotation marks, genocidal settlers on the receiving end. This is what liberation struggle looks like. Imagine someone comes to your town, murders your neighbors, kicks you out of the home your family lived in for generations, relocates you to an open-air prison. Again, most of the people who were killed didn't do this. The people at the festival didn't do any of this. And then, are those occupiers civilians? No. Okay, yeah, it's pretty Bin Laden, like, it's pretty Bin Laden-esque. Even fucking Hezbollah, Nasrallah was trying to avoid. Did you notice that Nasrallah was trying to say that the civilians were killed actually by IDF crossfire because of those TikTok videos? Even he is hesitant to use language like this. Fucking Nasrallah is hesitant to publicly say shit like this. And you know why? It's because he's not white enough to say shit like this, okay? It's a joke, obviously. There are plenty of people in the Middle East who believe this, but it's like, it's also kind of exceptionally white. I don't know, fuck. The recent events in Israel and Palestine have been Oh no, not the advert. I don't want to
What
watch
did
that.
Not say. He talked about how these are settlers and are illegally occupying the space that they're in, and therefore
Bar Kokhba revolt, 1,000 years, and it has switched hands quite a few times. It was once a Canaanite settlement before it came under the control of ancient Egypt. In around 1200 BC, it was taken over by the Philistines. That word, Philistine, would become the etymological origin of the term Palestine, or in Arabic, Philistine. It was conquered by King David and for some time became part of the Kingdom of Israel. In 332 BC, it was captured by Alexander the Great, and most of the people living there were killed. It would later come under the Romans, who at some point renamed Gaza as well as the rest of the region from Judea to Palestina. Some scholars have suggested that this was done as a way to wipe out Jewish memory from the region after the Bar Kokhba revolt.
No.
Maybe that's true. I've read other people say that it was being called that before the revolt for more benign reasons.
It was.
I guess those aren't mutually exclusive though, but you can fight amongst yourselves on that one. What else? It was taken over during the Muslim conquest of the 7th century, the Crusaders in the 12th century. In 1516, it came under the Ottoman Empire and remained so all the way up until 1917 when it was captured by the British. And by this point, the majority of Gazans were Muslim, but throughout this whole history, there was always a persistent Jewish presence in the area. This, for example, is a mosaic from a synagogue that was built in Gaza City around the 6th century. Isn't that crazy? But under British rule, this historic Jewish presence in the enclave was temporarily ended. 1917 was also the year of the Balfour Declaration, the precursor for what would eventually be the forming of a Jewish state in historic Palestine. When this declaration was made, Jews made up around 8% of the region's population. By the late 20s, that number was up to 15%. At this point, the Palestinians had hoped to come out of the British Empire with a system of majority rule over the whole region, but
like the aspects of this that are missing, I guess, because this is a 34-minute video.
Bastard. Thanks, Adams Bookie, for the tier 4 sub. Holy shit, that's so generous. Thank you very much. Crab Navy General, thanks for the $4.99. During that ad break, he did say explicitly, I don't stand by what Second Thought said. Prove me wrong. No, I know he said that in the bit that I watched as well. Yeah, of course he doesn't. Yeah. Because as much as I have disagreements with Hasan, like politically, like I think at the end of the day, he's a fucking human being, whereas Second Thought is more of a kind of like writhing mollusk who wants to sell communism so he can drive supercars. Yeah. Hill Belichick of Predict. What the fuck? Thanks for the $5 US. What's up, Lonerbox? Here's a tip for all your insightful coverage of Ukrainian and Palestinian history. Thank you very much. Wow, thank you so much. What the fuck? Okay.
I would personally say that's why I'm reacting to it. To add more information that you couldn't get to.
Let's go. Let's go.
Is well, that one obviously Balfour is an anti-Semite, and one of the major reasons as to why this was pushed originally is to get Jewish people out of Europe. Two, he mentioned in 1918 there's a 6% population historically in historic.
It's also not. It's worse than that. He the reason that the British promised the land to Palestinians, to Arabs, that made sense because they were fighting the Ottomans. They were going to take over the German Austro-Hungary Empire at their weakest point, which was the Ottomans. So they fought, and that was the deal. The reason that they also supported the Jewish claim and basically made two contradictory promises, played both sides basically, they thought that Jewish people were just a lot more powerful than they actually were. They believed that like David Lloyd George and Balfour especially believed that Jewish international finance would like help them win the war against Germany if they helped them get the state of Israel. So it's funny that like one of these deals was in exchange for something that actually quite helped them, like the Arabs fighting the Ottomans. But the reason that they helped the Jews was because they were anti-Semitic, like because they believed that the Jews were just a lot more powerful than they actually were, which is it's so funny. But also, like the original Zionists did also work very hard to get approval. But yeah, so yeah, the Jews basically scammed the British like without even realizing it. I guess the British scanned themselves. I don't know. Havo, thanks for the tier 2 sub. Really appreciate that.
Palestine. The number was 3%. But there was a steady flow of immigration that has started by that point, and by 1918, it reached up to 6%. This is all, in my opinion, important to recognize specifically because, did he say 6% or 8%? Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it was less than 10%.
Yeah.
What matters is that the British also made. What matters is that the British also gave assurances to, just like the French did, the Arab populations living under the Ottoman Empire, that if they aligned with the British...
Are the promises of the Balfour Declaration contradictory? No. The promises that the British made in World War I were contradictory because they promised the land to Arabs and to Jews. Those were the two promises that came at odds with each other, not the declaration itself.
During World War I, that they would be able to engage in building their own nation states. So similar promises were made to the Palestinian population as were to, as to those living in Lebanon and everywhere else.
Right, we have 1,800 viewers here. What the cock? I mean, I see. You guys don't want the research streams. You want the Hasan smash streams. Okay. Okay. Okay.
Now, of course, British people...
You want the Hasan Brotherhood streams.
...had a very different opinion. They wanted to, one, get Jews out of Europe in general because they were also anti-Semitic. And two, thought that they could use the Jewish population against the native Arab population. That they could very easily just, manipulate both of these groups, obviously still heavily favoring the Jewish population as it was at that moment, in that time frame, an act of ethnic displacement. Resettlements occur all the time. Resettlements have occurred all the time throughout history. One of the examples that, I've talked about before is...
Why didn't you include the Sykes-Picot Agreement? Because a video about fucking Gaza. It's about Gaza. If I was going to talk about Sykes-Picot, I would do a video on the Nakba. I would do a 1948 Nakba fucking video, Arab-Israeli War, and I would talk about all the shit about the different deals, Sykes-Picot, World War I, the fucking Jewish land purchases and the evictions. I would talk about all that in that kind of video, yeah. Crab Navy General, thanks for the $4.99. This is why people do React content. The viewers say they want fact and nuance, but they're filthy liars. I mean, I feel like I can deliver fact and nuance through this medium. It's not really that different.
Crimea. There was ethnic displacement of the Crimean Tatars from the area.
Yeah, those guys.
And there was a Russification, both in Crimea and a lot of territories in even eastern Ukraine. So this is a consistent principle of a dominating power that ends up changing the demography of the region, oftentimes through violent means.
Loner box.
You cannot compare that to the population transfer between Greece and Turkey, in my opinion, because while that was also done through very violent means, I would say, it was still different than a colonial power coming in and ruthlessly displacing the native population. Uprooting.
So why does he think the Crimean annexation was right? I really don't. Yeah, I don't understand. Because it sounds like, if I could steelman what he's saying, is that what was done in the past is done, and the population is majority Russian, and they want to be part of Russia. And trying to unwind that thread of history is so much more violent and anti-humanist than just letting it go through Russia. That's probably what he would say. Problem is that would also justify a lot of annexations in the West Bank. So I don't know. Yeah, fuck. Do you have time to go through the Israeli tour guide today? Nope. I still want to do more reading on 48 before I do that. Amphidia with the 199, thanks very much. Do you think Hasan would have you on his stream? Probably not, but this is fine.
Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people from the homelands that they lived in and telling them to go somewhere else is always going to be a brutal process. I know this from my literal grandparents. Like, they are, my grandmother and my grandfather on my father's side come from Crete and Salonik.
Oh.
Both mainland and also island, Greek islands. So they literally experienced this population swap that occurred, the border swap that occurred. They were there.
Sawthroat, thanks for the €6.
So
I prefer the research streams. This is educational as well. Carry on.
I know.
Okay, thanks. Well, maybe do research later. Who knows? This is a 3-hour stream. Okay, we need to really let him go. We need to probably stop pausing.
He's been lying this whole time. Yeah.
By the late 20s, it became very clear that this was not going to happen. So, in this period, there was a lot of conflict between Arabs and Jews, and in 1929, there were riots in several major cities.
True.
The most famous of these was the Hebron massacre, where over 60 Jews were brutally murdered, many of them women and children. And it was following these riots where several Jewish communities in the region, including Gaza, were forcibly evacuated by the British. So by 1948, the population of the Gaza Strip is somewhere between 60 and 80,000. Now there's obviously a lot to say about this period, but for the purpose of this video, we'll keep it short. Basically, the UN tries to partition the region, turning one part into a Jewish state and the other into an Arab state, with Jerusalem as an international zone. The Palestinians, who made up around 2/3 of the total population of the region, reject this offer, and when the British mandate ends...
Yeah, well, they reject it because
they're 2/3 of the population. And
they're like, what the fuck? This is our home. We were supposed to have a nation state. Like, why the fuck would we ever listen to the international community or a colonial power, in their opinion at the time, forcibly changing the demographics? And on top of that, literally creating an Arab state that has 43% of the land and a Jewish state that has 56% of the land, despite the fact that Jewish people made up a much smaller percentage of the population at this point. Yeah, of course you're going to say, what the fuck? No, that is terrible. Especially when, according to Elon Pape and others, and Zach Foster, who I talked to about this as well on the broadcast, the lands that early Zionist settlers wanted to or were able to purchase was very limited, and it was not arable. It was not good land, not good for agricultural development. So now they have significantly better land. It's like, well, what the fuck? Anyway,
the neighboring Arab countries declare war on the new state of Israel. And they lose. The result of this war is that Israel consolidated even more territory than what they were offered by the UN, turning Gaza into a disconnected enclave. And on top of this, 750,000 Palestinians were displaced from their homes in what is now the land of Israel. We know today that the majority of these people fled because they were either...
Okay, well that... I mean, I don't agree with that. I think that's...
Oh?
That's definitely... Yeah, I mean, I think that not even me that would disagree with that. I think plenty of Israeli Jewish historians would disagree with that. Even on his own admission, like the scholar that he used, Benny Morris, and I think like his earlier work would also disagree with that as well.
Disagree with what?
I think
people in chat are saying insane genocide denial. Denialism. What? Because I'm saying it's now Israel?
Like,
interesting.
Yeah, even Benny Morris has acknowledged that the Nakba happened.
Oh, they think I'm denying the Nakba. Wait, why? I'm like mid-sentence describing it. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like it's a, I mean, this
directly forced out by the IDF, or because they had heard about war crimes and massacres being committed by Israeli soldiers in other villages. Many of these people were forced into Gaza, where the population almost tripled to around 200,000. So,
I mean, that part is true. It's not wrong. That is how the Nakba happened. Obviously, they didn't just hear about the gross war crimes. They also committed gross war crimes. Deir Yassin and Tantur are two that have, firsthand, those who were firsthand involved have uncovered details of.
This is like the react stream thing, because he cut me mid-sentence when I said they were forced out or they heard about war crimes being committed elsewhere. So yeah, of course. Yeah, okay. I don't think he's going to call me a Nakba denier for that. His chat might. Yeah, okay.
I think that 700,000 people being ethnically displaced with a standing army committing acts of insane terror. Like shit that they say Hamas did, some of which Hamas may have even done in comparison to like back then, shit that they certainly did, like 100% verifiably did. The one about Deir Yassin is the one that stays with me, especially because the intelligence person that, because there are Jewish villages at this point and then there are Arab villages, okay? Some Arab villages at least have like some semblance of a standing militia, but they're obviously not as powerful, nor do they have the same level of nor do they have the same level of firepower that the British trained Israeli forces have. I think that
I like this guy. He wants to not piss off a certain audience. It's like this is kind of like a Groyper's talk. Anyway, what's he going to say about Deir Yassin?
That power imbalance should be talked about. Ultimately, what ends up happening is 6,000 deaths on the Israeli side, I get the Jewish side, the Zionist side, whatever you want to call it at that point, with 15,000 Palestinians dying. So the disproportionate nature of casualties began in the inception of the Israeli
state. I'm not laughing at the massacre.
State.
I'm laughing at the chat.
Yes, Zionists also had illegal arms that they were able to bring in through illicit means. They had arms they had gotten. They had training from the British militias. They had training from the British police force at this point. Some of them were literally World War II veterans. I feel like talking about it and mentioning the Hebron, the massacre of 60 Jewish people, while glancing over the 700,000 Palestinians that fled their homes specifically because of the atrocities, the documented atrocities that were committed in an organized attempt, by the way. Like, there was, this was it was a well-oiled machine at this point, and it was perfectly organized. It was a standing military.
I mean, the reason I talk about Hebron was because those massacres led to Gaza, which the video is about being evacuated of Jews. That's kind of why I talk about that one. But I mean, I mentioned here as well, like massacres and war crimes and shit like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe could have just described one of them to make that better. I don't know.
Going into fucking towns and just ruthlessly
like as soon as I start elaborating on one part of the Nakba, yeah, it just opens up this whole thing. You have to talk about all of it because it's just like there's so much that happened. Anyway.
Populations, and then allowing the fear of that to continue on to other Palestinian populations, so that whenever they went to other Palestinian towns, Palestinian cities, then these people, knowing full well about what happened in Tantura, Deir Yassin, would run away, and of course still killing people in those towns as well. Some of the psyops that they engaged in, for example, were they had armored personnel carriers, they had loudspeakers. I don't get how did he ignore it? Loner knows about the plans. Irgun Nakba, Deir Yassin, he says, and we'll say what you're saying. Well, I mean, he moved on. He went from he called the Nakba period the Israeli-Arab War, which I feel like is already like I don't know,
neutral term. Yeah,
I feel like that's
historians call it.
There's definitely a little bit of energy in the other direction there, as far as like both the asymmetry of violence and also who the victims were ultimately.
So if you've ever heard people talk about how densely populated this area is, you're maybe starting to see why. After the 48 War, Gaza came under the military occupation of Egypt. By this point, the majority of Gazans were refugees, and that would remain the case up until this day. The Strip suffered from poverty, poor living conditions, high unemployment, and with no statehood, most of them didn't really have anywhere else to go. They weren't even allowed to enter Egypt until 1954. For many of them, the bitterness of living as refugees, knowing full well that the ruins of their old homes were just a short walk away in what was now a flourishing new state, was a bit too much to live with.
Don't you think he also makes it seem like the Arabs were the aggressors by admitting all the ethnic displacement that was previously committed by the British? It does feel like that a little bit. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I feel like I'm being very charitable to his coverage, but it does feel like he's, it does redeploy the same narrative that I've heard time and time again, that like the Arabs are the aggressors in this circumstance, without really covering what their perspective on the matter would be. He covers it.
I think I did say that I did say that the Arabs rejected that offer because they were 2/3 of the population and only getting less than 50% of the land. But yeah.
In the aftermath, and why it's like, you know, this ethnic displacement was obviously going to be scarring, but there's definitely a buildup to that moment that their fears were realized, yes, but also they had valid reason to fear. Not because they were like scared of Jewish people or whatever due to anti-Semitism, especially considering that Jewish people at the time, especially in Palestine, is not like a subgroup that is being pogromed at all, especially under the Ottoman Empire, where there was significantly less brutality towards Jewish people than their European counterparts. But also, he is I mean, I think he's very, very well read on this matter, so I do feel a little surprised in the way that he brought it. A little surprised in the way that he brought it up. Because, like I said, I think
it's also a bit because, like, let's say I don't really know how conscious I was making that decision, like how much that was a conscious decision. I think I just kind of the problem is that like everyone, there are so many left-leaning videos talking about the Nakba. There are so many of them that focus very hard on that bit. From doing a history of Gaza, I feel like my whole approach has generally been like I want to add things that not every other YouTuber has done. And if you're on the problem with YouTube, and because of the fucking partisanship, the Hebron massacre and the fact that Jews were kicked out of Hebron and that Gaza used to have a Jewish population and it stopped having that after the riots in 29, left-wingers don't cover that. So I just thought I might as well, like, yeah, I don't really like just preaching to the choir so much. I don't think it takes away any validity from the Palestinian struggle and from the fact that they suffered obviously a lot more in 48 than Jews did in 29. I don't think because I'm already talking about the refugee population in Gaza going up by in like hundreds of thousands. So like tripling the population of the entire place just with refugees. So but yeah, like I've never been shy about that. Yeah,
that the ones who were wronged in this circumstance were absolutely the Arabs. And one, they were right to feel threatened because this wasn't like Jewish people immigrating into this area peacefully.
But do you condemn the Nakba?
And you know, this was like a collaborative effort or whatever. Although there were certainly Jewish people that were immigrating peacefully and were interested in integration, interested in like collaboration. For the broader Arab population there, the broader Palestinian population there, some of which were Jewish, it seemed as though this was a colonial power, a new master, if you will, that was engaging in displacement by changing the demographics of the population on the ground. A coordinated Western effort, yes, which is true. I mean, that is what happened. That was exactly what it was. So, you know, their understanding of the situation, especially considering the assurances that they supposedly got from the British, I think it makes it way more reasonable for them to be, to want to defend. They see this as like not.
Many people don't believe in the Nakba, but you should have emphasized it a bit more. Yeah, but I want to do it for a separate video. That's why I keep saying that. If I even said in this, you can talk about this for ages, but for the purpose of this video, I'll keep it short. Yeah. Because that's not enough time to convince someone who doesn't agree with me that the Nakba was like an ethnic cleansing. And it's too much time telling people who already know what happened then, who already agree with me, what they already know. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said the majority of them fled because they were fucking kicked out or because they knew about war crimes that had been committed in other villages. So war crimes, removals, and knowing about the previous two. That's the whole argument for why it's an ethnic cleansing. So yeah,
necessarily people peacefully
and that they weren't
moving into
allowed
this
back,
area,
which
but instead as a
and that they weren't allowed back, which I also mentioned. So yeah.
Violent act from a colonial power that rules them, because it was.
A small minority of Gazans resorted to violence and started launching low-level attacks into Israel. These nationalist militants, who often made were they also told to leave by Arab leaders? Yeah, so very like less than 20 villages of people left because they were told to by Arab leaders. The real number is closer to 6, I think. Yeah, out of like 300, 400, 500. So. no distinction between civilian and military targets, would become known as the Fedayeen, or in English, self-sacrificers. The IDF would then respond with raids on Gazan refugee camps, one of which resulted in 50 civilian deaths. In the mid-50s, there was even a plan organized by Egypt and the UN to transfer the refugees from Gaza into the Sinai Desert. The Palestinians, who saw this as a way of killing off their right of return, protested en masse against the plan, resulting in violent clashes with the Egyptian military. The protests were so unmovable that the resettlement scheme was abandoned in 1955. Then, in 1956, during the Suez Canal crisis, the IDF was present in Gaza for around 4 months, with the objective of rooting out Fedayeen fighters. These operations were incredibly rough. It seems to be...
You see wait, what the fuck? Oh, I muted it on accident. Do you see a one-to-one comparison here? Time and time again. It's just odd. Time and time again, there's an understandable resistance to...
I'm about to say why the Israeli response to the Fedayeen in Gaza was fucking insane. I'm about to mention 2 massacres, but I guess he's gonna go off now. Oh no. Bro, react content. It's not easy. T with the $5. Why does Hasan pretend the Ottoman Empire was so great to its religious minorities? They literally had blood tax for a few hundred years. Does he pretend that? I don't know. I haven't heard him say that. It's a strange point that people make. But yeah.
Outside nation that
at
the very least,
bad as Europe.
The Egyptians offered them like some level of authority, some level of autonomy, some level of authority to the Palestinians inside of Gaza. But even then, all of these circumstances lead to Palestinian interests never being represented. Their understandable interests never being represented. Their morally righteous interests never being represented.
Oh no.
Okay.
Incredibly
At this point, they've become
rough is
permanent
incredibly
refugees.
passive there. Oof. Sorry, it was genocidal.
They're still close enough to their ancestral homelands, but they're still permanent refugees nonetheless. And the disposition of any kind of violent retaliation.
2K Andy. Hey,
was
like the
perfectly
stream,
valid.
like the stream. Woo.
Any kind of violent retaliation that was perfectly valid was always met with a tremendous amount of state violence. State violence, both.
It's you wouldn't say that every Fedayeen. What did he say there? Sorry.
And the disposition of any kind of violent retaliation, which was perfectly valid.
Again, I wouldn't say the Fedayeen attacks were perfectly valid because, again, they targeted civilians. They didn't give a fuck about killing civilians. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe not targeted, but they didn't distinguish. Yeah.
Any kind of violent retaliation that was perfectly valid was always met with a tremendous amount of state violence. State violence both by the IDF and state violence by, for example, the Jordanian Authority.
Scheme was abandoned
and the
in
Egyptian Authority.
1955. Then, in 1956, during the Suez Canal crisis, the IDF was present in Gaza for around 4 months, with the objective of rooting out Fedayeen fighters. These operations were incredibly rough. It seems to be the case that dozens of Fedayeen were summarily executed without trial, even after the fighting had stopped. In the towns of Rafah and Khan Yunis, the IDF operations devolved into massacres and over 375 people were killed. The details surrounding these events are murky, although a UN report from the time didn't exactly paint the Israeli forces in the best light. For example, the killings in the Rafah refugee camp happened after the IDF had called the men up for a screening procedure. It seemed like the call wasn't clearly delivered across the whole camp, and the men were not given enough time to respond to the call. In the confusion, a large number of them ran toward the screening point for fear of being reprimanded for being late. In response, some Israeli soldiers panicked and opened fire on the crowd, killing 111 people.
Okay. I mean, I'm sorry, but this is a tremendous amount of charitability offered to the IDF every single step of the way.
That's not charitable. It's bad if you panic because you fucked a screening procedure and killed people. I don't know. That's just like when you get primed. Like, that's not a good thing. Why would you... Fuck me. If I wanted to excuse the IDF, I would just point to Khan Yunis because it's less clear whether or not that was a battle or a massacre. But, like, even then, I think it was more likely a massacre. I don't know. It's just... You would have to assume that that's charitable. Like, that it's charitable to say that they... I'm just quoting the UN report. Like... I don't know. I thought I was doing the extra effort by reading that whole report as well to show exactly how the killing happened. Not so that there's no like, oh, there were fighters. No, it was because there was a screening procedure. They called up the men of a refugee camp of about 30,000 people. Didn't give them enough time to reach the point. They ran up to the point because they were afraid of being late. And then some fucking dipshit like started firing at them because he was like badly trained or whatever, and then just led into a fucking massacre. So yeah, that's a big L for Israel, actually. That's not like that's a huge Israeli L.
They're not simply, I mean, if you believe that,
Nazi
then yeah,
type
you also
shit.
believe personally that like, Israel's currently wiping out Hamas. Like,
Nazi
it's not ethnic
type shit.
They're simply engaging in a military operation in the Gaza Strip, just like they have time and time again. And oopsie, there is no deliberate, there's no deliberate attempt.
That's why your charitability is wasted on Lonerbox. That's why. I just described what happened. It's not my fault that you think that's an excuse. It's not my fault that you think it makes the IDF look better to know that they opened fire on a crowd of defenseless fucking unarmed people because they panicked. Why do you think that's giving them an out? Is that acceptable to these people? To this fucking horde? That's not acceptable to me. I'm more anti-Israel than this entire fucking chat. I don't think Israel should have gotten away with that. I think that's a crime. That's a fucking horrific crime.
Attempt to mow the lawn. And it's always just simply, in a moment of panic, 111 people just like, I hit the genocide button. No, I don't agree with this. Because I do ascribe a motivation to all of the actions that IDF.
Taco Light. This person used to be one of my viewers. Remember that name.
Zionist brigades have engaged in. And I do think that not mentioning the violence within the Nakba and simply glancing over it is also not correct, because that violence set the tone for the expulsion. Because like if you're talking about in Hebron, 60 Jewish people being slaughtered in a pogrom or something similar to a pogrom in a riot, many of them women and children, you have to bring up, in my opinion, these incredibly formative events in Deir Yassin, Tantura, and many others that we don't even fucking know about because some of this shit is not declassified. That led to the violent expulsion of 700.
Again, I mentioned the massacres. I mentioned the massacres. I mentioned the massacres.
1,000 Palestinians. Like, they didn't just leave.
Whatever.
Like, he doesn't do the Ben Shapiro thing. Ben Shapiro personally lies and says there was an Arab war. All the Arabs were like, fuck the Jews, and we wanted to kill all the Jews. And then all of these Palestinians foolishly thought that they would escape and the Arabs would save them, and then they'd be able to come back to their homes. Like, it's ridiculous. The Arabs abandoned their home. You are anti-Semitic to the bones? What? What do you mean? Are you saying I'm anti-Semitic to the bone? Like down to the very bone? I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, it's like the reverse. Do you condemn the IDF? Do you condemn the IDF? Oh, you said that they implemented a dog shit screening procedure that caused the people to run up to the screening points, and then one of your soldiers fucking soyed out and started firing on them like a fucking asshole, like a fucking criminal. Like, but you didn't clarify whether or not that was a good thing or not. Okay. Oh, God. Kill me, bro.
I'm fucking bad to the bone. Anyway.
Notably, Israeli officials at the time didn't acknowledge any wrongdoing, but they didn't deny it either. In 1967, after the Six-Day War, Israel took control. Bro, I think that's a pretty clear fucking indictment. I'm sorry. That's a very clear indictment. There's no way that you... Like, it's because the only way you could assume that is if you're already presuming that I've got like a sympathetic fucking to the... That I've got like a more... That I'm more inclined to excuse IDF crimes. The only way you could draw that conclusion from those words is if you assume that, 'cause I'm just reading a UN report, just showing what happened. It's the way of proving that what happened was wrong. Because I'd imagine if I spoke about the Rafah massacre, I would imagine a pro-Israel person would say, why were all the deaths men? Why was it all men who died? Well, then I would say, well, because they ordered the men up for a screening procedure. Their screening procedure was fucked. They didn't give them enough time. There were too many people. They ran towards the screening point, and then some IDF dipshit fired on them, and then like a few IDF people fired on them and massacred them. So that was it was the IDF's fault. Yeah. It's not because they were making them saying that they were all men would be implying that they were a threat. They were not a threat. They were unarmed, defenseless fucking people who didn't want to be late for the screening procedure because they would get reprimanded or suspected. And this was after they'd I said that they summarily executed people without trial. The fuck? Anyway, okay. Holy King Kong with the $5. I'm sorry you get misread this hard. Dogs, keep up the good work. Yeah. It's, you know, it's rough out there, but I've got you guys to keep me strong. Crab Navy General, the $4.99. In the US, cops say I panicked/feared for my life to reduce their culpability in a shooting. This is legit a cultural difference happening. Nah, I think by mentioning the screening procedure being inadequate, I'm quite clearly blaming the IDF for those killings. 100%. Not even like 99, but 100% the IDF's fault for those killings. Fuck them. Lonerbox Live, as a Palestinian, you show more integrity than Hasan. We claim you, ya Lebni. That's what I should do. I should get you, Ahura, and like the other fucking 4 or 5 Palestinians who watch this stream. I should get you all to react to this with me and hold you up like my human shields. my oppressed human shields. Oh God. That would be very debate pedophile behavior. Over the Gaza Strip, as well as the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, which had been previously controlled by Jordan, and the Golan Heights, which had previously been part of Syria. So that's a lot, and now Israel had to decide what to do with these territories. Some of them, for example, I'm not really coming into Israel's aid here either by saying that that war was pretty strongly provoked by Egypt. Like, Nasser closed the Straits of Tiran, acknowledged that closing the Straits of Tiran was an Israeli red line when it came to war, made a bunch of defense pacts, rhetorically was just very much we're gonna fucking stain the Israeli sands with blood, like but again, I just said the 6-day war happened and then Gaza came under Israeli occupation. So I'm not exact, and people got mad at me for saying that. People got mad at me for saying that the 6-day war was like, for not saying that it was provoked by fucking Egypt, right? East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights were annexed, but the future of Gaza was unclear. In the early days after the war, I'm just trying to focus on Gaza. I'm just trying to focus on just like what life has been like in Gaza. What's it like being a Gazan, kicking around for the last 100 years? Just trying to give you the facts in a facts-free zone. I'm sorry. All right. Hasan's being fine though. I'm not like too bothered by what he's saying. Raiders Cat, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Thanks very much. Think I maybe got misunderstood once, but big deal. I'm not going to kill myself. Israeli cabinet even considered expelling the Palestinians living there, although this was quickly ruled out. That's encouraging. When Israel finally managed to make peace with Egypt over a decade later, they negotiated the transfer back of the Sinai Desert. But the Egyptians had no interest in taking back Gaza, which from here on would remain in limbo. And it was in 1973, under Israeli occupation, when a quadriplegic imam called Sheikh Ahmed Yassin founded a charity in Gaza called Mujama al-Islamiyah, in English, Islamic Center. Born out of the Palestinian branch of the Egyptian Muslim Brotherhood, this charity set up an Islamic university in Gaza, as well as mosques, schools, and a library.
It was recognized as charity by Israel in 1979 and briefly given financial support. Also true. I mean, he will, I assume, mention that these guys were not exactly power players.
They also played an important role in providing healthcare and social services to Gazans, many of whom were still living in refugee camps. The heads of Islamic Center were rabidly anti-Semitic, but the Israelis were willing to tolerate them and, to a degree, even encouraged them for a very interesting reason. By the mid-70s, the Israeli government had been warned that Yassin was no traditional Muslim cleric. It was unlikely that he even had any formal Islamic training, and he seemed to be a lot more interested in politics than in faith. But for some Israeli officials, the political Islam of Yassin wasn't such a bad thing, because for them, it served as a counterweight to Israel's main enemies, the secular nationalists of the PLO. As a way of attempting to divide their Palestinian opponents, Israel officially recognized the Islamic Center as a legitimate charity, and
everything he said so far is completely correct here in this point. And I would even go so far as say, I mean, I guess he didn't mention that like Hamas in and of itself was like entirely, like they were nothing. And in 1988 as well, when they became more, like when they developed more political power by that point, they were still completely a marginal, completely powerless movement.
Even for a period, provided them with financial support. And without the benefit of hindsight, it isn't hard to see why they did this. At the time, it was the PLO who were carrying.
Without the benefit of hindsight, I mean, yeah, this is a story as old as time itself. It quite literally has identical parallels to the Mujahideen. Yeah, it has identical parallels to the Mujahideen, which were funded and radicalized by by the United States of America, even before like Ronald Reagan.
I'd say the Mujahideen case is a bit worse because I think the Mujahideen were already fighting when America gave them money, whereas Mujama al-Islamiyah were actually anti-violence when they were getting money from Israel. But it was a big deal.
Under Carter, because they thought that this would present a perfect opportunity against the communist Afghan government, which was also pretty ruthless in and of itself. So there was already plenty of interest.
I told our new editor on trial that we wouldn't make this a segment, but maybe we will. Fuck it. If you're watching, I guess I'll just DM them afterwards. But yeah, this should probably be a segment. Why not? Eh? Even though it's mostly just me getting angry at Hasan's chat. Hey, whatever.
On the ground to rise up against, from Islamists to rise up against the Afghan communist government, which then ended up turning into the Afghan civil war, Soviet invasion, yada, yada, yada. But also, the reason why I mentioned that, and the reason why, this is important to understand is because Western powers have been doing this for a very long time. Now, of course, modern Hamas, and I will admit this readily, easily, except Hamas is nowhere as fundamental as Al-Qaeda, both of whom are offshoots of their respective organizations. You are absolutely correct. Not only that, but also Hamas has a much greater interest in civil governance, whether by survival or genuine interest, I don't know. But Hamas has a much larger interest in civil governance than other significantly more radical Islamist factions in comparison to what Hamas is in modern day. Okay? Hamas's tactics.
No, he's right. In the past, that was the truth. That was the case. That's why they got their reputation. They got their like anti-corruption reputation, which was what they kind of like won the 2006 election on. Yeah, that's true. Now they don't give a fuck about civil governance because now they just use all the aid and they just use all the resources to make weapons. But no, they used to have a pretty good reputation. Yeah. Quite a well-earned one as well, because it's not like the occupying force was providing adequate services for these people. Yeah.
Are ruthless. They are brutal. This much is true. The brutality, however, has been adjusted due to the brutality of the occupation over the course of many, many years.
We spoke about that in DMs, me and my Mediterranean brother. We spoke about that in DMs. I agree to an extent. Like Yassin was literally radicalized towards violence against civilians because of an Israeli terror attack. But the extra dimension there is that Hamas isn't just there to fulfill the goals of Palestinians. They're there to fulfill the goals of Iran, of Qatar, Russia. They get funding from Russia as well. So the fact that they are backed by a lot of countries that are not oppressed, who don't care about Palestinians, then it does kind of change the nature of how they behave a lot. Yeah. That's why Palestinians in Gaza, it seems to be the case, don't feel very well represented by Hamas, at least from those polls that we saw. Imagination Scene, thanks for the £5. From all the streamers I've been watching currently, you have been quite balanced overall, so thank you for your service. Both sides. Naomi Chan, thanks for the $5. Suggestion for the video title: Loner goes off on Hasan's chat. That's probably like a really good title, actually.
Anyway, I feel like there's this part is going to be really interesting to see what he says, but I am a firm believer that there would never ever be a real, robust, viable Hamas or Islamic Jihad if it was not for the Israeli government. Not because they funded it or whatever, I'm not even saying that, but specifically because Israel showed the Palestinian people time and time again that if you collaborate with us, we'll fuck you over. You won't get anything. We will keep dangling the two-state solution in your fucking face as an effort to neuter all of your popular movements. We will neuter your popular movements. We will never give you anything. We will continue building settlements in the West Bank, and there's not really anything you can do about it. And then we'll take your secular parties that were once popular, once they've become significantly unpopular, we will take them under our security apparatus and use them as oppressive forces against the Palestinian population, as is what the Palestinian Authority does on this very day.
I don't necessarily agree with the wording there, but I think that the general thesis is like, it's kind of what I make at the end of the video, with the way I say that Hamas, whether intentionally or not, probably unintentionally, do kind of help the Israeli right a little bit, because they always get to say, keep electing us because we're the security guys. We're the security guys. Keep us going. No peace process. Fuck these people. They're crazy. You just need security. Just need more security. That's like basically Netanyahu's fucking legacy. And that there is a kind of like mutually beneficial status quo there between Hamas and the Israeli right. Yeah. I don't think the blame for there being no two-state solution is entirely on Israeli leadership. there are a lot of external events that caused that. There are a lot of internal divisions within both Israel and Palestine that failed the two-state solution. Yeah. But Palestine has never accepted any agreement. Well, the only final settlement they were offered was kind of dog shit. Again, Taba came 1 year after Camp David. It was making progress, much more progress than Camp David had, with much more was being elaborated on with refugees. The land settlement was a lot more fair, I think. But the violence had already reached too much, had gone too far. That's partly, Arafat's partly to blame for that. And when Sharon got elected, he ditched the agreement. Again, it wasn't Arafat who walked away from Taba or Geneva or the Arab Peace Initiative. That was Sharon. So, but again, sure, you probably wouldn't have had Sharon were it not for the Second Intifada, and you partly have Arafat to blame for the Second Intifada. So, it's just, yeah, there was it was a whole constellation of fucking shit show that caused that to fail. I don't think it's just like Israel was like scheming to destroy the two-state solution. It's just that the political will wasn't really strong enough on the side of Israel, partly. I don't know. There was lots of sabotage efforts. Hamas were trying to sabotage it as well as the Israeli right. So, can you blame Arafat for the Intifada? It seems like it would have happened without him. Well, it seems like the Palestinians and the PLO who were amassing arms before the Second Intifada was not Arafat's wing. It was the Tanzim. It was the younger guard, like Marwan Barghouti and those people who were becoming a lot more militant and preparing for militant action towards 2000. Arafat's failure, definitely in hindsight, was that he believed the Intifada would get him a better deal. It would force Israel to give them a better deal. And he didn't do anything to stay the violence, like nothing at all. Problem was that the IDF also adopted an ethos of ramping up violence, and especially after the tunnel riots in 96, the IDF adopted this policy of being very, very hard, like strong and militant when it came to dealing with Palestinians, like very firm, that to the point that they were even doing military exercises to prepare to occupy Area A. Like they were, the IDF took a very no-nonsense approach in 96 onwards. So you've got that combined with the violence on the PLO side not being very, not being contained at all. And then you just have this and then it escalates outside of either side's control. And then that was the perfect conditions for someone like Sharon to get elected by Israel, because every time there's a huge terror attack in Israel, they turn to the right. So when they turn to the right, they pick a leader like Sharon, who is not interested in negotiating. But at that point in 2001, 2, and 3, Palestinians were at the negotiating table, but Sharon wasn't. So, there's a whole. I'm maybe going to talk to our friend Dustin about this with the Camp David stuff and the Second Intifada, because I read like quite a lot about it over the last couple of days from that Jeremy Pressman guy. I think he gives a much more. It's like his explanation for why the peace process failed in that period makes a lot of sense to me. Like I'm starting to get it now. Yeah.
Here's some money for a haircut.
At what point could the PA just pursue statehood unilaterally? Well, before the Second Intifada, there were some people in the PA who wanted to do that. They wanted to unilaterally declare independence. And what's interesting is that it was Arafat and the leadership that decided not to do it. Because right after Camp David, a lot of people don't know this, right after Camp David, the PLO reopened communications with America and Israel over negotiations like within the same month, like immediately afterwards. And that was what laid the foundations for beginning the Taba Accords, the Taba Summit. And they also warned Sharon not to visit the Temple Mount, even though we saw Barak saying the Temple Mount visit was used as the excuse to start the Intifada. But then it's like, if it was, why did PLO leaders tell him not to do it? Why did they say it was a bad idea? If it happening would have actually benefited them. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. But yeah, well, maybe we'll have a more in-depth talk about that, because maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed something. The quote from Arafat's wife in 2011 is pretty damning, but it doesn't really add up with what we knew at the time, which is why I need to look more into it. But I'm kind of starting to understand now why like the failures of Oslo all the way through. Kind of, it's making a lot more sense to me now. George with the $79.99 Australian. Thank you so much for the incredibly generous. Whoa, here's some money for a haircut. I suppose I should do that, shouldn't I? Even though this is very cozy in the winter, you know? It's very, very cozy.
They did this with the earlier versions of this were absolutely happening with the PLO as well. There was always violence that the Israeli government absolutely egged on, sectarian violence.
Violence?
That is the Israeli government absolutely egged on between Islamist factions like Hamas versus the PLO and other secular formations. Not only that, but I will take it one step further.
The
irony now is that as awful as Hamas is, or as ruthless and as brutal as Hamas is, which I will always recognize is a byproduct of the brutality of this occupation. What?
Okay.
The irony of the matter is that Fatah, at a certain point, literally arrested under the Israeli Authority, under the recommendation of Israel, the leader of the PLFP, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, a Marxist-Leninist formation. They arrested him.
Mm-hmm.
The people that pushed for his release were Hamas.
Dude, yeah.
So even the modern day Hamas does not resemble the same Islamists, even though their leaders are, certainly, even though their leaders are, and there's a lot of internal rift within Hamas as well, that the modern day Hamas being compared to ISIS is completely ridiculous, absolutely unacceptable. I do not agree with that. That is factually incorrect. This does not mean that they're good, mind you, but it certainly gets lost in the sauce, and I think it's like a mechanism to propagandize. It's like
didn't Israel fund Hamas after Black September and the Munich massacre? They recognized them as a charity in '79, and the funding would have been between '79 and '84 when Yassin was arrested. Is my deduction from that. I've never actually read a particular thing describing the exact window when the funding happened, but based on what I've read, it seems to be the case because Yassin was arrested for stockpiling arms in '84 or '85.
Looking at that and making that comparison is like looking at Israel and saying they're Nazi Germany. The violence that Israel subjects Palestinians to is certainly nowhere near the same level of violence that Nazis subjected Jewish people to. There are comparisons you can make, but you can't say that it's a one-to-one comparison in the same way that Hamas and ISIS are not only diametrically opposite to one another, especially because while they are both coming from other larger Islamist fundamentalist groups, Hamas being Muslim Brotherhood, their allegiances with global partners have been with literal Shias, with Iran. Hezbollah is Shia, Iran is Shia. Their current regional ally that is rising to the occasion is the Shia Houthi government that is sending missiles, which I did not even know, from fucking space. Which is crazy to think about, especially when
they sending them from
the fact that
space?
they were under blockade not that long ago.
I didn't know that. Are they sending these missiles from space? The Houthis? The Houthis went to space. I didn't know that. I thought they were just sending shit. Oh, I guess because you would have to go into there's long range, right? No, they're not. Is it just like into the fucking stratosphere and then back down? Space JDAMs. The IDF intercepted one in space. Bro, stop. It's not that important.
So, that's right.
I know ICBMs do that.
And the missiles that they're spending.
My assumption is that the Houthis do not have ICBMs. That's my very limited military expertise is telling me that that the Houthis don't have ICBMs. Do they? Stop.
Sending to Israel literally go all the way up to fucking space. It's crazy. Anyway, why did I bring all this up? Because Al-Qaeda and even the Taliban, as a matter of fact, which also has a responsibility of civil governance in comparison to the contemporaries that the Taliban is compared to, is still significantly more Islamist, like way more interested in a Sharia regime, if you want to call it that, or an Islamist regime in its civil governance in comparison to Hamas. That's why when you go to Gaza, for example, there's plenty of women that don't have any fucking headscarves. There's literally fucking Christian Palestinians that are able to pray in their own Christian churches and shit. If there was a comparison that you could make between the motivations of Hamas being like an Islamist fundamentalist one, especially one that like is similar to ISIS or Al-Qaeda, then they wouldn't be killing ISIS and Al-Qaeda operatives that have tried to garner influence. Now, it could be from the reason why they've killed ISIS and Al-Qaeda militia inside of Gaza could be potentially because they want to be the only game in town. Certainly, it could be out of again, self-preservation. But ultimately, the way that they have, the way that they've continued on their civil.
He's talking for another 3 minutes before. Okay. He won't mind, will he?
Governance side has at least leads me to believe that while they are understandably declared a terror cell because they are targeting civilians as well, sometimes due to the fact that they do not have enough, they do not have guided munitions, they are not in any way, shape, or form comparable to ISIS, who had very different motivations. This is a very important fact, though. Why? Why is this a very important fact to understand? Because when you understand this fact, you also have to come to the conclusion that the greatest way to destroy Hamas does not come from violence. Violence only makes super Hamas. Violence only makes Hamas more violent. The greatest way to end the influence of Hamas upon the Palestinian population is by going to a time when they didn't have any fucking Hamas. Their Hamas had no influence whatsoever, and there was no reason for there to be a violent emancipatory movement because, you know, they were dealing with the Palestinians in a negotiations process, at least at the time people thought earnestly, when it wasn't.
Carrying out attacks against civilians, whilst the Islamic Center was completely peaceful. This would come to an end in 1984 when the Israelis discovered that Yassin and others had been secretly stockpiling weapons in one of their mosques. He was jailed only to be released a year later as part of a prisoner exchange. In 1987, Yassin and 6 other members of Islamic Center founded a small paramilitary party called Hamas. Their formation would take place right in the wake of the First Intifada, which was a 6-year period of intense protest and violence, mostly born out of Palestinian frustration at the lack of progress towards statehood.
That and also the violent subjugation and humiliation that had already started at this point, including the pivotal moment where 4 Palestinians were killed by a trucker that ran them over, and then the subsequent protests against that turned incredibly violent. Once again, Israel ramping up the fucking violence, always and forever. Something to remember, always. This is not happening as a consequence of this is not happening randomly, okay? This is not happening randomly. Sabra and Shatila not even getting a mention. That was a massive spur on many Palestinian events that followed. Also true as well. So gross and so gruesome that punishments were even, light punishments were even doled out internally for the massacre. These are all incredibly violent acts that Palestinians are experiencing. It's a different country, doesn't matter. These are still Palestinians. Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon is still housing Palestinians. You think they don't fucking hear about what's going on? You don't think that they hear that the IDF has allowed psychopathic Christian fascist militias to literally go into a Palestinian refugee camp to kill Hamas members in an identical fashion, where the only thing that they're doing at that point is literally blocking off all the exits, allowing them to slaughter babies and women. Literally, if you've ever heard someone talk about a pregnant woman having their child cut out of their body, okay, while the child is still alive, that's from Sabra and Shatila.
Oh no, not Sabra Shatila. Not the thing that I did or defended or whatever the fuck the claim is. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What did I miss? Yassin and others had been secretly stockpiling. The Islamic Center was completely peaceful. This would come to an end in 1984 when the Israelis discovered that Yassin and others had been secretly stockpiling weapons in one of their mosques. He was jailed only to be released a year later as part of a prisoner exchange. In 1987, Yassin and 6 other members of Islamic Center founded a small paramilitary party called Hamas. Their formation would take place right in the wake of the First Intifada, which was a 6-year period of intense protest and violence, mostly born out of Palestinian frustration at the lack of progress towards statehood.
That and also the violent subjugation and humiliation that had already started at this point, including the pivotal moment where 4 Palestinians were killed by a trucker that ran them over, and then the subsequent protests against that turned incredibly violent. Once again, Israel ramping up the fucking violence, always and forever. Something to remember, always. This is not happening as a consequence of this is not happening randomly, okay? This is not happening randomly. Sabra and Shatila not even getting a mention. That was a massive spur on many Palestinian events that followed. Also true as well. So gross and so
Sabra and Shatila was in Lebanon. This is a video about Gaza. You Hasan chatter. I know why they're saying that. I've spoken about Sabra and Shatila in another video, but and they don't recall defending it in that video either, or indeed at any time. as far as I know, even the Christians in Lebanon typically don't defend Sabra Shatila. I've heard that some of them will say that the IDF actually did it. There probably are some people who think that like the Palestinians deserved it because of Jemail and because of what was the one that came before it? Damour. But then Damour happened after Karantina, so it's like I don't know. There were a lot of massacres in the Lebanese civil war, but I think Sabra Shatila was definitely the more egregious one.
Gruesome that like punishments were even light punishments were even doled out internally for the massacre. These are all incredibly violent acts that Palestinians are experiencing. It's different country, doesn't matter. These are still Palestinians. Palestinian refugee camp in Lebanon is still housing Palestinians. You think they don't fucking hear about what's going on? You don't think that they hear that the IDF has allowed psychopathic Christian fascist militias to literally go into a Palestinian refugee camp to kill Hamas members in an identical fashion, where the only thing that they're doing at that point is literally blocking off all the exits, allowing them to slaughter babies and women. Literally, if you've ever heard someone talk about a pregnant woman having their child cut out of their body, okay, while the child is still alive, that's from Sabra and Shatila.
Yep.
That's where that story comes from. That's where that happened.
It's like fucking kid hiding underneath the corpses of their dead parents. Yeah. Those Christians were pretty fucking insane.
They send in the psycho fucking No, his father is not a phalangist. Shut the fuck up. You're just saying that because he's a Christian Lebanese. I don't think his father is a phalangist. Shut up.
Yes.
Ridiculous.
Hasan versus left-wing racism. Let's go. He knows. They're going to spam him with the tweet now. I love it. Okay, let's go. No, Hasan.
Anyway,
you haven't seen this. Obviously,
if you look at the situation, if you look at all of the events that unfolded, and you don't really talk about or focus on in any capacity, Phalangists were attached to the IDF by that time. Yes, they also murdered Shia Lebanese there. Yes, also true. Listen,
Syrians, or was that Karantina?
If you don't focus on the atrocities committed by Israel at this point against Palestinians, then yeah, you're probably going to think like, oh, they just wanted freedom, and it's kind of fucked up that like maybe they were getting a little too violent in their interest in gaining emancipation, in their interest in gaining freedom. But I mean, it's
the leader of the Sabra and Shatila massacre was assassinated in 2002. I think it was like maybe just over 100 fighters who went in, but I'm pretty sure none of them. Karantina. Sorry, I don't think any of them received any repercussions. I think they completely got away with that, as far as I know. Maybe some people got assassinated, but 150 fires. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
It's far more than just that. Although it is just to engage in an emancipatory act, the violent conditions that Israel subjected Palestinians to, both inside of the areas that they had occupied at this point, but also even outside of the areas that they occupied, or even in countries, neighboring countries, was unimaginably cruel.
Israelis battled with the youth of the Intifada, then PLO dominated. The Islamic movement was being allowed to grow. In the hope of breaking the unity of the Intifada, the Hamas trend was ignored.
By this point, they controlled just under half of all the mosques in Gaza, and they were able to use the charity's institutions as a cover for their operations, a tactic they still employ to this day. Politically, they were rejectionists. They opposed any negotiations or compromises with Israel, and instead argued that the Jewish state should be obliterated and replaced with a single Islamic state.
This part is true, but I think it's also important. I hope he will mention that, like, due to their attitude, they were unpopular. This is very important. Due to this attitude, they were one of the few rejectionist parties, and therefore completely and utterly removed from any semblance of real power.
Yep. State of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. As for their opinion,
still defending fascists, I hope you're talking about. You're not talking about me. I hope.
Uh-oh.
Is the inherently violent view in this case not so different than the people who say some people are bad and do crimes? Jank's view on crime? Yes.
On the Jews, I think their founding charter, along with their recent actions, makes it pretty unambiguous. I don't really know the rules about reading out terrorist manifestos on YouTube, so you can...
The day of judgment will not come about until Muslims fight Jews and kill them. Then the Jews will hide behind rocks and trees, and the rocks and trees will cry out, "Oh Muslim, there's a Jew hiding behind me, come and kill him." Zionism scheming has no end, and after Palestine, they will covet expansion from the Nile to the Euphrates River when they finish digesting an area on land which they've laid their hands, yada, yada, yada. So, here's the thing.
He's not going to say they updated the charter, is it? Because that's not really a good way to... It doesn't really get Hamas off the hook. Whoopsie, if he says it. Well, otherwise, won't need to make the argument.
I need to repeat this again.
Uh-oh.
I don't know about unpopular. Yassin was a key figure / spiritual leader of the first Intifada. Politically, they were nothing. Yep. They were nothing. At this point, there were still, especially because there were still people who were interested in violently resisting against Israel. There were, those Intifadas did not happen with like Hamas militants.
He said terrorist manifesto as being disgusted. He's a fucking racist scum. He's I mean... This person is so unbelievably white. This person gets fucking sunburn in the middle of the night in Norway in the winter. Indoors. How do you... Why does this person even get out of bed in the morning? What's the point? Like...
Those were regular old Palestinian citizens. Okay? Those were normal Palestinians that were fucking fighting back against a brutal occupation.
Hasbara. Pause this in Jesus. Now, Hamas did not win over the Palestinian...
Thank you. There you go. Suck my dick, chatter.
...public right away. In 1989, they were supported by less than 3% of the people living in Gaza. Though they would slowly gain... We're in sync.
In 1989, fewer than 3% of Palestinians in Gaza, where Hamas would prove strongest, supported the organization. In the days before the Oslo Accords were signed in 1993, only 16.6% of Palestinians in Gaza identified with Hamas politically, and only 10% of the West Bank. This figure was much smaller when it came to active supporters. The journalist Zaki Chahab claimed the Hamas military wing only...
Me and Hasan, we're like that. We're like that.
Had 20 machine guns when it began its campaign of terrorism as the Intifada wound down. For much of the 1990s, the military wing never reached 100 total...
I'm sorry. Do you know how like the biggest... Do you know the biggest problem some of these cunts have with me? This chat, sorry. Is that it's only a minority in this chat as well. Some of them seem to be quite nice. It's like... The big thing, the first big fucking deal these guys had with me was that I defended aristocracy, who's apparently a Zionist fucking scum apartheid. But if I'm also a Zionist, pro-apartheid, genocide denier, whatever, and Hasan's defending me, doesn't that make him, shouldn't in the eyes of his community, that make him that kind of, as much of a problem as well? Why isn't Hasan a apartheid defending an apartheid defender who defends an apartheid defender? Why is the chain not ending? Why is he not getting fucking fired on in the defenseception? Why isn't Bad Empanada fucking on a endless schizoid retarded crusade against Hasan? Drooling over his fucking iPhone screen on Twitter at 3 in the morning. Telling lies about him and shit. Why isn't he doing that to Hasan? Because Hasan's defending me. He's defending me like twice now. That's a fucking nail in the coffin, apparently. I don't know. I don't understand, are you and Hasan friends or not? We only started talking like a week ago in DMs. Do you feel defended? Actually, yeah. Because I don't mind him getting fucking mad about the disagreements or I don't mind him doing that, even if I don't think if I don't agree with all the critiques. I don't mind that part. That part's fine. The thing I don't like is when people fucking pigeonhole each other into positions they don't have, into like the branding. I don't like you're a Zionist, you're a fucking genocide denier. I don't like any of that shit, because once that badge is on you, everything you say is turned into like evidence of that, even if it's like completely floppy bullshit, right? That's why, as much as I was very mean to Hasan about his Ukraine takes, I never called him a Russia defender. I don't think that's what he is. I even stopped short of calling him a tanky. Even though I think his opinions on China are very tanky adjacent. I don't think that's like I don't think that really sums him up in the same way that it would sum up someone like Second Thought. So, I don't know. So yeah, I do feel fairly defended here. Campist? I think that probably fits him. Yeah. I think he's a bit of a campist. Yeah.
Total fighters.
In support over the 90s, they were still a long way from taking power. What kept them at bay in this period more than anything else was the optimism of the peace process.
Yes. Okay, this is 100% correct. Yes. So here's why that's important to understand. Because, of course, a violent rejectionist movement was not going to be considered serious at all. Understandable, however, that it existed because it's still a fucking occupation. It's still an apartheid. There's still a shit ton of violence that is happening as a consequence of this against Palestinians. That's why Sabrin still is important. That's why understanding how the first Intifada happened is important, right? You can't just like glance over and be like, oh, they just wanted rights, so they started fucking violently reacting. That's not true, okay? A murder took place. No real legal recourse was occurring for said murder because the victims were Palestinians. Palestinians rose up. There were strikes, mass strikes. There's still freedom of movement leading up.
The first Intifada was the trigger was definitely the killing. But I think the gist of the first Intifada was that there was a frustration about a lack of progress for statehood. I'm pretty sure that was, yeah. I don't know.
To this moment. There's still freedom of movement between Gaza, West Bank, and Israel proper.
Yeah, well, if we're going to go by the Wikipedia. Well, it was motivated by collective Palestinian frustration over Israel's military occupation of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. It's probably a better way to put it, the military occupation, because that implies all the violence and the fucking suffering and shit. Yeah.
At this point, Palestinians and Israelis, not just the Palestinian citizens of Israel, but like Palestinians that don't have Israeli citizenship are allowed to go to Israeli schools. Israelis are allowed to go to Palestinian schools. Like, there is significant more collaboration. They're like still second-class citizens now. However, while they're still second-class citizens, their situation is not as dire. So for them, they're of course going to push back and be like, what the fuck are you doing? You're like, you killed our people. Like, that's completely unacceptable. And they fought back.
Yeah. They did.
Okay. They fought back, some of which had more violent and also anti-Semitic interests.
The first Intifada, I can see why people at the time of the 90s would have had an interest in arming up for a second Intifada, because the first Intifada was probably one of the first times when Palestinians got like a lot of sympathetic attention on the world stage. So I've heard from like Khalidi, especially with all those pictures, because there were so many of these pictures, almost like similar to the civil rights kind of iconography with the pictures of these like little kids, little 5-year-olds throwing stones at tanks. So the whole underdog under occupation was like that image was sold really well in the first Intifada, whereas the second Intifada was all about suicide bombings in the media.
Certainly. But to say that that was the case for the broader Palestinian liberation movement throughout any point in history, with the exception of, I guess, like fucking 1948, like, the boundaries shifted, things changed. Şey periyodu var. Her yere kanıyor. Evet. Gerçekten mi? Sen en son gördüğünden beri büyüdü. My dad says she's grown so much.
Oh.
Ben yedim bile. That last chatter literally uses the same name they use for jerk off in what Joe IE in video requests, and all of his preferred models are Jewish. One's name was Squirt Mitzvah, and I had the X out of there. Don't make me read this right now, Lamau. Oh my god. Ne istiyorsun baba yemek? Okay.
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 I forgot what JOI is. Is it jerk off instructions? Is that what it is? I just says, tamam.
There's going to be...
Love you, Hasan Abi.
I don't envy whoever has to edit this segment. In 1993, the PLO leader Yasser Arafat and the Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin signed the...
By the way, you guys understand why I think it's like, why I say what I say about Hamas in general now, right? Like, I don't think he's making that argument either, by the way. I think he's like been pretty fair thus far.
Hey.
Damn, Mott's clapped that guy who was saying some anti-Semitic shit in the chat before I could get to him.
Hey.
But like that's why I think it's like ridiculous. That's why I think it is ridiculous to look at Hamas as any like serious influence, having any sort of serious influence on the ground when, or like changing the slogan of "From the River to the Sea, Palestine will be free" to mean like we're gonna violently remove all Jews. When even in 2017, 52% of Palestinians said that they wanted a two-state solution. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? Really? You think that's what 52% of Palestinians?
I'd imagine that number is very low right now. I don't know. It wasn't too low in Gaza just recently, but yeah.
Palestinians who said they want a two-state solution, even after everything that had happened thus far, the fact that they were so endlessly charitable to the Israeli government is unimaginable to me. I would not be able to. I'll be honest with you. If a government had historically wronged me in such violent ways and I was living under an apartheid regime, I don't think I'd be as open-minded as Palestinians are to a two-state solution. 100%. I'm sorry. I'll be very honest. I would not. And I don't think you would either, by the way. There's no way you can comprehend that. There's no way you can understand what that's like. You can't. Unimaginable.
Is Arafat the good guy?
At that point, it's a means.
In leadership, they're not really any good guys. Not for the leadership, no. I would not say that.
Survival, too. Anyway, let's continue.
Oslo Accords, the first of a series of negotiations that saw the creation of a Palestinian government.
Yeah, I mean, the Oslo Accords were shit.
Ooh.
It was always, everything was shit. Everything from the peace process from 1993 onward is shit. And it's literally, like, maybe the major difference here is that, like, at least Palestinians are represented as opposed to not, which is how it went for the longest time. But also, what is this? Barnaby Rain absolutely bodies Rees-Mogg on here?
Into an open app.
You want to see Barnaby Rain quoting Churchill to Rees-Mogg? Here it is. And no one to watch. Not at least Jacob denied the Palestinians have been ethnically cleansed, and Barnaby then asked him why he thinks Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas in the world. Okay, we'll do that in a second.
Oh.
I got to get my dad food. It wasn't in our best interest at all. No, of course not. I've said this before. I think some Palestinians regard Yasser Arafat as a fake Egyptian, lying dog shit CIA asset who sold out the Palestinian population so he could make dollars.
Okay. There was a term that they used for him, that the Tanzim used for him. What the fuck was it? What was it? I don't think I'm going to remember. The younger nationalists. I don't remember. They had a really funny name for the older PLO, like Tunisia guys, who came back after 93 for the Oslo Accords. I don't remember.
Okay. Now, I don't have such words for him.
Yeah, the hotel. It was like the hotel activist or some shit. Yeah. Something like that. It's funny that you'd think there'd be more people saying that about the leaders of Hamas, but... What the fuck? Oh yeah, the person asking me to explain this. Loner Box was the reason I got into misinformation in 2016. He broke down everything in a way that finally helped me understand being a Weasley little liar, dude. The streamer is not your friend. He's not a streamer. He's a he fell right into it. He's a persuader, a leader, and a mentor. Loyal to the EU. Okay. Okay.
I'm looking at the situation from the outside. Now, at that point, they love him, right? At this point, they love him. And there are still plenty of, it's the worst. The worst thing that you can call Yasser Arafat is, of course, the worst thing you can call him, Egyptian, which is what I've heard people call him before. But anyway, I personally think that there is some truth to, obviously, Western involvement, the fact that he always avoided the top of the hour ad break. Okay, and you can too by subscribing for $5 or for free with Twitch Prime.
Okay. Well done. Nice one. That was a good move. Good move, Hasan. 10 out of 10. Okay.
Anyway, what was I saying about Arafat? So, shit. Oh, I do think.
Oh, this was it. They called them the luxury hotel activists. The Tanzim, the younger, more militant people in Feta, they called them the luxury hotel activists. There you go. Skip. Okay, where are we? Where are we going back to the video? Okay, we are fucking miles off. Oh, here we go.
So, I don't think he was like a piece of shit American dog who is Egyptian in nationality and Egyptian in soul, who fucked over Palestinians deliberately. Even though at the end of the day, Palestinians did get fucked over, but it wasn't because it wasn't Arafat that fucked over Palestinians. It was still Israel. You know what I mean?
And would, people had hoped, begin the path to a two-state solution. Over in Israel, this process was deplored by the right wing. Protests organized by the Likud party and...
I mean, dude, even if you look at this, by the way, this is so funny. Even if you look at the Oslo Accords, like fucking Wikipedia page, okay?
Yeah.
Or Camp David, or any other, I mean, Oslo Accords being what he's discussing here. Even if you look at the conditions, you're like, this is unacceptable. It's completely unacceptable. Outline of the peace plan here. Stated goals of the Oslo Accords were, among other things, Palestinian interim self-government, not the Palestinian Authority, but the Palestinian Legislative Council, and a permanent settlement of unresolved issues within 5 years based on Security Council resolutions 242 and 338. Although the agreements recognize the Palestinian legitimate and political rights, they remain silent about their fate after the interim period. The Oslo Accords neither define the nature of the post-Oslo Palestinian self-government and its powers and responsibilities, nor do they define the borders of the territory it would eventually govern. Like, this is the greatest peace deal that you could put together for the Palestinians, really? This is like, that's it? Not to mention Israel never implemented the Oslo Accords fully either, so it doesn't even fucking matter. Israel consistently was like, oh yeah, dude, let's do a deal, okay? Let's do a deal, dog. Come on, let's do a deal. Come on. And then they'd be like, fuck you, no deal, Yeah, we'll do a deal. We'll do a deal. I promise we'll do a deal. Boom, fucking Netanyahu comes in. He's like, deal, get the fuck out of here. Ran against destroying it. Literally waited for the governing boundaries of this deal to eradicate before ever engaging in anything else. It's just, most Palestinians reject the Oslo Accord for understandable reasons.
That clip where Netanyahu is bragging about how he fucked the Oslo Accords, I think what he's referring to is that they redefined military installation because they would get to hold on to military stuff. And that, I think in Camp David, that translated to Jordan Valley, because to them holding on to the Jordan Valley for that lease of like 6 to 21 years. Yeah. I think that's what he's referring to. And he also rammed up the settlement expansion when he was in. And also the tunnel riots. I think it was under Netanyahu when the IDF started to adopt a more, to increase their no-nonsense policy on dealing with Palestinian protesters, which basically meant they were trying to be more armed and they were intensifying their military exercises. Yeah. So I mean, even that act in itself, like opening that tunnel in the Muslim Quarter to the wall, that was a big problem as well. Because it was kind of like, well, this is the prime minister who believes East Jerusalem should never go to the Palestinians. And we're like, it's supposed to be 2 years. Tunnels weren't until 2000s? No, you're wrong. The tunnel riots were in 1996. Google it. Wikipedia it. Cuck. The Western Wall tunnel riots were 96. This was under Netanyahu. This construction project was actually rejected by Sharon and by Perez because they didn't. They thought it would be too provocative because it would hurt the peace process. Netanyahu was like, "Yes, I will do it." Faith, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Oh my god, thank you so much. That's so generous. What the hell?
But it was the only genuine effort by Israel towards a two-state solution, and Rabin got murked for it because I need you to understand something here, okay? The conditions of this deal was dog shit, okay? The conditions of this deal was absolutely fucking dog shit. And if you listen to Rabin's own words when he talks to the Israeli government, the Israeli Knesset, or Israeli people in general, maybe because he really wanted to get this done and maintain his popularity, okay? Or maybe because he just legitimately didn't think that Palestinians were ever going to get a state, he openly stated time and time again.
Is he about to quote?
Time and time again that it was not going to be a real state. There was not ever going to be a real Palestinian state. I think the term...
I've heard this claim that Rabin's last speech to the Knesset was about how there will never be a Palestinian state, but I've never been able to actually find that, or if it might be misinterpreted. If anyone has that, they can show it to me, but it's true. So why did Arafat sign the agreement? He signed it because Oslo could have translated into 2 states. It wasn't impossible. It was just... I think the big problem with Oslo was that they got their representation from the PA. And the Palestinian National, whatever the fuck. But it didn't really improve anyone's lives. Like, not really. And in fact, actually, some people's lives got worse. Some people's lives got worse because suddenly they had to build all these extra roads and systems to connect Area C and disconnect them from areas A and B. And that actually made life a lot more difficult for Palestinians. I think economic well-being actually got a little bit worse in a lot of areas, especially East Jerusalem. Like, economic activity in East Jerusalem got fucked because of that for the Muslim areas. So... And I think it was in the mid-90s after Oslo when those evictions in Jerusalem happened as well, like 2,000 of them over a few years. So that's probably one thing, is that life didn't really get that much better under Oslo. And in some cases, it actually got worse. So the optimism was kind of doomed to drop at that point.
He used was like, what, state negative? Something lesser than a state.
So I think I would imagine, maybe I'm wrong. I would imagine that would be in reference to them being militarized, but I don't know.
I like that. Imperialist donated $5, says, hi, I'm Palestinian. 99.99 Palestinians love Yasser Arafat more than anything else. Not true. Come on, dog. And they don't regard him as a fake Egyptian. Also not true. I mean, I have heard that. Most Palestinians, though, think that Arafat did a mistake and was manipulated by signing the Oslo Accords. Also true. As opposed to what this guy said, Rebel 2, Hasan Abi, I'm a Palestinian. It's a lie. 52 agreed to 2-country solution. And most of us hates Arafat except beneficiaries of the Palestinian Authority. So this part I don't agree with. But this part...
I'm just so, like... hi, I'm Palestinian, and most of us think like this. It's like, I don't trust that at all. Everything I see from Palestinian opinion is that they are so all over the shop when it comes to agreeing on certain things. That's why all these every opinion has like 30% support, 40% reject, 20% don't care. Yeah, yeah, there's lots of that shit. Apart from maybe like, do they want Abbas to resign, you know? Then it's like 70, 80, 90%, yeah.
I do agree with. So a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B for both of you guys, okay?
Hi, I'm Palestinian and I am the Senate. Yeah.
I'm a bit of a centrist. Yeah, both sides, baby. Anyway, further redeployments of Israeli military forces to specified military locations will commence after the inauguration of the council will be gradually implemented to commensurate the assumption of responsibility for public order and internal security by the Palestinian police. During the further redeployment phases to be completed within 18 months of the date of inauguration of the council, powers and responsibilities relating to the territory will be transferred gradually to Palestinian jurisdiction that will cover West Bank and Gaza Strip territory except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations. First phase includes withdrawal from areas A and B. Redeployments from Area C would follow in subsequent phases. Area C means areas of the West Bank outside of areas A and B, which, except for the issues that will be negotiated in the permanent status negotiations, will be gradually transferred to the Palestinian jurisdiction in accordance with this agreement. No, the fuck they didn't, though. The issues that will be negotiated were Jerusalem, settlements, specified military locations, Palestinian refugees, borders, foreign relations, and Israelis, and powers and responsibilities not transferred to the council. By excluding Jerusalem and the settlements from the areas to be transferred to the Palestinians, Israeli presence, including military to protect them, would not change without a negotiated agreement. The accords also preserve Israel's exclusive control over the borders, the airspace, and the territorial Gaza waters. Does this seem like a legitimate deal to you? Is the question I must ask. You don't have a standing military. The occupying force that you are negotiating with is saying, you might have an internal police force, okay, with like some level of power, okay? But ultimately, you don't have anything. You don't have a right to return is a non-starter for the Palestinians that are outside of Gaza and the West Bank.
So this position changed, I think. This position changed in Taba. They were a lot more clear that there would be 5 places refugees could go to. They could either go to a Palestinian state. They could either pay to get them resettled in the Middle East. Some of them could go to Israel, and I think one of the others was willing third countries. I think Canada actually offered to be one at one point, and I don't know what else. Oh yeah, they also offered to recognize the pain and suffering endured by Palestinians as a result of 48. They were willing to recognize the Nakba to some degree, yeah, but. No, America. Maybe. I don't know. Because it would have been Clinton, so I don't know.
Hamas didn't agree. First of all, fuck Hamas.
Hey.
Hamas is nothing here. Like, Hamas's agreement or disagreement doesn't mean anything.
Damn.
I also personally believe that Arafat wanted to give anything to the Palestinians, 100%. Surely there was a bit of corruption, as is always the case, when dealing with the West. But I think that he did. I do legitimately think that he saw the writing on the wall and tried to do anything and everything he could for
7
any kind
minutes
of deal.
before
like,
we go back to the
kind of
video.
deal.
Okay, 1 second.
She believes that he was trying his best to give Palestinians something, and that if it wasn't for him, he might have not even had something to fight for now. Anyway, in order to guarantee public order and internal security for the Palestinians of the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, the Council shall establish a strong police force as set out in Article 14 below. Israel shall continue to carry the responsibility for defense against external threats, including the responsibility for protecting the Egyptian and Jordanian borders. So they don't have any control over their own borders. Israel's still maintaining a strong presence at the border, at the Jordanian border, with their own military, but also beyond that, they're also not only partitioning areas in the West Bank, but continuing to build settlements, which is a big part of this fucking negotiation, while also taking over additional land for military purpose. So it's completely unacceptable. And for defense against external threats from the sea and air as well. Oh yeah, it's for national security. The first step was a partial Israeli withdrawal from Gaza and Jericho and transfer some of the powers and responsibilities on civil matters to the interim Palestinian Authority, all to agree upon within 2 months from October 1993. Then Israeli troops would withdraw from the populated Palestinian areas, pave the way for Palestinian elections to establish the council. The council will replace Palestinian Authority and the Israeli civil administration in the West Bank and would be dissolved. Further redeployments of Israeli troops would follow upon the inauguration of the council as detailed in Protocol Annex 1 of the Accord. Article 1.5 of Oslo II reads, after the inauguration of the council, the civil administration in the West Bank will be dissolved, and the Israeli military government shall be withdrawn. 20 years later, however, the withdrawal of Israeli troops did not take place, and the civil administration still has permanent military presence in more than 80% of West Bank and areas B and C.
That's pretty cute. What the fuck? I can understand it. Is that Q? Of course it's Q. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, this has also been widely considered Treaty of Versailles Palestine edition. Permanent status negotiations about remaining issues would start not later than May 1996, 2 years after the signing of the Gaza-Jericho Agreement, and would be concluded before May 1999. And in opposition to Palestinian statehood, Edward Said said in an interview, Israel and the Western governments want Arafat to repress certain elements of his society. They want him to be a dictator. The mechanism of peace accord make this very clear. I am for peace. I am for negotiated peace, but this accord is not a just peace. Anyway, let's continue.
The Likud politician Benjamin Netanyahu led an anti-Rabin march which descended into a riot, with protesters chanting the words in
a three-state solution? Fuck anyone that says they want a three-state solution. I'm going to lose my fucking mind, dude. Yeah, how about a 10-state solution? How about a 20-state solution? Let's do a 4-state solution. Let's do area A, B, and C. Let's carve that out as well. So that's all 3 different states. And then let's put Gaza as the 4th state. Get the fuck out. And then Israel proper as the 5th state. So how about a 5-state solution? Fuck it. Give Lebanon to Israel too. How about a 1-state solution where Israel owns everything from fucking the river to the sea and also Transjordan and Lebanon? Fuck it. YOLO. Who cares? Am I right? Get the fuck out of here. What do you mean a 3-state solution?
To be fair, the demographics would be absolutely insane against Israel if they did that. If they took Lebanon and Jordan, yeah, let's go. I'll take that deal. They wouldn't stand a chance.
Fuck my cock. 1 state. That's it.
Oh, okay. It's too many states. The United States.
Yeah,
of
give
Palestine.
Israel Egypt and Lebanon and Jordan too.
God damn it.
What a ridiculous take, dude. Like 2 states. I'm trying to describe to you that Israel used the dangling of the carrot of the 2-state solution to continuously fucking build settlements and expand into the West Bank and partition the West Bank, which is internationally recognized Palestinian territory, Palestinian land, in an act of unjustifiable settler colonial violence. Okay, these guys are terrorists. They're settler terrorists engaging in an act of settler terrorism. While they kept saying like, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. We'll give you 2 states. Thank you, Comrade Leho. Exactly, because the truth is that it's already 1 state. It just needs to be democratic. It's not, there's no 2 different states here. Get the fuck out of here. What kind of autonomy have the Palestinians ever had? They never have had that. It's always been a lie. It's always been 1 state, an apartheid state, a state of Israel that brutally and unjustifiably destroys Palestinians. Some motherfuckers being like, I believe in a 3-state solution. Yeah, okay, dude, sure. How about 10 states? How about fucking 50-state solution?
I think the argument for I think the argument for 3 states is that there's never going to be any unity between not even that. That's maybe not the right way to put it. Yeah, it's just that like it would be non-contiguous. Like just having a bridge, a highway that connects Gaza to the West Bank is just kind of fucked. And also that's one argument, and the other argument is because of the political disunity between, because the West Bank and Gaza situation is so different right now. That they would be better to do it, and like instead of doing it unilaterally for both of them, is that some people argue you should actually advance statehood for one area that's more realistic, and then the other one, yeah, because it might be easier to give statehood to just Gaza or the West Bank. Yeah. But I don't know how convincing that is. I don't think it is. I don't think there's any political will for it on either side. No. Blood and fire, we will expel Rabin. When Netanyahu was warned about threats being made on Rabin's life and asked to moderate the tone of the protests, he declined.
Yeah,
Later that year, Rabin was assassinated by an Israeli ultranationalist after holding a rally in support of the peace process. Was Netanyahu engaging in stochastic terrorism? Discuss below. Hamas, on the other hand, fought against the peace process with actual terrorism. It's our favorite streamer, Dan Simpson. Fucking loner box. This guy definitely wants to put me in a camp. He wants to put me in a camp where I have to watch his streams as re-education. This absolute fucking psycho. Okay. In the early 90s, they decided to borrow a
Okay, see, no, I'm sorry. No. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. I think Israel is also engaging in an act of terror by continuing the occupation at this moment. No, I don't agree. Actual terrorism, if what Hamas is doing at this point is actual terrorism, which I guess he's like going to start talking about the second intifada, which is like...
I was comparing it to Netanyahu's stochastic terror. Okay, I don't really know if this is necessarily... This is a very... I think words have meaning, yeah. I don't know. I think that's a bit picky.
You know, terrorism in the way that we understand it from a Western lens, you know, suicide bombings on civilian areas, suicide bombings happening on you know, school buses and shit. That's ridiculous. If that's actual terrorism, then what Israel is doing is infinitely worse. No. I think that Israel at this point is an apartheid state. It certainly is violent in its maintenance of said apartheid state. This reaction to that is coming at the heels of a potential peace process being dangled in front of the Palestinians, but they're not stupid. They see it. They see that this is bullshit. Like the two-state solution is just simply the two-state solution is simply only causing more settlements to be built.
Tactic used by Hezbollah against the Israelis in Lebanon, known as suicide bombing. Their first attempt in 1993 was botched. The bomb had a flawed design which caused the blast to go up instead of out, so the only people who died were the bomber and one innocent Palestinian worker. RIP. But they would succeed with plenty more in the future, and they were soon killing between 30 and 70 people a year within Israel's borders. They publicly took credit for the bombings, describing them as revenge for decades of Palestinian deaths at the hands of Israelis, but
that's true. Like, is that not true?
You don't know where I'm going with the but. They have no idea where I'm going with the but. Like, okay. People tone policing me over the RIP thing. I'm sorry, a botched suicide bombing attempt where the bomb goes up instead of sideways 30 or 40 years later is kind of funny. I'm sorry. Like, obviously the worker did not deserve to die. Poor guy. But shit. Like...
I don't understand.
Yeah, what do you think? For the most part, it didn't sell. In 1996, over 70%.
This part is also true. I'm glad that he's talking about this. Okay.
Of Palestinians opposed the bombings and support. I love the halfway through a sentence interruptions. It's like, oh yeah, okay. For Hamas fell to 6%. The efforts of Hamas didn't immediately push people away from the peace process, but it did slow things down. And it also succeeded in
No. I mean, he gives like some
What did I even say? I was just looking at chat. But. Oh no, he said but.
That is true.
For the most part, it didn't sell. In 1996, over 70%.
This part is also true. I'm glad that he's talking about this. Okay.
Of Palestinians opposed the bombings, and support for Hamas fell to 6%. The efforts of Hamas didn't immediately push people away from the peace process, but it did slow things down. And it also succeeded in
No. I mean, he gives like...
I don't think anyone would disagree with that. The suicide bombings were a big reason for Netanyahu getting elected in 96, no? And he won by a pretty... Hang on. What was the election in 96? This was suicide bombing that did this, right? This was like, they were introduced to this new fucking terror and they were like, let's go right wing, let's go fucking mental. And yeah, look at this margin, like 30,000 votes. No, that is true. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Some information. Give some information that's all true. Like the violent retaliation to Israel in this situation in the hands of Hamas is still unpopular. Because they're still, in the eyes of Palestinians, like regardless of how shitty the fucking deal is, there's still a potential.
And it also fucked the work permit scheme as well. So it meant that Gazans were completely disconnected from Israel.
For peacemaking, potential for deal making. And every single time that this happened, in every single circumstance, there is a tremendous amount of violence that is...
He mixes lies with a bit of truth. What lies, dipshit?
Israeli state is subjecting Palestinians to that just completely gets lost here. If you only talk about what Hamas is doing at this point, you're skipping a shit ton of violence that Palestinians who are engaging in an act of civil disobedience are getting subjected to. The first intifada was fucking ruthless, and so was the second intifada. I don't agree with this. The first intifada was brutal to the Palestinian population, even without like the random indiscriminate acts of murder, which also happened. Like tens of thousands of...
Wrong by the 96 election, it was because of the attack on Lebanon. What was the attack on Lebanon in 96? Oh. Let's have a look. The ongoing Lebanon conflict. Oh, grapes of... Was it this? People blamed the right for Rabin's assassination due to the series of suicide bombings carried out in Israel and due to the failed military operation Grapes of Wrath conducted in Lebanon that caused many casualties among Lebanese civilians. A significant change occurred in the position of Israeli voters, which resulted in 50.5% voting for Netanyahu on the election day. The wiki's saying both, so I didn't actually know that this was part of the Netanyahu coming in, though. Grapes of Wrath. He intended to end rocket attacks. Interesting. Read the next sentence. A significant number of Israeli Arabs boycotted the elections amidst rising Lebanese Oh, they could have got damn. In addition, the intensive campaign conducted by Netanyahu versus the failed campaign of Perez, as well as the support Netanyahu got at last moment from Shabbat movement, were all in Netanyahu's favor. Well, you always learn something new, eh?
The people were severely, gravely wounded. And then also, there's another point here that is very important. I mean, I don't know what part he's talking about between 1993 and 2005, but the mosque shooting of Baruch Goldstein going into the mosque and shooting 29 people praying, throwing a fucking grenade and like wounding. I forget how many people he wounded, but there's a shit ton of incredibly gross, incredibly violent actions that take place in this time frame. I mean, this is...
There's this guy has said this like 4 times right now. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on... Fuck off.
I don't think I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to look at this as though it's like, oh, well, some guys were like, I hate peace. I'm going to fucking blow up a school bus or some shit. Like, it's not... That's not true. If you watch this, would you assume Israel literally did anything? Yeah, I mean, my takeaway, if I didn't know exactly what was going on, if I if I wasn't aware of the history, I would literally leave this thinking, well, Israel was pretty fair to the Palestinians. It does seem like, you know, maybe they were like lying a little bit in the negotiations process, at least so far. Maybe he'll change up after, but yeah.
I don't like from the massacres in the 50s. Well, I guess because I said they panicked and that was a big problem apparently. I don't know. Would you have got that impression? I don't think so. The Gaza refugee population, the poverty, the unemployment. Yeah, I don't know. Fuck.
I don't know. Two good vids on
You
the
heard the term intifada.
The first intifada when nonviolent protests.
He's
turned
there
violent,
again.
Israel explained.
Don't stop. Good Morty. Holy shit.
I like that the first intifada, look, the first intifada, fine. Second intifada, age restricted. Because that is what happened. That is literally what happened. They went from like strikes and stone throwing to age restricted shit. Yeah, killed 29 and injured 125 in the mosque attack. And yes, Israel's retaliation to the first intifada was insane, okay? I don't agree with I think that there's a lot more on this video. I think it's like historically accurate. I wouldn't say it's historically inaccurate. But I think it's good. I think it's a good video to give you like some of the basics, but it certainly is a good video to give you the basics if you know the history beyond just like what you were hearing in this video, because I do think that the framing of this makes it seem as though like Israel is kind of bad at times, but nowhere near as ruthless as they actually were.
Connecting the Gazan population from the state of Israel. In the mid-80s, nearly half of the people in Gaza had permits to...
What? Oh, why'd you ban that guy?
Oh, there he is again. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on loaner. Wait, I'm going to DM this person. I just feel like not enough people know, you know? How do I even? Okay. There we go. Now they know. Now they know that we know.
Funeral Leech says, Hasan, I'm getting tired of your immoral, pseudo-intellectual, populist propaganda and deception. Hamas murdering mothers and kidnapping their children is terrorism by definition, not resistance. Israel murdering children and kidnapping mothers, on the other hand, is perfectly valid and also dealing with terrorism and not an act of terror, even though Israel is the apartheid state in this circumstance. And those who live under an apartheid state are...
What's your take on the Gaza border protests? What, the March of Return? I think the UN report found that there was maybe like one of the people who died who was posing a substantial threat. Out of the fucking couple of hundred who died. So yeah, nah. I don't think people should call it a peaceful protest or whatever. But it's, yeah, there was attack. Yeah, I think didn't a bunch of IDF people actually walk after seeing that? Seeing how fucked people were being in that situation. Yeah, that was a really dark fucking moment. Yeah.
Simply supposed to take it up the ass the entire time and never actually fucking do anything.
Who's this
that
person?
Human beings are supposed to literally sit there and go, oh, thank you for destroying me. Thank you for killing my fucking uncle. Thank you for killing my entire family. This is perfectly cool. God forbid, I am a human being and recognize that like these conditions that I've been subjected to are brutal as fuck and there's no way out of it. Okay? You're so biased that you can't even call Hamas a terrorist organization. You're not any better than the conservatives you hate so much. And you're not speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza. Whereas Funeral Leech is. Funeral Leech, on the other hand, is speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza, which I assume just simply, unfortunately, have to die by the thousands. Right?
We're halfway through the video.
I like
just
that we're
over
literally
halfway.
talking about the conditions that created. I like that we're talking about the conditions that quite literally.
Jim Z. Thanks for the £5. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on Loanerbox. I suppose it is.
Literally created Hamas. And this...
All right, let's go. We need to speed up. 5%. To work in Israel, and unemployment was rarely higher than 5%. But by the mid-2000s, in response to the bombings, the number of permit holders fell to less than 7%. And by this point, in the wake of the Second Intifada, the peace process between Israel and the PLO was as good as dead, and Hamas became increasingly prominent. When Israel pulled out of southern Lebanon, it was widely believed
even in the Second Intifada, it wasn't that fucking...
that they were pushed out by Hezbollah, and Palestinians became increasingly convinced that violence would have a better chance of... Oh, now I'm getting fucking Twitch DMs. Okay. Does Lonerbox have family in the IDF? Like, I'm really important. Sometimes I'm just speechless, you know? Sometimes I actually don't really have anything witty to say. We just be. Of winning their freedom.
Wait, what happened? There's an upper limit. Okay. That is
still
actually
doing it.
Unironically exactly what they saw.
He's still doing it.
That is what happened. Yes.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm making the point. Yeah.
In the eyes of the Palestinians, they were like, we had 2 decades of fuck you from peace negotiations with the Israelis. The Americans don't have our fucking backs, even though, you know, Arafat and the Americans are chummies. Okay. And the only time Israel's actually dialed back their indiscriminate violence, literally, it was because there was a successful resistance movement. Why the fuck would Palestinians look at that and go, well, we're trying to deal with you peacefully and look what you're doing to us? Meanwhile, those motherfuckers are not, and they succeeded. Why would they ever look at the situation and go, yeah.
It's not fake. Oh no. Oh no. This means Badam Panada knew that Hasan was reacting to my video, and he was like, oh no, I need to sabotage the loader box Hasan peace person. Yeah, that's what he just had to. He had to do it. Like, I love it. That he had to just... Thanks for confirming that 99% of my criticisms are fucking insane. Oh, God. Donnie Skater with the £1.99. Love your content. Hey, you too. Hey. Who made that fake tweet? It was Bana Panada, of course. Because he's racist. Because I'm Lebanese Christian, he thinks that I must be a fucking phalangist. Because he's racist. He's a white racist who looks like a fucking Neanderthal who had a fucking iron, who fell asleep with an iron on his face.
We should keep doing the peaceful thing.
Him personally. Yeah, it was him personally. Because he was the first one to put that rumor out. Yeah. Freedoms. Though a majority of them still opposed Hamas's suicide attacks, the number was markedly lower than it had been 10 years earlier. In 2000...
Come on, dude. Yeah. 52% still say suicide attacks are unjustifiable. Come on. And at that
I feel like I'm kind of making his point that he agrees with, but he's just like, he's ascribing a different moral position to it. It's kind of weird. Yeah, I'm saying that the peace process failed. Lebanon, the violence of Hezbollah succeeded. Of course, Palestinians were going to think that violence is going to achieve more for them than peace will, than negotiations will. I'm just describing what happened and why the thinking shifted, but okay.
Point, there's like nothing remaining. There's not. What do they have?
Here
they
he
got
is
nothing.
again. It's coming. Whoop. Whoop.
Oh, dude. I mean, those numbers, if anything, those numbers literally show the majority still were against against these acts of violence. There was no period of time prior to 1948 that the Arab Palestinian population had sovereignty over what we know as Israel today. Oh, dude, Hasbara talking points are popping off.
Uh-oh.
Okay. Doesn't matter. Okay? Before 1948, there's no fucking Israel either. Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you mean? Before 1948, you know what it was called? Isn't real, dog. That's what it was fucking called. Dumb
That's
fuck.
True. Yeah.
Palestinians had more of a historical reason to engage in a post-colonial nation-state building project that the British fucking promised them than Israel did. What the fuck are you talking about? Dumb bitch. Suck my dick. What a stupid fucking take. Oh, they didn't have a nation state. Like, as though all of these countries hadn't been like recently formed anyway. What the fuck was happening? What was happening? Yeah, there was no India before 47 either. Like, you're so stupid. Shut up.
Yes. Get him.
Then, let's continue. Palestine was not a state. There was no states. Half the states were not a state. What do you mean? Half the states were not states.
I do find this argument so weird because Palestinians don't say we had a state and then the Israelis invaded it. Even the quite extreme ones don't say that. They say that the people lived here and then they were kicked off. You know, yeah, it's a bit more. It's a bit more personal than just like the idea that a state got invaded. I guess that with the maps, it's like you would respond to that with the disappearing Palestine map, but yeah. It's not really the argument. It's not a very good steel man.
So like recently. Stupid bitch. None of this still means that you can build Israel there, okay?
Mm-hmm.
There was people there. The entire war has been built on a simple deceptive lie. You're talking about Islamophobia, anti-Islam.
There's so many of them. The fuck?
Not a word about anti-Semitism.
Ooh.
Yes, dude, totally. Yeah. I definitely never talk about anti-Semitism. Listen, you dumb fuck. I talk about anti-Semitism all the goddamn time. What the fuck are you talking about? As a matter of fact, if you look at like the last 10 years of me doing political commentary, I've probably talked about anti-Semitism more than I've talked about Palestine. Okay? Anti-Semitism is gross. Don't try to fucking cynically tie me to any kind of fucking anti-Semitic sentiment here. Israel has nothing to do with anti-Semitism. You can criticize Israel in an anti-Semitic way, certainly. Some people who honestly criticize Israel might have anti-Semitic opinions, certainly. Okay? I'm not one of them. So the fact that you would come in here and try to cynically do this fucking nonsensical bullshit is because you're out of arguments. You have no arguments. That's why. You have one fucking ripcord that you can pull, which is anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism. You're doing anti-Semitism. Suck my dick. I'm facing so much racism right now as an ethnically Jewish atheist. Your fans are sending me hateful messages right now. Oh my God.
Uh-oh.
I should have never read that last part. That's so funny.
That's probably true. That wouldn't surprise me.
Fucking stupid. You're... No, people are sending you hate because you're a fucking dumbass, dude.
Oh.
Not because you're Jewish. And before you fucking act like there's bad faith actors in here who are banned but can still probably whisper your fucking stupid ass.
Oh, yeah.
Okay? We ban anti-Semitism of all forms, okay? That's precisely the reason why you don't have anything to point to, so you just fucking laughably just go, oh, that's kind of anti-Semitic. You've never mentioned anti-Semitism. Oh, my God.
Bro, I need to watch more Hasan streams. They're actually really entertaining. What do I...
How the fuck would people ever know that you're Jewish, by the way? Like, what a ridiculous thing. You're an anonymous account.
This is so funny. What am
like,
I...
How awesome.
I should watch this all the time. He's very good at finding like a position where it's not really there. I've noticed with my video, like the idea that Palestinians were more inclined towards violence because of the Lebanese withdrawal and the Israeli withdrawal of Lebanon and the failure of the peace process. Just describing why they moved towards violence, but he's just like, yeah, they did. What? Yeah, of course what? But I'm like, yeah, I just explained why they did. Yeah.
Cuck bastard.
Hardcore Val with the $5. So Hasan talks about anti-Semitism all the time. Cenk talks about Saudi Arabia all the time. I did not know that, but thanks for the money. Yeah.
Meanwhile, motherfuckers like, wow, I really hate the Islamophobia. You only talk about Islamophobia. It's like, brother, do you know how much I get called Hamasabi? Like, where do you think that comes from?
That comes... Wait, actually, that comes from you guys. That comes from some of you guys. Uh-oh. Which I don't condone. I feel like Hasan did get shoehorned into the pro-Hamas wing quite quickly. I could definitely think it's worth to call out his you can call out his lack of call out of second thought. That's a bit of a sentence. And all those people.
Like, why do you think that? Wait, like, how many times do I have to fucking condemn Hamas's actions on October 7th?
Whoa.
Like, doesn't matter. At a certain point, it seems like you don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? You're going to still say I'm Hamas Abi.
Yeah.
Motherfucker said feel? Palestine wasn't a state in 1948, dude. Sick.
He condemned their... Yeah, he condemned their... He said it in this fucking video. Yeah. Hasan doesn't like Hamas. Okay, yeah.
The new talking point is the Palestine wasn't a state. But that's not even a new talking point. That's just like old-ass Hasbara shit. You know how many times I've fucking heard that? I know you're not a big fan of Netanyahu, okay? I know. Everyone says that. Every liberal Zionist goes, me. I hate Netanyahu, actually. And then fucking turns around and goes, unconditionally, I'm going to unconditionally support what he's doing in Gaza, though, because we have to. Shut the fuck up. Why don't... Explain to me why you don't like Netanyahu. Without using selfish reasons, like his right-wing coalition, he's personally corrupt and self-interested, and his right-wing coalition are taking away my civil liberties, but I have nothing to say about the apartheid state. I just don't like him. I don't like him aesthetically. Also, we have to kill children in Gaza. You don't understand. Those are human shields. We have to liberate Gaza from speaking for the innocent civilians in Gaza.
Oh no, the human shield section is gonna fucking cause some chaos, isn't it? Oh no. Oh, thanks for the raid, No Justice. Sorry, I missed that. Thank you very much. Welcome, raiders. We are chugging. Average barbarian with the 10 chufs. Boner locks or boner box, but jokes aside, you're quickly becoming my favorite political streamer. Keep it up. Wow, really? Imagine being someone's favorite political streamer. That's crazy, chat. Okay.
We have to kill them, is what you said.
Yeah.
It's so funny. It's like, Hasan, why are you cursing me? What? I'm not cursing you. Just sick and tired of motherfuckers constantly being like, oh, I hate Netanyahu, but also we have to eradicate Hamas. When this has been the talking point for the past, since 2005, this is the talking point. We got to eradicate Hamas. 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 So what? What is it? Every single time they go in and they fucking blow shit up and kill children, Hamas isn't getting eradicated. Why is it that so many of you understand the denazification protocols that Russia engaged in was completely ridiculous, but when it comes to fucking eradicating Hamas, denazifying the Gaza Strip, then it's like, I love that shit. That is extremely my shit. Israel is denazifying the Gaza Strip. Get the fuck out of here. Israel's killed more fucking children than Russia has even. And Russia is a brutal occupying force, engaging in completely unjust...
I don't think that's entirely true.
But jokes aside, you're quickly becoming my fav political live streamer. Keep it up.
Oh, thank you so much. What are the estimates for the number of deaths in Mariupol? Weren't they saying it could be up to, it could be past the tens of thousands? 75K. Is that from this website? Because I don't know if I've seen that. But there's no way of confirming this, right? Because Russia's occupying it. The confirmed deaths were over 8,000. But obviously, people haven't been able to get in there. No, yeah, there's been a lot of estimates are between 25 and 75K. That seems, yeah. Yeah, because they really fucking rammed this place. Really, really.
Justifiable acts. I never for one fucking second in my life did I ever say that Russia is actually denazifying Ukraine.
Yeah, he didn't say that.
Time and time again, I said the exact opposite will happen if you
let's go.
Boundaries that we place upon.
Let's go.
When there's like on Israeli television, they talk about like UN schools, like they're teaching Palestinian children to hate Jews, to hate Israel. And I'm like, no, dog, they don't need to go to school to fucking learn how to hate Jewish people or Israel. Okay? They learn that when their school gets blown up. Like, what do you mean? You learn.
I will say, that's true. I don't think the schools are the core reason that they hate Israel. Those schools are pretty wacky, though. Some of those schools are pretty fucking mental. But, yeah.
To hate the Palestinians at school and from a one-sided way of understanding the history of Israel. You have to learn to hate because there's no other way to justify an apartheid state. Because most people, when removed of their biases, obviously want peace. Like that's our natural predisposition. We are not violent. We want to cooperate. That's how history works. So the only way that you can justify the maintenance of an apartheid is by learning constantly to hate and dehumanize your opposition. Buddy, no one is listening to this rant, pal. I mean, you're in here. You, pal, zero bitches. Hasan, please get some bitches on your dick, bro. Take it to the press, pal. Buddy, no one is listening. You are the yapper. Okay, that guy's funny. See, I called it. I live in Israel. That's why my English is not great. I didn't serve in the IDF, by the way. I got profile 21. Anyway, so heed my words. Let's continue with this video now.
5, Israel unilaterally disengaged from Gaza and the 8,000 Jewish settlers who lived there were evacuated by the IDF. The pullout was done with no negotiations or input from the Palestinian side, and this allowed Hamas to push the line that Israel had been forced out by terrorist violence. And whilst this wasn't 100% true, it was true enough for an effective PR campaign. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on Loanerbox, Hasan Abi. How many are we on now? God. In 2006, Hamas
was
forced out by terrorist violence. And whilst this wasn't 100% true, it was true enough for an effective PR campaign. In 2006, Hamas defeated Fatah in the parliamentary elections. Now, this victory...
Yeah, with 3% of the vote. Now, part of the reason why was because in a lot of these elections, there were multiple secular options that split the vote. Multiple Fatah options even, if I'm not mistaken. But multiple secular alternatives.
I do think... how many of these parties were rejectionists? PFLP definitely were. Was the alternative rejectionist? I don't know.
Took away from the vote. Whereas Hamas was the new player in the field with newfound political prominence and a anti-corruption mandate. Because at this point in 2006...
It's also, again, it's like a parliamentary system. So they've it's over... like almost 30 seats difference. So yeah.
Everyone's like, all right, this shit fucking sucks. Okay? These motherfuckers, they don't give a shit. They don't care about us. They don't want to fucking deal with us. They just want to fucking kill us. Now, this election in and of itself, for the record, this election in and of itself was only done because George W. Bush wanted it to happen. Okay? At the time, Fatah and the Palestinian Authority literally told them not to have this election. Okay? They were like, don't do this. We're not ready. We're not ready for an election. Hamas is going to fucking cook us. Everybody thinks we're collaborationist pieces of shit because we kind of are.
Is often interpreted as a Palestinian mandate for terror and rejectionism, although this is not necessarily the case. An exit poll from the election found that most votes...
This is pretty fair. His assessment here is fair.
...actually opposed Hamas's...
Yeah, look at that. Should Hamas change policies regarding Israel? Yes. 75%. Support for a peace agreement with Israel? 80% in support. So, suck me. At that point, motherfuckers are not voting for Hamas because they're like, we love Islam. We love Islamist fundamentalism. We fucking personally love blowing up Israeli school buses. Not the case.
Policies towards it. Loanerbox is in favor of ethnic cleansing of Israel, just not the outright genocide going on now. I thought I was more in favor of the apartheid and the open-air prison of Israel, northern Israel, but not in favor of the war crime against humanity genocide of now. I thought that was my position. But, okay. Israel, and were in favor of pursuing a peace agreement. Instead, it looked like Hamas's victory was really owed to a desire to end government corruption. The leaders of Fatah were very corrupt. Fun fact, their leader, Mahmoud Abbas, currently has a higher net worth than Netanyahu. Whoa. And Hamas would turn out to be very corrupt too, but they were at this point able to project an image of trustworthiness due to their religiosity and their origins as a charity. But here, there was a problem. For one, Israel, the United States, and the European Union all refused to deal with a Hamas government. Abbas, who had just been elected president a year earlier, wanted to uphold the PA's recognition of Israel, something which Hamas refused to accept. The result was that any unity government of the two parties would have been unable to negotiate with Israel or their Western partners. The two parties repeatedly failed to reach an agreement, and in 2007, they went to war.
Okay, that's not what happened. The United States of America facilitated a coup after their failed election because they thought Fatah would be able to win, despite the fact that Fatah leadership personally told the United States that would not happen. They would lose the election. Then they were like, oopsie, okay, let's do a fucking coup. They literally tortured a bunch of Hamas people. And then guess what the fuck happened? Hamas seized control over the entirety of Gaza because of...
I think what happened was that Hamas actually took a preemptive... Wasn't the Hamas that made the first move as a preemptive attack in anticipation of a coup, although the coup was actually being planned. So I think they were right, but it was preemptive. That's why I just said they went to war, because it's complicated, yeah. That's what I thought. Oh, where the fuck is it? Is it here? Oh, I forget. Anticipation was the word? I remember reading it this way. Unity government, Hamas government was replaced by national unity, state of emergency, so deadlock, involvement. According to the ISS, the June 2007 escalation was triggered by Hamas's conviction that the PA's presidential guard, loyal to Mahmoud Abbas, was being positioned to take control of Gaza. The US had helped build up the presidential guard to 3,500 men since August 2006. The US committed $59 million for training and non-lethal equipment. Rise of tensions. I think Hamas launched a preemptive attack on the PA in Gaza, but I can't... On Fatah, sorry. Hamas militants stormed the post. Called for new elections. Where's the fucking preemptive part? I swear I read this in the wiki. Oh, is it this one? In April 2008, in Vanity Fair magazine, the journalist David Rose published confidential documents apparently originating from the US State Department, which would prove that the United States collaborated with the PNA and Israel to attempt to violently overthrow of Hamas in the Gaza Strip, and that Hamas preempted the coup. Yeah, this is what I thought, yeah. So Hamas preemptively attacked because there was a coup that was actually being planned by the US. Okay, yeah, I got you. And PNA. Okay. Yeah, I knew that. Okay. Yeah, you can summarize that as that they went to war after failing to reach agreements. That's not wrong.
The American-facilitated coup d'etat.
Hamas ended up seizing the Gaza Strip and establishing a de facto government in the enclave, which remains to this day.
Was the shit about Hamas leaders being rich true? Sounds way too sus. Yes, Hamas leadership is also very wealthy, and so is the fucking... No. I mean, what are you doing? Are you trying to get out? Are you being a bad girl right now? Because you've been such a good girl today. Is it bad girl time? Are you being a bad bitch? I would pick you up on my lap, but I'm scared because you're bleeding everywhere. You're free bleeding. She's up to mischief. In Arabic world, we would call Mahmoud Abbas, Mahmoud As. What? As.
Mm-hmm. So from here on, we have two separate governing bodies in Gaza and the West Bank, both more or less at war with each other and both exerting authoritarian rule over their territories. Abbas has refused to hold elections since 2006.
Okay, except these guys are doing it at the behest of Israel. There's also an important distinction to make. I think
I mentioned that, don't I?
These guys are doing it at the behest of Israel. These guys are doing it for their own personal interest, certainly. But these guys at least have, due to complete control over Gaza, except for the fact that, like, you know, they don't have any commerce. and Israel controls all matter of trade and everything that's going in and out of the Gaza Strip, they at least have like a semblance of civil governance that they have to engage in. They literally have to engage in some semblance of civil governance. They have to. It's an incredibly chaotic, volatile situation. If they don't actually, at this point, engage in some kind of civil governance, then they're fucked because some other group is going to take over, right? They don't have any real authority, but with the limited amount of authority they have over the Gaza Strip, they work on, one, creating a structure where they can violently respond to Israel every time, because everyone is at this point completely given up on the West Bank protecting the interests of Palestinians, Fatah protecting the interests of Palestinians. So every single time Israel decides to fucking, squeeze the Palestinians further, every single time Israel chooses to squeeze the Palestinians further in the West Bank, the violent retaliation comes from Gaza. This is also pushing more Palestinians in the hands of Hamas in general, seeing them as the only violent, emancipatory reaction. Now here's why it's important. Because make no mistake.
It's funny, the way he's talking about it is like, it sounds like he's arguing with me, even though he's already gone on like a pretty long tangent. So he's just kind of like talking right now. But anyway.
Mistake. If you think that like Palestinians think that they're going to fucking kill everyone in Israel, you're fucking delusional, okay? That's not the point, nor is it the purpose. The purpose is to say, you cannot consistently occupy us without a fucking price. That's why they're doing terrorism. Do you understand? It's not like there's no real fucking way of like violently wiping out everyone in Israel. Nobody fucking thinks that. Hamas doesn't think that. They can say whatever the fuck they want from the comfort of Lebanon or from Doha or wherever, but it doesn't matter. There's nobody literally thinks that they're going to fucking kill every person in Israel. They simply believe that if you consistently maintain this, no, they don't understand, but thank you for saying it. Oh, you mean people don't understand this? Yes.
It doesn't really work though, does it? Because all it does is make Israel vote for people who want to tighten the occupation and want to stop and want to basically keep on kicking the Palestinian can down the road and shoving settlements into the West Bank with impunity. That's what it actually gets you. And also what it gets you is you get reciprocal fucking airstrikes and attacks from Israel that get a bunch of civilians killed. That's what Hamas really achieves. So it's like, I don't know. You can say there's a rationale. I mean, I can agree somewhere, like to some degree, there would have to be that if you want to occupy us, we're going to make it difficult for you. But Hamas doesn't really do that.
Like, people love creating this, notion that, like, yeah, dude, they want to just do genocide. They want to do genocide endlessly. Yeah, Ben Shapiro thinks that because he's a fucking psycho.
Oh.
No. The goal isn't to do fucking genocide. No, nor is, I don't know, Hamas's own personal interest in the matter. I don't think, they updated their charter, but I don't really personally believe that, like, they, if given the opportunity, if they had any kind of real power, would be interested in, like, a secular democratic state, even though they do claim in their new charter that they do. But
their new charter never actually replaced the old one formally. They say it here. This is the article from when the charter was out. It was, although it does, so according to diplomatic sources, the new document has been in preparation for years and has been the subject of intense debate between the Hamas factions in Gaza, in exile and in prison. Although it does not explicitly supplant the previous charter of the Founding Fathers, seen by many as racist, it is being described by those seeking to help Hamas toward a more peaceful path as the contemporary summary of Hamas's beliefs and aims. Yeah, it didn't explicitly supplant the previous charter. And that, coupled with their actions on October 7th, would kind of imply that the first charter is still more or less where they're coming from. Yeah, this was a total ruse. I remember there was some drama in the Twitch space over this at the time. I can't remember who it was between, but someone was pushing the line that Hamas had reformed, and some other streamer was like, yeah, they got in trouble for it basically. Yeah, because it was a ruse. It was just people being fucking scammed by Hamas, basically acting as if they were more moderate than they actually were. Yeah, and obviously the October 7th attacks show that, right?
Who gives a shit what they want? What matters is what the people want. Okay? But the reason why,
no
reason as to why,
no way. You need to show documentary on the Warsaw Ghetto and show the similarities, exclamation mark. I just, fuck me. Oh no. The way that these guys talk in his chat, I just get the impression of like I get very under the age of 16 vibes from a lot of them. But is that really the case? Are there really that many people under that like the age of 16 who would care that much about politics? That definitely wasn't the case when I was young. Yeah.
So much of the actual public discourse on Palestine is just racist fantasies. It's genuinely disturbing. I mean, it's much easier to justify anything and everything you want to do to the Palestinian population if you think that they're all a monolith. All Arabs are a monolith, and they're all violent, and they're all violent Jew haters. Like, then, boom. It's super easy to just be like, yeah, maybe we can turn the other way when we're engaging in ethnic cleansing. Okay? Yes, secularism is incredibly popular among the Palestinian population. That's what matters.
Over in Gaza, Hamas has maintained a stranglehold over the population. Their extensive use of imprisonment and torture against dissenters is well documented. Like their counterparts in the West Bank, they are notoriously corrupt, with their leaders living luxuriously between Doha and Turkey, whilst the unemployment rate in Gaza...
Yeah, the only difference is like, you know, that guy's fucking family members still get slaughtered in Gaza. Okay? Like, that's just, you know, something to consider.
Did they?
And also, ultimately, the real stranglehold still comes from the occupying power. Okay? Israeli here, I don't know if you know about this. If you don't, really should. I saw in Israeli media some boomers got booted out of Gaza when Israel pulled out of it, are now dreaming to return to their homes in Gaza. So there could be some very well settlements in Gaza again, and everything will settle down. I say some. I don't know, actually.
Yeah, I saw that. The settlers saying they want to return to Gaza. Wasn't that... Well, that was Ben Gvir, wasn't it? Who said that the settlers are going to return to Gaza. Or was it Smotrich? It was one of those two fucking shitters, yeah.
Yeah, no, I've seen that as well. Yeah, I've seen that, and I've seen the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. If you no longer want to see those ads, subscribe for $5 or free with the Twitch Prime.
Oh, it's this guy, but he's saying something different now. I don't think Lornabox's video's errors are simply because he was trying to keep it short, and separately, I think it shouldn't be kept short either. If he's going to get into the history, get into it, Hasan Abi. Oh, he changed the script. He changed the copy-paste.
We're here looking
50% enclave into a base from which they could launch attacks into Israel. After the takeover, Israel and Egypt imposed a blockade over the strip as a way to stop them from importing weapons, and also any secondary materials that could be used to make weapons. Just by their own admission alone, we know that they have the capacity to produce their own weapons with support from Iran. We know that when Gazan infrastructure gets destroyed...
Yeah, no, I don't... I think that's bullshit too. Again, like, that's what Israel claims, and that's the reason why...
that's what Hamas claims. That's what Hamas claims.
They have a blockade, but that's not the real reason why they have a blockade. Israel, on its own admission, has said that we want to put the Palestinians on a diet when talking about what kind of food is allowed, or what the daily caloric requirements come out to. That's bullshit. I don't agree with that. Straight up. I don't agree.
So is the blockade to starve Gazans? To make them like skinny? Is that... That quote was fucking gross from that Israeli politician who said that they were putting Gazans on a diet, but I don't think that's the purpose of the blockade. I don't know. Why would Egypt put the blockade on Gaza then?
Agree with that at all. Like, no, I think that's ridiculous. Does Hamas utilize anything and everything they have in their power to create weapons? Absolutely. Do they still sneak in by way of Egypt or Egyptian tunnels? Sneak in weapons?
Yeah,
absolutely. Okay. But the idea that like Israel's blockade is somehow justifiable is incorrect. It's not correct whatsoever.
Why did they put the blockade in then? They didn't put the blockade in 2005. I'm not saying the blockade is like justified. It's a really bad word to use for it, but like, of course, the blockade's fucking horrible. But like, you need to understand why they're doing it. And I think I think they're doing it because Hamas were trying to import weapons across the sea. Like,
Ever. No. Why do you think a lot of U.S. liberals can obsess over social justice in the U.S. but completely be okay with the genocide of Palestinian people?
Hey, Lonerbox's father was involved in the Sabra Shatila. He tweeted about it then deleted. Deprogram. This Reddit is so fucking dense. I've never seen so much fucking saturated stupidity anywhere on the internet apart from this fucking subreddit. Oh god. The hyper literate theory heads falling for a fake tweet just because.
Islamophobia. Very powerful tool. Dude, stop fucking sending me the Sabra and Shatila thing. No, that's not a real fucking tweet. Shut the fuck up.
Hey!
Shut up.
Get him! Absolute fucking Sigma.
What's the official Israeli line for insane food restrictions? Putting the Palestinians on a diet. I told you.
By Israeli airstrikes, the remains will get recycled into weapons, and we know that they will sometimes dig up old water pipes and turn them into rockets.
Yeah, the water pipe video is a famous one that everybody always loves using. Those water pipes, and I know Lonerbox knows this because I watched his other video where he talked about it, are unironically water pipes that no longer have water in them that were going directly to the settlements that Israel cut off.
Yeah, I said old. Yeah, I said old.
I've seen him talk about this. You can make some rockets.
When did I say that?
As I found out. I didn't know that you can make any rockets.
I did say that,
whatsoever.
but
You
yeah.
can make some like small, not really meaningful ones, but
because there were people, there was the Telegraph who tried to say that it was European aid. It was like $100 million euros of European aid that went to water, and then Hamas dug them up. That's not true. It was old water pipes that were not used. Yeah.
You don't disagree with this, by the way? He's literally lying. It's not a matter of opinion or disagreeing. It's a matter of fact. Yeah, I mean, yeah, Israel's blockade is completely and utterly unjustifiable. There are many different moments in which Israel could have offered dignity and humanity to the Palestinian population, and refusal to do so is how Hamas gained at least enough momentum and captured the attention of enough Palestinians to win the elections. Then also a failed coup permanently solidified their position in Palestine. At any given point, Israel could have also still turned around and allowed elections to occur, but they never did. So there's also that aspect of the conversation that needs to take place as well.
Israel allow elections. Though the elections were cancelled by Abbas. I do wonder. I mean, like, obviously, like, we know Hamas are not like democracy is not a core Hamas value. They could, because they're already a de facto government on their own, like a unofficial government, like a breakaway from the PA, like from West Bank. Like they could just like allow oppositions to run their own elections in Gaza. No one would stop them. But yeah, no, I thought it was Abbas who stopped the elections because he didn't want Hamas to win.
Anyway,
yeah, they're pretty creative when it comes to making weapons. And as a result of this, even foreign aid imports to Gaza are treated with caution. Keep that point in mind for later. With Hamas.
Also, yeah, if the blockade was effective, then October 7th would have never happened. That's the worst. That's the point of consideration that many Israelis forget. Okay? That's the thing that many Israelis and many Zionists in general globally fucking forget. That like all of this is an abject failure. Okay? All of this is an abject failure. It's like looking at a fucking prison riot and being like, wow, they made shanks out of fucking toothbrushes. It's like, yeah, of course. Of course they did. What do you mean? They're in prison. What are you talking about? They can't do shit.
I mean, I imagine it would be worse if they didn't have the blockade. But I'd also say, like, I think I made the argument later that Israeli negligence does kind of play into that.
So clearly, collective punishment, which straight up led to this level of influence to begin with. Okay, Lamau, bye. All right. Sure. Say Lamau bye all day, every day. Given the citations, he read the truth, but is refuted and repeated, instead making excuses for the Israeli occupation. I don't even think that he's making excuses for the Israeli occupation, but I think that there is a consideration here that falls on the Israeli side. I think he is showing it's impossible to show the situation as a just one. It's not, especially if you're honestly describing events that took place. There are certain points where he is omitting information, in my opinion, to not come across as like openly anti-Israel.
Interesting.
But in this 100-year history, there's a lot of aspects that there's a lot of aspects of the story that I think get left out in his argument that that certainly makes it seem like
were Jews kicked out of East Jerusalem in 1948? Yeah, by the Jordanians. Yeah.
Israel is maybe not a small bean, but like had to do this stuff. And the security concerns, the security concerns have always been the reason why Israel justifies what it does. So, in my opinion, stating that without talking about how fucking utterly ridiculous and inhumane it is, okay, is basically doing, a Israeli propaganda pretty much. A blockade has been imposed by Israel and Egypt on the movement of goods and people in and out of Gaza Strip since 2005. After Hamas' takeover in 2007, the blockade aimed to isolate Hamas and prevent smuggling of weapons into Gaza. But the blockade predates, not only does the blockade predate Hamas, but also Israel blew up the fucking airport in 2001. Why the fuck were they not?
Since 2005. Again, there was violence in 2005, wasn't there? Hang on, wait. But I don't think that was like the same, because border crossings were still open. No, they say the blockade of the strip started in 2007. I think they still had, that wiki must mean blockade as in they controlled the border, but I don't think the blockade was actually put in place. They say a blockade has been imposed on the movement of goods and people. Then they say after 2007, the blockade aimed to isolate Hamas. So generally people date the blockade at 2007. I'm guessing by 2005, they just mean that Israel still had control over the border and the sea. Yeah. You don't actually think that, right? What do I not think? Think what?
Not allowed to have an airport ever again. Where was Hamas then? Like, they were marginal at best, still.
In 2001? In 2001, Hamas did most of the suicide bombings, I think. They were not there. I don't know if that's why Israel bombed the airport. Let me not read that about that one. I think the problem with 2001 was that Israel's response to the Second Intifada was just so fucking disproportionate. Loads of Palestinians died under that. And they had no problem using like live ammunition even when protesters were unarmed. But let's see. I know the disengagement was 2005, but that article is suggesting the blockade was in 2005, but that's not. You don't think that Duma was not the reason why Israel needed to do this? I don't know what you're saying. Never mind. Well,
but they were still being propped up as the major reason, right?
I don't know what you mean by that.
I'm just saying, it's like, come on.
Oh, he's back. He's now launching attacks into Israel. He's back on it. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on loaner permit scheme in Gaza was almost completely wiped out, and the 6 border crossings into the country have been regularly closed. And ultimately, the Gazan economy and the people working in the enclave are the ones who pay the cost. For one example, in 2006, when a border crossing was closed after an attack, farmers were unable to get their goods out to international buyers. Stranded at the border, they eventually had to dump their produce into a field.
Like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know what I mean? Like, come on. This is not Hamas that's doing this.
Yeah.
You can't just say like, this is Hamas's doing. This is Hamas's doing because like Israel security concerns are valid here. Like, I don't even think he believes that.
And leave it to get eaten up by goats. But the biggest new feature of Hamas coming to power in Gaza has been the wars, of which there have been quite a few. Usually, these wars will start with either a rocket barrage from Gaza or...
No, that's not how they start. I don't think that's how they start. I don't think that the wars start because...
I think they do, or they start because Israel breaks a ceasefire to smash to hit like a tunnel or some building that they think has like rockets on it or something. Lonabox has a history of worrying about reverse genocide by Palestinians against Israelis. I'm always worrying about that.
Because Hamas out of nowhere is just like, all right, time to fucking send rockets into Israel. That's not how that works. Time and time again, first of all, the 2018 border protest is a great example. Holy fuck, the way that they describe this is insane on Wikipedia. Jesus Christ. I never read Wikipedia pages for this kind of stuff, but god damn. During the 2018 Land Day protest, 168 Palestinians have been killed and thousands were injured during clashes with Israeli troops at the Gaza-Israel border. They weren't clashes, man. Those were the Israeli...
They were clashes, but even the UN report found that the people who died were not posing a significant threat. They were clashes. There were people throwing like Molotov cocktails and those fucking like incendiary balloons and shit. So yeah, there was a lot of shit going on. But yeah, it seems like one of those deaths was ruled by the UN to be actually someone who was properly, yeah. Was it one? It might have been more than one, but I think it was less than 10. But they were clashes. It just doesn't mean that it is still, you can still say they were clashes even though because what usually happens, people have this again, it's when you say things are like comically evil, right? It's not that the IDF like goes and just like fucking shoots people for no reason. That doesn't really happen very often. But what does happen is when there is the slightest bit of tension, or there is like stones being thrown, or like smoke screens being put up by setting tires on fire, then even if protesters are not posing like a deadly threat, they'll still get met with live rounds. That's like a more accurate description of how the IDF works. They're just insanely disproportionate when it comes to protesters and like demonstrators that turn violent. Yeah. They just ramp up. But yeah, because that's their policy. Their policy is very much like no nonsense in their eyes. Yeah. And it's brutal. Yeah. Okay.
Snipers just opening up fire on fucking children and pregnant women and nurses and shit. What?
So that's not the okay.
The fuck, dude!
I just gave you the accurate portrayal of it. So it's okay.
I did say originally that
there's a copy paste. Lonerbox has a history of worrying about reverse genocide by Palestinians against Israelis. Let's do it.
That if you look at Wikipedia, given how brutal and unjustifiable the Israeli occupation is, like, it's almost impossible for you to arrive at the conclusion that Israel is in the right in any capacity. But maybe I'm wrong, okay? Because holy fuck, that's crazy. Like 10,000 people were gravely wounded by sniper rifle fire. It was not a fucking clash. It was like Israel's always just murking people, like civilians, and then being like, it's a clash.
What is reverse genocide? It's when the oppressed people.
Every single instance.
It's when the oppressed people kill the oppressors. Yeah.
Like you can point to like geopolitical concerns in the region, to why Hamas operates in the way that they do. But in the overwhelming majority of rocket fire into Israel, okay, rocket fire into Israel, it's always an act of retaliation to something that Israel is doing that many members of the Israeli security forces openly keep telling, just like before October 7th, the Shin Bet did, openly keep telling the Israeli government, hey, stop fucking murking people in the West Bank. You're really going to piss the Palestinians off. It's going to be a security concern. It's going to be a security issue. There's going to be a matter of national security. How is Wikipedia not a good way to get an overview of something? I mean, I think it's a decent way, but I mean, this is I just showed you why this is like a ridiculously biased way to look at the situation. You can be easily misled. It seems.
Oh, there it is again. Notice me, Hasan.
The Great March of Return
please.
Has been what? This page was last edited 28th of April. Wait, why is it 2018-2019 Gaza border protests, also known as the Great March of Return? Most of them demonstrated peacefully far from the border fence. Peter Kamak, a fellow with the Middle East program at Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, argued that the march indicated a new trend in Palestinian society and Hamas with a shift away from violence towards nonviolent forms of protest. It's true. They tried it and they got fucking killed. Don't even think about it. Uh-oh. She's sitting on the Teddy Fresh Nevertheless, groups consisted of mainly young men approached the fence.
You know, I wonder what the problem is. I'm starting to think, like, it's possible, because I threw this video together quite quickly, and because I do like to pose narratives to left-leaning audiences that they haven't heard already. Or like sides of the story. Maybe, I don't know if I'm trying to think if I actually did miss out. So the whole intro is about, there's the Nakba, right? With a one part at the end of October 7th. I want to see how actually true it is if I didn't add like a proportionate amount of Israeli atrocities in this. Because I don't think Hasan's bothered by me leaving out Palestinian suffering. I mentioned a lot of Palestinian suffering in the video, but maybe it's not enough Palestinian suffering at the hands of Israel. That might be the problem that he's having. I don't know. Let me see. Because I've mentioned a lot of suffering that they go through at the hands of Hamas, which people don't really mention that much. Let me see. So this is all the ancient stuff. This is Jewish people suffering at the hands of British and Palestinians. Then this is the 48 war, the fucking Nakba, with a huge refugee population getting cucked. This is pretty much Palestinian suffering. This is Palestinian suffering at the hands of Egypt, then at the hands of the IDF. I know people thought this was me excusing the fucking executions and the massacres. It definitely wasn't. Let's see. 6-Day War. I guess I just kind of glossed over the Arab aggression here. And the build-up. Ooh, annexation of East Jerusalem. Hamas. Hamas bad, Hamas bad. Hamas not very popular. Peace process. This is anti-Israel because of the fucking the peace process. This part here is kind of neutral, I guess. The work permits.
Loner box.
This bit is explaining why people move towards Hamas.
Bastard.
Disengagement. This is how Hamas came to power. This bit is Hamas fucking over Palestinians. This bit is just Hamas being bad. I'd say this is partially Hamas fucking over the Palestinians. Maybe the security measures were too excessive, but yeah, the guy got fucking, like, those farmers got absolutely ruined by the fucking border closures there. The wars. The wars do usually start with rocket barrages, I think.
You smarmy.
I think when ceasefires are broken, it's either by rocket barrages or by Israel attacking some fucking tunnel or some shit. Yeah. Even if we assume this is going to be the anti-Israel stuff, Israeli recklessness. This is the anti-Hamas stuff. The thing is, I think this anti-Israel stuff is even going to fucking this anti-Israel stuff isn't gonna feel like anti-Israel enough. Because I said recklessness. Even though recklessness constitutes like violation of Geneva Convention and war crimes, right? They're gonna say that's not going hard enough, I suppose, or because it's both sidesing. That's my guess anyway.
Loner box.
Then the end is mostly anti-Netanyahu. This whole last bit is against Netanyahu. No, I don't know. Feel like I could have got maybe thrown a bit more emphasis on Palestinian suffering throughout that, but I feel like generally it was okay. I don't know. I don't know, guys. We're just trying to do our best out here, you know? Okay. Big Hoth 98 with the €2. Thank you very much. Yes, the Rwandan reverse genocide. I guess that's technically what it was, yeah. Marutsi with the $5. Lonabox has a history of worrying about reverse genocide. Well, can't take it back now. Pasha with the 15 shekels, right? Hey, Lonabox, are you Christian or Muslim Lebanese background? Did you have any family taking part in the conflict in the 80s? I'm Christian Lebanese. As far as I know, I don't think anyone in my family took part. Did they? I don't think so. My family are quite apolitical. Most of them left because of the Civil War. Apart from the older ones, like the grandparents and shit. Yeah.
Committed acts of violence directed towards the Israeli side. What? The Israeli officials said the demonstration was used by Hamas to cover for launching attacks against Israel. What do you mean? Like they threw rocks when the Israeli sniper started opening fire. What violence?
See, okay, this is the thing though. Is like they didn't just throw rocks. They threw Molotov cocktails. They threw up incendiary balloons. There was like lots of smoke fucking coming up from the to hide the projectiles going. Yeah, they were being quite aggressive. Again, that doesn't take away from the fact that the IDF response was insanely disproportionate. Yeah, there were pipe bombs as well. That doesn't take away from the fact that the IDF response was not insanely disproportionate. That doesn't take that away. I don't know why but I think it's because people feel that adding that bit in like just muddies the water like a little bit, and that's just too much. Like the story is a lot more pure when you just say they were throwing rocks. Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
Will they not say if they read further? If you read further, will they not say?
Israeli officials said the demonstration was used by Hamas to cover for launching attacks against Israel. Oh, never mind then. IDF warns of larger military response. Oh, God, Jerusalem Post. Oh, yeah. The Gaza wars often begin as a result of a chain of events. In 2014, war started after 3 Israeli teenagers were kidnapped and killed. A Palestinian teenager was then kidnapped by Israelis and killed, and large-scale arrests then occurred in the West Bank. Rockets were then fired by Hamas, and the operation began.
It's pretty agreeable. Wait, that's kind of what I said.
Except, ultimately, given the consequence of existing under an apartheid state, it's always still in the hands of Israel to not have any violence whatsoever. This citation is from Jerusalem Post. IDF warns of larger military response to Gaza protests. Israeli military spokesman, Brigadier General Ronen Manelis, said Hamas, which controls Gaza, was using protests as guys to launch attacks against Israel. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Shit, dude.
He's funny.
Shit, dude. I guess if Jerusalem Post and is covering the IDF spokesman, then that must be what's going on. Anyway, but yeah, all of these clashes.
Yeah.
If you wanna look at a whodunit, okay, there are circumstances where like, there are situations where, let's say, there are additional geopolitical considerations at play, and Hamas engages as like as a way to disrupt whatever is going on in the region. But beyond that, almost all of these rocket attacks.
This guy's funny. I'm not seeing an answer. This person's probably joking because of the Sabra Satila thing that I corrected them on. Are you autistic? No, just retarded. I'd rather hear it from... No, wait. I just explained to this person why the other tweet was fake. This guy is a troll. This person's an absolute troll. I'm not seeing an answer. I don't know. I'm just...
All of them oftentimes happen as a consequence of hostage swaps that come at the heels of like 10,000 people being held under unjustifiable detainment in the apartheid state, or rocket fire being sent into Israel.
Oh, IRI is firing up. He didn't say no, eyeballs. Oh, no.
90% of which gets intercepted by, American taxpayer-funded Iron Dome defense. And then Israel turns around and punishes ruthlessly with disproportionate violence. Yeah, the UN Human Rights Watch has a report on this protest. They dispute any attacks from Hamas and say over 6,000 unarmed civilians were sniped, disproportionately targeting the disabled and children. Yeah. It's also outrageous that childishly talk about who started it and ignore the ongoing occupation. Of course. No, I agree. Anyway, let's continue.
An Israeli raid on Hamas's extensive tunnel networks underneath the Strip. Israel typically responds with airstrikes with the stated goals of stopping the rockets, stopping the smuggling of arms, and taking out as much of Hamas's military infrastructure as they can.
Exactly. And they've done so
Stated
time
goals.
and time again.
Okay,
and for
I
some
disagree.
reason, Hamas's influence or its firepower grows. Perhaps there's a different way to deal with this problem if you actually want a permanent security assurance.
Hey, that's what I said.
Because you cannot keep bombing areas that you personally occupy, areas that you personally have complete control over. It is like incredibly densely populated as well. Here, this is where this comes into play. Here's Barnaby Rain.
2.2 million people penned into an open-air prison in Gaza. The significant majority of those people are not from Gaza. They're refugees who were ethnically cleansed from their homes in 1948. Now, I know that the people you admire are fine with that. Winston Churchill said he didn't mind when a superior race displaced an inferior one. That's how he talked about what happened in Palestine. But some of us
most of the people living in Israel have had to go there fleeing persecution where they live, and mainly persecution in the Middle East.
No, actually, that's not true.
That is true. The majority of Jews are in Israel are not they're non-white, right? But also a lot of the white ones were like Holocaust survivors who had to, again, doesn't justify the ethnic cleansing. It's just yeah, you can, again, why do you have to deny the fucking fact? You can just say that doesn't give, just being a refugee doesn't give you the right to fucking throw another person, make someone else a refugee. Fuck.
Crazy. Dog, the Holocaust happened. What the fuck are you saying, big homie? God damn it, dude. Yes, I know who Jacob Rees-Mogg is. He's one of the absolute worst. If there was a fucking freak that like perfectly embodied being a Tory, there it is. Big homie said they were fleeing violence, mostly from the Middle East. Don't you know the Holocaust was done as a consequence of the Grand Mufti? That is what Benjamin Netanyahu told me. And I believe him. He is Jewish after all, and
you don't have to. Well, I guess I'll just do the Hasan treatment, will I? You don't have to downplay the suffering of Mizrahi and Sephardic Jews in the Middle East, especially after 48, because they suffered pretty hard as a result of like a war that they had nothing to do with. Well, because they were Jewish. It's the worst thing I see is when people say that like the anti-Semitism in the Middle East was a reaction to Israeli colonialism. And I'm like, bro, this is why. Like, you're basically using anti-Zionist arguments to justify anti-Semitism. It's really weird. No wonder the line is so blurry to some people. You don't need. You can acknowledge all of that. It still doesn't. You can acknowledge all of the problems with the Middle East when it came to Jews in North Africa and the Middle East. None of it gave them the right to make Palestinians into refugees. You can just say that. But again, I guess like because it makes that a little bit too nuanced and it's more difficult to. It shouldn't be though. I don't know. I think some people just like they prefer a much more black and white narrative, even when it's not quite the case. I don't know.
Well, you know, it's anti-Semitic if I don't agree with him on that one. Oh, are you telling me that you're also a Jewish historian, Barnaby? Okay, well, did you know? I'll have you know, I'm anti-Semitic. But a very specific type of anti-Semite, only anti-Semitic to Jews who are anti-Zionist. Yes, Barnaby. I will now engage in Holocaust revisionism.
Calling it a reaction doesn't mean you think it's justified. The way people say it, I think it is. Yeah, I think it's, yeah. Actually, no. Depending on the context, you can say it was a reaction, but like, every time I hear people say that, it doesn't sound like. Depends on the context, but fuck me. When someone is like never willing to give any kind of like condemnation or any kind of like pose any attack to the way Jews were treated in those areas, I don't know.
They're mainly Sephardi Jews.
Some of my family members who live in Israel came from Europe.
Yes, but the majority didn't. The majority came from the Middle East.
Do you know why my family went to Israel, Jacob? It's because white Christian Europeans who believed in tradition and hierarchy spent 2,000 years excluding and then massacring us. So I will take no lectures from white Christian Europeans who believe in order and hierarchy about anti-Semitism. Just because people like you spent thousands of years murdering us, I don't think Palestinians
people like me did not do that. Actually, you can't.
Wait, first of all, he literally is like. I feel like he probably is
Damn. Bit soy.
Directly responsible for some pogroms. You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't be surprised. Isn't he like? I mean, he's upper class. You can tell. You can track these guys like lineage back to cousin fucking days. No.
Yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg's family was responsible for some pogroms. What, like in the fucking 1100s or whatever? The UK did do a lot of anti-Jewish purges, but I think it was like the monarchs that did that, like Edward I and shit. Why there's something about this sphere. What is it about this whole sphere that's always like, I wonder what your great-great-granddaddy was up to? Why? Why is it always, why does it have to go there? It has no reason to ever have to go there. Well, you descend from the upper class of Wiltshire, and I read once about the Wiltshire purge of Jews in the year of our Lord, 1283. What was the place again? What was the place where the fucking paragliders were that woman got upset because she thought it was Hamas attacking? And we found out that this community, Doncaster has like no Jews. You say you are afraid of these paragliders, milady. But as a Doncaster resident, it is plausible, highly plausible, that you are in fact descended from one of the perpetrators of the Jewish purge of Doncaster, the year of our Lord, 1344 BC.
Yeah.
You can't blame me. You can't blame me for
Israel is 90% Doncaster Jews. And their lives matter, okay? I'll say it. I'm tired of holding it in.
You know why I do? Do you know why I do? Do you know why I do? Because the same logic that says that some life is worthwhile and other lives aren't. That logic that central.
His grandfather was the man who literally turned Jews away during World War II. Source. Trust me, it feels right. Oh, okay. Fuck you.
Face chatter.
All life is valuable. All life is valuable. But
now,
surely
that same logic is meted out to Palestinians.
Surely the state of Israel has the right to defend itself.
Palestinians who are ethnically cleansed to pay for Europe's.
But they're not ethnically cleansed. This just isn't true. They're not ethnically cleansed.
Why is Gaza one of the most densely populated places in the world?
The Israeli state is trying to defend itself.
The Israeli state is trying to defend itself by forcing the Palestinian dogs into. I mean, the Palestinian humans. Sorry. I got ahead of myself. Israel has a right to defend itself by doing an apartheid. I love apartheid. It is my favorite thing. Sorry, it is my culture. I am British after all. I love partitions. It is in my nature to tell me that I cannot do partitions in areas that I have no business being in.
To be fair, British people love a partition. Do you know why all these fucking white leftists are like one state solution with equal rights for all? Because I'm telling you, we all know the gerrymandering of that fucking state would be absolutely insane. Do you know why they say that? Why white leftists love the one state solution? It's because they want a partition. It's because they want to draw some more border. It's because they want. It's because there's a border with the West Bank, and they want to fuck with it. They're like, there's a border over there. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna change it. It's in their blood. The Palestinians are like, bro, what the fuck? We want to live in a Palestinian majority. What are you talking about? We want to be a Palestinian majority, either in one state, which would not be binational, or as the two state. I'm pretty sure that's the case, no? Because when polling is done on one state solution, they split it up into one Palestinian state from the river to the sea, and the other one is the binational state with equal rights and representation for Arabs and Jews. But that second one is a lot less popular than the first one. Are you for two states? I don't do the fucking two state versus one state horse shit, okay? I don't do that. Because Palestinians, and probably Israelis as well, don't agree on either of them. I'd rather just be like, stop the settlements, see what happens next, you know, see what's possible after that. Strengthen the PA. Fucking start punishing settlers who commit crimes against West Bank locals, like properly. Get some fucking law and order in that place. You know, make some progress and show that, and strengthen their ability to self-govern. And then just see what that maybe leads to one state. Maybe it makes more people want 2 states. I don't know. Just stop with this fucking, stop with the partition gene. Stop with this white obsession with seeing a border and being like, you know, I'm gonna change that border. Stop it. It's weird.
And ethnic displacement. You are going against my culture. It's unimaginable,
mindset.
The only thing I want more than apartheid and partition is a queue. Have a jolly good day, sir.
Lorna Box, will you have another discussion with Destiny? No, because I'm friends with Hasan now. We're jumping ship. Yeah, I'll probably talk to Destiny again. Yeah, probably.
Anyway.
President Biden has said that it would be a mistake for Israel to occupy Gaza. Who should govern Gaza when this is over?
Those who don't want to continue the way of Hamas, it certainly is not. I think Israel will, for an indefinite period, will have the overall security responsibility because we.
An indefinite period. Fucking an indefinite period. Animal.
We've seen what happens when we don't have it. When we don't have that security responsibility, what we have is the.
This motherfucker never wanted to pull out of Gaza. He literally said, "Don't pull out of Gaza. It'll become a terror base." That's what he said. Duke and Nash, thanks for the $5. Say Obama. I will not. Oh, damn it. Okay.
Of Hamas terror on a scale that we couldn't imagine.
President
Why
Biden
are we watching the
has said that it
tangent?
would be a mistake.
Yeah, see?
I don't know. I'm just enjoying Hasan's
content. If we don't control
content.
Gaza, if we don't occupy Gaza permanently.
I'm just enjoying this incredibly transformative content. You can't say it's not transformative.
You know? See what happens.
Let's go.
Yeah, if we don't international human rights. No, they're not.
Loner box.
You
smarmy punk bastard.
President Biden has said that it would be.
See what happens. The Tories ruined the UK, and yeah, I mean these guys.
A lot of Gazan civilians die.
That's great. Come on, loner bogs. They're not. They're not acting within the fucking dude.
Oh, this is when I know what I said here. I know there's no way you can miss what I said here.
Pass the government quickly to Labour Party, so the Labour Party will be accused for diminishing the state of the UK. Yeah, I mean these guys are fucking rabid, dude. The
result is that even if we assume Israel is acting within the laws of armed conflict, I said even if we assume, I don't think Israel acts within the laws of armed conflict because in previous wars, people have said, you're not acting within the laws of armed conflict. Like, I'm going to show fucking evidence. Oh, sorry.
They're not.
A lot of Gazan civilians die.
That's great. Come on, loner bogs. They're not. They're not acting within the fucking... Dude, there is not a single... First of all, the UN doesn't agree with this, and there's not a single human rights group that would agree with that. Nobody agrees that Israel, with the exception of America, Israel's greatest defender. No one believes that Israel is operating within the boundaries of international human rights. So, with the exception of America.
One more time for the civilians die. One more time for the boys.
Finishing the state of the UK.
One more time for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, these guys are fucking rabid, dude. The
result is that even if we assume Israel is acting within the laws of armed conflict,
they're not.
A lot of Gazan civilians
Even if
die.
we assume. That's great. Come on, loner bogs. They're not. They're not acting within the fucking... Dude, there is not a single... First of all, the UN doesn't agree with this, and there's not a single human rights group that would agree with that. Nobody agrees that Israel, with the exception of America, Israel's greatest defender. No one believes that Israel is operating within the boundaries of international human rights. No, they're not.
Source Wikipedia, for fuck's sake. Hasan's been reading the Wikipedia for the whole fucking stream. There's nothing wrong with getting the Wikipedia. For what? The Israeli government's stated goal. Do you disagree with this? Does someone disagree that Israel's stated goal is to stop Hamas? It's not like they're going in there saying, we want to destabilize the place and kill children. They're not saying that. They're saying they want to... Oh, fuck me. The facts are the facts.
Time and time again,
I can't
lied
stop
and
it.
said,
I can't
"Oh
stop
yeah,
you guys,
we're just
you know?
dealing with Hamas. We're dealing with Hamas." But no, they weren't. They were never dealing with Hamas. They just wanted to fucking keep punishing ruthlessly everyone inside of Gaza.
Oh, there's again. He's gone back to the first one. This guy, this fucking guy. I want to talk to this guy. I need him. I need this person in my life. You went back to the first copy. Your admirable charge is waste on loader block. Okay.
With ultimately an arrival at the final solution, which they're currently engaging in. These sorts of things also help with domestic politics for right-wing forces, okay? As a Turkish citizen, I know this very well from Erdogan's actions against the Kurds. Oh shit, popularity is slipping. Boom, let's
go.
I would say that is a
speed up Gaza is one.
Everyone inside of Gaza, with ultimately an arrival at the final solution, which they're currently engaging in. These sorts of things also help with domestic politics for right-wing forces, okay? As a Turkish citizen, I know this very well from Erdogan's actions against the Kurds. Oh shit, popularity is slipping. Boom, let's fucking squeeze the Kurds a little bit. Oh fuck, they retaliated with a terror, they retaliated with like a bombing of a civilian area. Oh shit, now we squeeze the Kurds further. Nobody cares about my corruption now. Okay?
Let's go 1.5. Let's go. We'll get through this.
It's just like it's classic. So there's two different reasons as to why Hamas's existence is a gift for Benjamin Netanyahu. And for the record, Benjamin Netanyahu has also personally said this in his own words. Okay? He said this in his own words, both in the 2019 meeting that we talked about. If you want to thwart any kind of nation state, if you want to thwart the development of a Palestinian nation state, you have to make sure that Hamas are the only actors. Okay?
There are a few reasons for this. One, Gaza is one of the most densely populated areas on Earth, making it almost impossible for civilians to separate themselves from military targets. Two is Israeli recklessness. In the 2008 war, they were challenged for their use of white phosphorus in a densely populated area.
I wouldn't call that challenge for their use of white phosphorus. I would say that is a real war crime. That's not reckless.
Recklessness is a war crime. I should have been clearer of that, because I think recklessness does constitute war crime. But yeah. Maybe I should have just used the word. I can't. It's like reckless. Assuming recklessness is fine. I imagine it's because a lot of them think that it's not. I think a lot of them think it's because they're actually just trying to kill as many people as possible. That's probably what's underlying a lot of people who get annoyed by the word reckless.
Deliberate. That is not reckless. That's just war crimes. They did a war crime, and they always do war crimes. For sure.
Destruction of a wastewater treatment.
By the way, they didn't learn from their mistake because they did it again this time around.
Leave me the fuck alone. Loner box is a waste of charitability, whether Hasan can see that at the moment or not.
Two.
Plant, which had no discernible military use. Their methods of warning people to evacuate targeted areas has often been criticized. For example, roof knocking, where they drop a small explosive on top of a target as a way of warning the civilians inside to evacuate. It turns out that technique is kind of ineffective. It seems to be the case that roof knocks are actually quite hard to distinguish, especially when there are explosions going off all around you. Who'd have thunk that? And more relevant to the present day, they've also been criticized for their failure to allow the free passage of medical items, food, and clothing. And three, there is Hamas's strategy of embedding themselves in civilian infrastructure. And I know the phrase human shield does sound a bit comical, but it's not a meme. Not only does Hamas place their military infrastructure in residential buildings, schools, and mosques, they've also gone so far as to commandeer people's individual houses to use as temporary military bases. Some of these Israel-Hamas conflicts would only last a few days.
Okay.
Zaid, how true is this? Okay. There is no official military infrastructure in Gaza, right? Apart from maybe the tunnels. But none of those buildings are like, this is a military building, this is a... There's no... let's see, anyway. I'm just looking at the... I'm just looking at the chat.
For every one singular instance of this happening, there are 1,000 instances where Israel indiscriminately is leveling entire city blocks. There is absolutely zero reason to hand it to Israel by saying, oh, it's human shields. Okay? How to use a home as a military base? No, Gaza is densely populated, of course, and so is Tel Aviv, by the way. Did you notice that? Tel Aviv is also very densely populated. Israel's also areas where Israeli citizens live are also very densely populated. And guess what?
Your admirable charitability is wasted on loader box.
Mandatory service in Israel. A lot of those enemy combatant aged males and also women too are technically could be at any given moment active duty service members. this does not justify Hamas deliberately fucking attacking civilian populations. If it doesn't justify Hamas deliberately attacking civilian populations, like they did on October 7th, it certainly does not justify Israel doing so, especially when, one, they have the population registry. They literally call people. They know who lives where. They have a massive surveillance apparatus that they're predator drones on top of fucking Gaza every goddamn day. Like, the IDF headquarters are in a civilian area as well. This does not justify nuking Israel, okay? They know what they're bombing. And yes, Hamas does fucking use residential buildings from time to time to fucking throw rockets, or not even residential buildings.
This whole time to time thing, I don't get. Like, do we know? I just feel like you would have some evidence to say that the IDF are really just seeing a residential block and they're like, is there any Hamas in there? Don't care. Take it out. I just don't know if that's what's happening. I think what might be happening is that they see like a weapon fucking stockpile is in a particular area, or there's a rocket launch pad, or there's a Hamas communication center, and they go for it, and they don't really care about warning people in time, or they just go for it when a warning could have been given. Like, I think that's probably more likely than just indiscriminate bombing. They do take out entire blocks, but again, we don't know if that block has been cleared out, or we don't know if if you can't see from the outside what the block is being used for. But it's not from time to time. This is their entire strategy. It's that they're all of Hamas's military shit is in civilian infrastructure, apart from the tunnels. I don't think they have separate military bases anywhere, as far as I know.
Buildings, but specifically in between residential buildings where they actually fucking throw rockets. But like, of course they're gonna do that. What the fuck? Where are they supposed to lob rockets from? Like, what do you mean?
Where are they supposed to
like
lob rockets from?
The idea that Hamas uses human shields while Israel does not have human.
I think we've established pretty clearly that the rockets don't work. What the fuck do the rockets do? How are we supposed to fire our rockets if not from this fucking school? Like, what? I don't. If not from near this block of flats that's gonna get clapped by the IDF.
Human shields is fucking crazy, okay? It's crazy. It's completely ridiculous. They're making do with the limited resources that they have, okay? They have nothing. So they're making do with the limited resources they have in times where they feel as though Israel is increasing the pressure in the West Bank, and they consistently keep doing this. The goal is not to like kill every Jewish person, okay? The goal is not to do genocide on Israel. They know they do not have the power to do that anyway, okay? The goal is to say, hey, you can't keep occupying us without paying a fucking price. That's the goal. You can consider that terrorism. I do, especially when it's targeting civilians. But ultimately, that doesn't change the reality of what that goal is, okay? Why would they not use human shields, though? It makes sense as a problem.
Aye, with the £2. Thank you very much. Do you think Israel's response is proportionate? I don't know what you mean by proportionate. So you don't, if you're being attacked by another by a government, or like de facto government, or another military power or whatever, you don't have to be proportionate. It's not like oh, they killed 300 of our people. As soon as we kill 300 of theirs, it's over. It's not really like that. Proportion in terms of limiting. When people talk about proportion in military terms, they mean, was this attack proportionate in terms of minimizing collateral damage and increasing military advantage? That's the formula that they go for. And obviously that's a very difficult ethical decision. Is Israel being proportionate in that sense? I don't think so. I don't think so. Because I think they've basically given themselves this impossible goal, or like incredibly ambitious goal that has no guarantee of making anything better, and actually has quite a big chance of making things worse. I don't know what they should do instead. Ceasefire brings its own problems, but I don't think what they're doing right now is
you smarmy
way too much loss of human life for a strategy that isn't really guaranteed to achieve anything and might actually just make things a lot worse. I don't know. I definitely don't endorse the current actions.
Propaganda tool? No, it's not propaganda tool. It's not a propaganda tool. See, this is what you're saying. Doesn't Hamas have headquarters under hospitals? There's never been a single fucking indication that Hamas actually has headquarters under hospitals, okay? The only proof is Israel claiming so. And then showing like a fuel depot next to a hospital to be like, well, see, that's actually a Hamas base or whatever the fuck, okay? There's never been proof. I do have proof that it's not. Do I know for sure? Absolutely not. They definitely do have a tunnel network that's 400 kilometers long, okay? It's 10 meters in the ground, and it's 2 meters high. That part is true, and it's 400 kilometers long. There's a tunnel network.
Does anyone have a source for the hospital target thing? It's the Al Shifa hospital, isn't it? That is apparently harboring the headquarters. The wiki. I don't know why you would immediately deny it either, though. I guess. Is it just the IDF that says so? I think the thing is like, maybe it's not true, but we know it's not out of line with what they would. It's not out of line with what they. It's not out of line with what they regularly do. Yeah, it's like IDF says, IDF says. How do you view settlers in the West Bank vis-a-vis distinguishing civilians and legitimate targets? I think a settler is still a civilian, but they're very likely to lose that fucking protection because they're so violent. I think with fighting against settlers, it should be like self-defense rules, basically. If they're going to attack you, you should be allowed to fucking use whatever you need to do to get rid of them. Yeah. When it comes to outposts, I think their property is completely fair game. If an outposter wants to set up a caravan in the West Bank even against Israeli law, let alone international, then it would be okay, I think, for some fucking paraglider, ski masked fucking teenager, Zoomer, TikToker to go in there and blow it up preferably when they're outside of the thing, and then just like send them back to Israel.
Underneath Gaza, okay, in certain parts of Gaza. Now, I also know that you can't really reach that tunnel network by using the conventional missiles that you're using, okay? So that also kind of destroys that. That also kind of destroys that argument too. But the notion that like Hamas is not playing fair is fucking ridiculous. Of course they're not fucking playing fair. What do you mean? They're fighting against a fucking apartheid. Like, what are we talking about? Their tactics are brutal. Their tactics are ruthless.
It's not whether or not they're playing fair, though. It's whether or not they're committing war crimes, right? And also, what advantage are Hamas getting from their actions? They're riling up the Middle East. They put a wedge in the Saudi peace agreements, but it's like, for what? You know, it's again Hamas. There's no way Hamas doesn't factor in, if we do X. If we do this attack, Israel will airstrike Gaza and a bunch of civilians will die. But they just don't care. They obviously don't care.
Their tactics are violent, okay? But like, we can't even fucking meet Israel on the same metrics as Hamas. What are we doing? What are we doing here? Like, we can't set the same fucking moral standard for one of the largest militaries on the fucking planet, really? Like, one of the largest militaries on the planet with a nuke cannot meet the same moral playing field as a fucking violent militia in an occupied open air prison? Like, really? I mean, think about that. Of course it's not fair. What is the expectation here? That like Hamas is supposed to be fucking launching rockets from out in the open? Are you implying Hamas is moral?
I think the expectation is that if they're going to use violence, use it in a way where you can show that this act will lead to this positive outcome. I don't know. It's not like some fucking imperative that Hamas has to launch rockets at Israel. It's like, how are they supposed to fire their rockets? They don't have to fire rockets. What have they gained ever from firing rockets? I think occasionally in the past they've managed to get problems into the front pages by firing rockets, right? I think I'm pretty sure when Sheikh Jarrah was happening, when those evictions were happening, it didn't go into the headlines until Hamas fired rockets. Like, but again, you're sacrificing your own people for that shit. It's like, I don't know. I feel like Gaza gets a pretty high amount of international aid as well. I think per person, they're one of the biggest recipients of international aid like ever. But yeah, of course they could have done better things with that than October 7th. West Bank aren't firing rockets, and what do they gain? Again, well, okay. At the very least, Blackfish, they're not getting flattened, okay? At the very least. I'm not saying that Palestinians should be non-violent. It's a military occupation. You probably do need to use some violence, but like there are forms of violence in the West Bank that are more justified, right? Like I think a lot of what those militant groups that kind of act in place of a ineffective police force in like Nablus and Jenin, like I think there's actually, it's quite clear why they're popular, because the Palestinians who live there are not adequately protected either by the PA or by the IDF. So it makes sense that they're there. That's nothing to do with like, just because you feel like you have to do violence against against an occupation doesn't mean you have to do any kind of violence. You have to think about whether that particular act of violence is achieving anything, and Hamas just doesn't.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all, dumb fuck. I'm saying if you think Hamas is immoral, then you should be like grossed out by the mere sight of Israel's actions, by the mere mention of like a fraction of what Israel does on a daily fucking basis. It's so stupid to me. It blows my fucking mind. Check this out, Straw Widow, what?
אז בעצם היה פעולה די שגרתית. הגענו לאלמנת קש. אני הייתי סמל בצוות צוותים תצפיות, ואולי...
So like, terrorism in this regard is both parties engaging in acts. So many true. I've got to finish this video. Holy shit, I've spent so much time.
Holy shit. Others over a month. At least 2 of them included ground invasions, the last one of which was in 2014, where they actually intended to destroy the tunnel system. So I guess that was a failure. And usually these conflicts would end with a brief ceasefire. Until the next one. And politically, this cycle had, up until just this month, produced a very strange status quo between Israel and Palestine. With the Palestinian leadership fractured between Hamas and Fatah, the peace process over this period has been completely dead. Mahmoud Abbas basically functions as a useless, corrupt authoritarian who has no credibility amongst the Palestinian people, and Hamas are, terrorists. And one of the first things we learn about foreign policy, of course, is you don't negotiate with terror.
Yeah, I don't like this, because it's not true. Like, the idea that we don't negotiate with terrorists is just so untrue. Especially, like, talking about this at the heels of, like...
I think I'm being a bit
Afghanistan
sarcastic
is so
there.
funny. Afghanistan pre-American invasion, Taliban rule. Afghanistan post-American invasion, so many people dead, still Taliban rule. So, like, terrorism in this regard is both parties engaging in acts
I think I'm wasting my admirable charitability here.
Terror. Both parties engaging in war crimes. Okay? So, ultimately, we don't negotiate with terrorists is literally a George W. Bush.
I'm about to show the George Bush clip. Everything Lornerbox says approves what IDF says. I don't think that's true, but okay.
Quote, like, no serious person should ever fucking use that. I hope he's joking.
You must stop the terror.
For the sake of the Palestinians who suffer, for the sake of the Israelis who are under attack, we must stop the terror.
And for the Israeli right wing, this relation is kind of a good thing. The lack of Palestinian unity means there's no pressure to ever revive the peace process. The terror attacks from Hamas serve to push more and more Israelis further to the right. Eventually, the Israeli...
I can't tell if he's, like, using that as a joke to say, like, that's bad and stupid.
It's
it's
obviously a... The voters reach a point. He isn't joking at fucking all. Doesn't sound like he's joking. It's just so funny the impact of like once you poison the well, what it does to people. Like holy shit. Where even the most corrupt shitbag on earth can hold on to power, so long as they're willing to take a strong stance on national security.
Like, if you're gonna say this fucking dipshit is a terrorist, then like, this fucking dipshit is, and even this guy is the arch terrorist. You know what I mean? It's true. Benjamin Netanyahu is the arch terrorist, the CEO of terror. In the words of Ben Shapiro, he's an arch terrorist.
The CEO of terror.
especially because a lot of the violence that happened, most of the violence that happened way before Hamas. In the entire history, in the entire Israeli history, like a metric ton of the violence predates Hamas. Hamas is born out of that violence. Hamas is legitimized out of that violence and a lack of real interest from the Israeli side in giving Palestinians emancipation or recognition, or even like being able to fucking have their own, standing military and shit and conduct their own affairs without Israeli intervention consistently.
Where even someone like Netanyahu can say, you might not like me, but I'll keep you safe. In fact, Netanyahu was one of many right-wing voices who opposed the Gaza pullout in 2005. He actually resigned over it and publicly warned that it would result in Gaza becoming a base for terror. Every attack from Hamas is his way of telling the Israeli public that he was right, that Palestinians cannot be negotiated with, that they need to be handled with strength. The result is that the Israeli voters keep pushing towards the right, the state continues to expand settlements into the West Bank with impunity, and any question of what should ultimately be done with the Palestinians is kept quiet. This, in turn, helps Hamas. With no foreseeable progress... Oh, they also now think I'm characterizing Netanyahu's argument by saying, like, oh my God! Okay. Coming from Fatah, and with increasing settler violence in the West Bank, Palestinians feel more and more that they have no other option than violence. If they're not turning to Hamas, it's to paramilitary groups like Lion's Den and the Jenin Brigades. In Gaza, the collective trauma of Israeli airstrikes and the hopelessness of life under blockade produces a similar outcome. Hamas may not be as popular as some people think, but the people in Gaza... Oh, Hamas isn't even... Sorry, Hasan. Sorry. Hasan's not even there to see me saying the shit that he agrees with, probably. Oh, God. Don't have much of an alternative. And all of this works to further Netanyahu's claim that Palestinians are too violent and too fragmented to make peace with. And he does seem to be kind of aware of this. In the last decade...
Not kind of aware of this. It is deliberate. It is by design. Also, the Jenin Brigade is just.
The Jenin Brigades.
I mean, it's like, it's a standing military at that point on occupied territory. I mean, if you shut out any kind of militant resistance to Israeli occupation on Palestinian territory, then like you have nothing. Like, you know what I mean? Then you're not giving anybody any outs here in this conversation, right? Like
he's being pedantic. No, he's not. He's not even being pedantic. I think he doesn't. I feel like he's not listening to what I'm saying. This is what I think is happening. I feel like he's listening to little fragments here and there, and just with this, I guess, base assumption that I'm a bit more lib, and like he's like, oh, okay, what would a lib say about the Jenin Brigades? Oh, they'd probably say they're unjust, right? Like, again, I even said like a few minutes ago the Jenin Brigades like make sense, and I said before that no, I feel like I made sense there with what I was saying. And even when I was saying that, oh, Palestinians can't be negotiated with, they're too crazy and shit, I was saying that that's Netanyahu's argument. And the chat's just like, what? Like, I can't believe Lord of Box would say this about the Palestinians. I did it. Fuck me. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's like, once the fucking tone has been set, there's no going back. There's no point trying to fucking, as soon as the fucking pigeonholing begins, there's no coming back from it.
What, are they not supposed to have any fucking military? Like the only fucking people allowed to have guns is like the Palestinian Authority thugs that like Israel has allowed to have.
Although I think what's weird about this is that before him watching this video, did I not tell Hasan that I didn't think violence, that I thought violence against occupation was just? I did. Yeah, I did say that violence was justifiable. Oh, it's a big, long message, but yeah.
Weapons so they can like turn them on Palestinians only? Like, that's crazy. You know what I mean? So, as far as like, the people are becoming more violent than ever and all this other stuff, this is deliberate. And I think that the exact same argument can be presented in the opposing way when describing the top of the hour ad break and how people become violent as a consequence of that. He's doing that right now. The exact argument he's describing here is precisely the argument I make.
Ken and Reed, thanks for the 420. A bit of love. Really appreciate that.
When talking about Hamas.
Okay.
And the reason why I make this argument is because I believe Israel, being the state power and also being the original offending party, considering that it is an apartheid state, has all of the power to end the occupation and therefore cause Hamas and all of its...
I think it maybe is. I think it's also maybe... taking descriptive statements and assuming that they're morally weighted. I feel like most of what I was doing here was trying to be descriptive. But,
needs in violent emancipatory resistance to perish. That's it. Like, I don't believe that human beings, no matter how much I want them to be, are going to, I don't think that it's right to demand that Palestinians just like sit there and take it and be perfect victims and get slaughtered.
Hamas is his way of telling the Israeli public. Yeah, I agree with that. He was right. That Palestinians cannot be negotiated with. That they need to be handled with strength. The result is that the Israeli voters keep pushing towards the right. The state continues to expand settlements into the West Bank with impunity. And any question of what should ultimately
U.S. trouble by Israeli settlement expansion plans
be done with the Palestinians is kept.
Like, this is, I'm sorry, but to act like West Bank settlements are a result, like, or people turn the other cheek to West Bank settlements as a result of Hamas violence from Gaza is so unacceptable. I don't agree with that either. If anything, Hamas violence is a consequence, a direct consequence of West Bank
I definitely didn't say that, but okay.
Settlements. There is infinitely more arguments to be presented on that side. It's ahistorical. Settlements predate Hamas. And one can absolutely state that settlements are directly...
Why this thing is ahistorical? I said the result is that Israel keeps on expanding settlements with impunity, which they do. They're doing it much worse than any other time. God, they're talking to people. I feel like he's talking to someone who's not there. He's not talking to... Okay.
It is ahistorical.
It's like dialogue tree.
I've used this example time and time again, but former security officials themselves, while they were in power, and also after they were no longer in power, have said time and time again that this is a direct reason as to why Palestinians push back, Palestinians fight back, Palestinians fucking throw rockets into Israel.
Yeah.
Newer polling showing Israeli racism only for suicide bombing. What? Like, I'm sorry, but I don't agree with this at all. I don't think that this is correct. I don't think that the Israeli...
What does he think I'm saying? I have no fucking idea. When Hamas fights with Israel, Israelis freak out because a couple of Israelis die, and that pushes Israel to the right, and that gives license to right-wing Israelis who always to expand settlements more aggressively than like a left-wing government would, which they do. The left-wing Israeli governments don't stop settlements, but they expand at a far slower rate than the right-wingers do. I don't know what's historical about that. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Officials themselves even fully agree with this. Like, if that was the case, then like Shin Bet members wouldn't regularly talk about fucking violence that Palestinians are subjected to in the West Bank and it being a legitimate security concern, because there will inevitably be retaliation.
Quiet. This in turn helps Hamas.
And the idea that like this helps Hamas is also ridiculous. People who ask why Palestinians turn to Hamas should Google Rachel Corrie. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, this in turn helps Hamas. Hey, stop. This in turn helps Hamas, makes it seem like they're like a fucking group that's being voted in or some shit over and over again in the same way that like Likud is, or Netanyahu can keep creating a...
Well, they still stay popular enough that Abbas doesn't want to have elections, no? It's not Hamas who are cancelling elections, it's Abbas who's doing that. Naomi Chan, thanks for the $5. Your admirable charitability is wasted on Hasan's top of the hour ads. I suppose that's true.
Right-wing cabinet, you know what I mean? Like, let her do whatever she wants? No, she's not allowed.
With no foreseeable progress coming from Fatah, and with increasing settler violence in the West Bank, Palestinians feel...
Like, no progress coming from Fatah is also incorrect. Fatah is a feckless, powerless institution, and that is the Israeli design for Fatah. And for the record, I think...
Wait, that means there's no foreseeable progress coming from them. It's so interesting. He's disagreeing with me and to agree with me. It's so bizarre. Okay.
The most significant part of this video that legitimately shows the interest of Benjamin Netanyahu, at least, is the classic. I use this all the fucking time. I'm sorry, but his 2019 talk, Likud, where this is from the 8th of October, from the Times of Israel. For years, Netanyahu propped up Hamas. Now it's blown up in our faces. Hamas was also including discussions about increasing the number of work permits. Israeli facilities permits, which will allow Gazan laborers to earn higher salaries than they would in their enclave, are a powerful tool to preserve calm. This demonstrates that the Israeli officials understand that like economic prosperity is the way to try and deal with the political problem without while also sometimes refusing that the real problem is the apartheid. No. Don't even. But here. According to various reports, Netanyahu made a similar point at a Likud faction meeting. Most of the time, Israeli policy was to treat the Palestinian Authority as a burden and Hamas as an asset. Far-right MK, Bezalel Smotrich, now the finance minister, who is a fucking homophobic fascist by his own words.
40
not
minutes
mine,
of this.
his own fucking words.
Yeah.
Oh, now she can put her fucking whole ass head on the... According to various, maintaining the separate, not actually... Bezalel. Anyway, says he doesn't want his wife in 1980.
God, the
people that time and time again...
Aggressions.
An attitude. Muslim is fundamental. Hamas understand...
He's like a pinball machine.
And undermining argument. In nation state, everyone is Hamas or Palestinian emancipation. This is why I fucking despise these are valid security concerns argument. There is no valid security concern in an apartheid state because one, it's immoral, okay? Fuck your security. And two, you're literally creating less security. There is no way to permanently maintain an apartheid state.
Okay, the first argument's a bit weird, but the second part, the whole thesis I'm giving here is that Israel is perpetuating the insecurity. I wonder if you'll figure that out by the end. Should we take bets? I wonder if you'll figure out that I'm making like basically the same thesis he is, only in probably a slightly more factual way.
Without it inevitably coming back to bite you in the fucking ass. October 7th is the proof. Think about how restrictive the Israeli occupation is.
I'm not saying I agree with the first part. Yeah, of course, even if you're overseeing apartheid, like you still have to protect your civilians to some degree, right? It just means that like it's confusing a military question with a political question. The military question is you should be allowed to defend yourself. You should be allowed to have security. But the political question is if you want to be properly secure, you can't like manage a military occupation. That's just not gonna. You're always gonna have security issues if you do that. That's why this fucking Netanyahu security tunnel vision approach for the last 20 years has not worked. It's actually created more insecurity. Yeah.
Been in Gaza, and October 7th still happened.
Let's see. Let's see if we're getting...
Clearly, it's a failure. When will people understand that?
Feel more and more that they have no other option than violence. If they're not turning to Hamas, it's to paramilitary groups like Lion's Den and the Jenin Brigades. In Gaza, the collective trauma of Israeli airstrikes and the hopelessness of life under block...
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I don't think Loner Box would ever use the terms that I'm using to describe the situation because, like, the things that I say are not exactly... No, the things that I say are not exactly seen by a broader liberal audience as even remotely close to the way they see the world. In the eyes of, like, the average Western American living in a liberal democracy, they're thinking, like, they're in a world of fantasy. They're thinking like, oh yeah, Israel is the greatest democracy in the Middle East. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. What do you mean it's an apartheid state? That sounds kind of anti-Semitic. Like no fucking shot is any liberal content creator gonna fucking turn around and be like, yeah, no, I think that the Jenin Brigade technically has, under international law, a right to exist.
It's not an international law question. I don't care if Jenin Brigades are legal or not. Their reason for doing at least some of what they do is because of a failure of policing from the PA and from Israel. And I think that is, to a degree, is justified, yeah. They can't just do nothing. There probably are some excesses of the Jenin Brigade that I wouldn't support, but yeah, I've never said that there should be no violence against the occupation. It's a fucking occupation. What the fuck? But I guess I'm just one of those, I'm not like the other liberals. Oh! And apartheid. I made a whole fucking video saying it was apartheid. I gave the argument on that panel, on that Kicker Keep panel, that it was apartheid, like better than anyone else trying to defend it. Better than fucking Prime Kai soying out and just screeching the words apartheid in South Africa. I had to fucking save him. I had to rescue him to give a more convincing argument for why it's okay to call it apartheid, for why it's an accurate description of what's happening. Oh, God.
That is something that like no American is going to believe. They're going to be like, what? But they wear bands. They wear the headbands. It looks a lot like the Hamas headbands. Maybe even the ISIS headbands, actually. They're white. ISIS wears the black and white headbands. They wear the white and black headbands. I have no way of comprehending that this is like... This is
Mad Flamingo with $1.99. Hasan is enlightened. Bow to his knowledge.
This is actually technically both morally permissible and legally justifiable under international law because it's supposed to be their territory. Like there's no world in which you can describe...
It would have probably been clearer if I said that if they're not turning to Hamas, like... Yeah, I don't know. Because I don't consider... The problem is that, like, I don't know if the Jenin Brigades are, but I think Lion's Den are supported by Hamas. I think. I don't know if Jenin Brigades are.
This to people. I do think, however, that he could have been more critical of Israel for sure. And I think at the end, he does get a little bit more critical of Israel, but...
Oh, he knows.
But I think he could have certainly been more critical while still, maintaining a liberal predisposition.
Blockade produces a similar outcome. Hamas may not be as popular as some people think, but the people in Gaza don't have much of an alternative. And all of this works to further Netanyahu's claim that Palestinians are too violent and too fragmented to make peace with. And he does seem to be kind of aware of this. In the last decade, he had spent years allowing Qatari funds to be transferred into Gaza, and by his own admission, he did this in part to keep the Palestinian public divided and to buy quiet.
No, he didn't do it to keep the Palestinian public divided. He did this specifically because, well, two reasons. One, you do have to fucking help people economically. In 2018, famously, the one country that immediately recognized when Donald Trump created like the Muslim ban and changed rules in the administration that would make it illegal to give money to Palestinians and the Palestinian Authority even, the people that actually responded to that negatively were the Israeli government. Why? Because they understand that, like, yeah, if you fucking starve the Palestinians, they're going to come and kill us. Like, of course. Economic volatility and economic instability creates more of an opportunity for radicalization, understandably. So they get it. Like, they understand it. So that's something to always consider when you hear about how Netanyahu and others want to deal with Hamas and want to deal with the Palestinian population in general.
From Hamas. Intelligence officials now believe that at least... This is exactly why this fucker Loner Box is so dangerous, because some smooth-brained chatters in this community, get him, boys, take him down, are saying he's based when his arguments are just obfuscated versions of the usual vile Zionist rhetoric. I'm danger. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Some of this money was being diverted to Hamas's military operations. Referring to this story about Qatari funds in 2019, a Labour member of the Knesset eerily stated that Gaza border residents were paying the price for the lack of policy and the arrogance in facing terror. Of course, this bizarre equilibrium...
Oh, here.
Oh, the Vox articles. Let's go.
Anyone who wants to thwart the establishment of a Palestinian state has to support bolstering Hamas, and transferring money to Hamas. The Prime Minister reportedly said at a 2019 meeting of his Likud party, "This is part of our strategy to isolate the Palestinians in the Gaza from the Palestinians in the West Bank."
This is exactly what I said. This is exactly what I said. Okay.
Wait, there's more though. Hold on. The exact comments have not been confirmed by sources. He also said, "We control how high the flames go." He did.
Yeah, I don't think I used this exact quote because it hadn't been confirmed. Although I don't think the Israeli government has denied that quote. Yeah.
Say that. He has a Philly accent, except for when he says Hamas.
Hamas. And this new government oversaw 2
Palestinian Muslims. The fuck out.
Okay.
It is
right couldn't last forever. Last year, Netanyahu was elected prime minister alongside the most right-wing government in Israeli history. His coalition involved the leader of the religious Zionist party, Bezalel Smotrich, and the leader of the Jewish National Front, Itamar
Psycho. Also psychotic.
Ben-Gvir. Perhaps 2 of the most comically evil people in all of modern democracy. Both of whom basically want to...
It's not a democracy. It's not a democracy. That's why it's not a democracy. They're fascists. Israel is a fascist, Jewish supremacist ethno-state. 1000%. It is a theocratic ethno-state that is moving on the theocratic front. Okay? And remember...
Bro, they were democratically elected. It's a democracy. I don't know what to say. Okay.
It's not my assessment, okay? From where I'm standing, I look to Israel and I go, that motherfucker on the right is Arab. He's an Arab. What do you mean? Like, what do you mean he's Jewish, so he's different than the Palestinian Arabs? Like, he's an Arab. He's half Kurdish, half Arab. The fuck out of here. Fuck you mean? But according to Israel, according to their own designation, he's Jewish. Therefore, not Arab. Arabs are Palestinian Christians and Palestinian Muslims.
To conquer the entire West Bank. And this new government oversaw 2 crucial policy positions: the rapid expansion of settlements and to weaken the checks and balances system of the Israeli Supreme Court, both of which would reap horrific consequences on October 7th. The result of settlement expansion was, as it always has been, increased violence between the settler community and local Palestinians. Combined with the
I don't even agree with it, like this is a 1-to-1. Like, no, the result is like literally fucking pogroms. Yeah, he is. He's half Kurdish, half Arab from Iraq.
And the rhetoric of Israel's new government, this process it's weird that I can't even say violence between settlers and Palestinians, and like I can't even say that because I need to say that it's the settlers are disproportionately more violent against the Palestinians. I need to like find the fucking stats or whatever. Steroids. 2022 was the deadliest year for Palestinians in the West Bank since 2004. At the start of this year, when a mob of settlers were rioting through the city of Huwara, Smotrich was calling for the town to be wiped out. although he would
it's a slip of the tongue.
later say this was a slip of the tongue. Yeah, I hate it when that happens. The result of these clashes was that
it's funny because like there's no point in Israeli history, like you look at Smotrich, right, and you're like, oh well, you know, this is a new version, like these guys are like openly fascist and it's very different. It's like, no dog, there's no point in Israeli history where like the motherfuckers in power haven't spoken about Palestinians with the exact same terminology. Okay, yeah, you think they were woke in like 1967? What are you, crazy? What are you, fucking nuts? Like Ben Gurion is a great example. Like there's never been a moment where like Zionism did not feature an incredible amount of Islamophobia, an incredible amount of anti-Arab sentiment. Has there ever been a time when they condemn this rhetoric? No. I mean, here, the best condemnation you'll get is when Itamar Ben-Gvir had a mural dedicated to Baruch Goldstein in his fucking house.
That's insane.
One of the worst fucking terrorists engaging in like a singular act of violence against Palestinians. A fucking Kahanist terrorist. And this fucking scumbag had a mural dedicated to his murder of 29 Palestinians in a mosque. Okay, they made him take it down, and he was like, "Fuck no, I don't want to take it down." And they literally forced him to take it down. So he very publicly declared that he took it down only because he wanted to win votes. He wrote a Facebook post where he said, "I'm taking the fucking mural down, okay, because you guys are making me."
We
but
will
also
build a state with the Arabs. Declaration of Independence. I'm sorry, Caleb. Okay, that's great. Just as I abhor the fucking far left clip chimping of people like Ben Gurion, again, they fuck it. The Declaration of Independence does not change the fact that first the Declaration it wasn't like legally binding at that point. They it doesn't mean that they didn't say that whilst also you're asking. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'll start again. Yeah, they said that, and then they also threw out like hundreds of thousands of people and didn't let them come back. Ben Gurion is quoted in the past, pre-48, saying, "We do not wish to expel the Arabs, but they can live amongst us." But he's also saying plenty of times that if things get a bit feisty, he has no problem with forced transfer. No problem. He was completely like, yeah, this will be fine. Never publicly spoke against, like, never publicly denounced the idea. So that's the more accurate like description of like, people like Ben Gurion. I think even at the time, Ben Gurion, it's in that Ben Shapiro video where there's actually a video of Ben Gurion saying that, oh no, they left. We asked them to stay, but they left. But again, that's not true either. I think that happened in like a couple of towns. Like it happened in Haifa, like where there was a battle, the Arabs lost, and then they left even though they were asked to stay. But that was like, even pro-Israel historians will say that that was exceptional. That was not the general rule anyway. That from the Pape misquoted letter? No, the Pape misquoted letter is the one where he just sounds like a fucking cartoon villain, saying the Arabs will have to go and the war will be the opportune moment. That's the fake quote. But the real quotes, there are plenty of real quotes of him saying that he sees nothing unethical about forced transfer. Nothing. He believed that that would be the way to ensure Jewish survival if there was fighting after the Declaration of Independence, like after the British Mandate. And they went pretty hard with it. So this is the fake quote from Pape. This one's also a fake quote. This is the real one. And then we will have to use force without any hesitation, only when we have no choice. We do not wish and do not need to expel Arabs and take their place. So he's talking about if there's a war, like if the other Arab states don't accept the formation of Israel, then they felt like they needed to get rid of the Arabs. So again, it's still an ethnic cleansing. It's just, this is still really bad. Like this is completely deplorable. It's just not this. And I think even like far left people would understand that, right? Like, because this is like a Stalin thing to say, whereas this is like a Hitler thing to say, you know? And yeah, different levels of evil, I guess. Yeah.
So more importantly, because I want to win votes, and I'm doing this for Israel. Yeah, it was a framed poster, like a mural of this fucking honest terrorist piece of shit.
I'm just making an analogy for the tankies, Warthongs, don't worry. It's really gross how this dude Lonerbox just makes little jokes about how genocidal and fascist Israel is while not even acknowledging that he's claiming they uphold a democracy. Hasan laughed at that joke as well. It's funny that he said it was a misspeak. Fuck off. All right. The IDF had become increasingly more focused on the West Bank than on Gaza. And now, after October 7th, it seems likely that this stretched them too thin and left gaps in their security. As for the judicial reforms, well, we know that they sparked some of the biggest and most drawn-out protests in Israeli history. And we also know that hundreds of IDF reservists were refusing to show up for duty in direct protest.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but these motherfuckers weren't doing that because personally they were like, oh yeah, we have an apartheid state. They were doing that because they were like, oh, we want to still be secular. And
it's always coming back to the apartheid state. Always. Don't forget the apartheid state. I know they didn't do it in protest of Palestinian rights. They did it because they wanted their fucking liberalism or whatever the fuck.
Gross, in the way that you're conducting internal affairs now. Okay? And you cannot separate the two. You can't literally look at a situation where you're like, oh, well, the apartheid state is fine. Like, or maybe it's bad. I'll talk about how bad it is in the settlements. While simultaneously fucking being like, I'm actually real mad that you're taking away my secular Supreme Court so I can't like have a fucking secular apartheid state. You know? It just doesn't work that way. The two go hand in hand. And in those protests, as Volodymyr Zelensky
I think the one criticism I'll probably take from Hasan here that I think is probably fair is that I don't think conflating Hamas with the Jenin brigades and fucking Lions Den was a good idea. That was probably, could have worded that in a different way that didn't have to include those two, because it did make it sound like I was opposed to violence completely, which is maybe a bit silly. But everything else, from the 25,000 people... yeah, I don't know. I feel this video was actually fine. Yeah.
Said, our lone Israeli leftist in the chat. In those protests, they banned the Palestinian flags, dog. Palestinian flags were not allowed to be flown in those protests. Okay? So make no mistake. They did not want any kind of mention of Palestinians at all at those fucking protests. As an Israeli, I yearn for the day that Israelis and Palestinians can live together in peace. I have lost all respect in my public and struggle for work only because of my anti-Zionist beliefs. My Mizrahi friends aren't considered true Israelis only because of the color of their skin. Some of them have even been brutalized or jailed for protesting against the occupation. It is fascist here. I mean, well, there's some other Mizrahi friends that maybe even have a different approach on the opposing side. But listen, it is a fascist state. You're not alone. There are plenty of fucking people. There are plenty of people in Israel who also feel the same way that you do. You know what I mean? Just keep pushing. Keep pushing. It's important.
Of Netanyahu's government. During the protests, Netanyahu even fired and then unfired his defense minister for warning that the divisions caused by the reforms were undermining Israel's security. We knew all of this was happening at the time, and if we knew it, so did Israel's enemies. Just earlier this year, Israel had already had its worst clash with Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon since the 2006 war. And their leader, Hasan Nasrallah, openly said Israel was on a path of collapse, fragmentation, and disappearance. That was at the end of July 2023.
I mean, he's not wrong. He literally isn't wrong. I know that, like, people look at that and go, oh, that's a threat. Like, he wants to destroy Israel. But the reality is, it's true. If you keep fucking behaving in the way that you're behaving, thinking that you can get away with this, like, anything short of full-blown ethnic cleansing is not going to cut it. Like, you're always going to have to deal with internal domestic pressures, like internal pressures, and a constant security concern. I looked it up. Netanyahu has been prime minister in 1996 to 1999, 2009 to 2021, and December 2022, the president. Lol, cool democracy. Well, I'll have you know that the last time around, he was also going to go to jail. Like, there was an active corruption investigation. That's part of the reason why he was able to whip up a coalition government, and that's the reason why he had to rely on the most like far right elements. He is a fucking he's a demon, dude. He is one of the most violent psychopathic demons in modern history, straight up.
In an interview in 2016, Netanyahu said, "I would like to be remembered as the protector of Israel. That's enough for me." The fear of Hamas amongst Israelis allowed him to keep up this facade for decades. Now, the man known as Mr. Security has become the one who presided over the worst security failure in Israeli history. Neither he nor Hamas ever wanted peace. Both of them depended on keeping their people scared, keeping them opposed to peace.
Bro, they're not like a real political entity. Like, if anything, they have a government.
They are. They're a de facto government that's got funding coming from like Qatar, from Iran, from Russia. Yeah, they're a political entity. Yeah, they're not like a fucking recognized state, but they're a de facto,
civilian faction that has to engage in civil society. But this is not like a, like, there's no, you can't both sides this. Like, I don't think that there is any both siding this. Okay?
You couldn't both sides this. And I think this is the problem, is I need to maybe summarize this better. You can't both sides it if it's just Israelis and Palestinians. That's 100% true. You can both sides it when it is Israel, when it's Hamas that is backed by Iran, that has friends in Hezbollah, that is backed by fucking Russia, that is backed by Qatar. Yeah, that you can probably both sides it when there's that kind of like that does introduce like a much more complex interaction. Yeah.
This does not exist without this. This certainly
also it doesn't. This can still doesn't necessarily suggest that both sides have equal power. It doesn't.
This without this. Okay. Some other form of this still exists without this.
Damn. Really?
That's the problem. Because Israeli policy has been consistent. It has always been consistent. And only under that policy where you carefully maintain an apartheid, where you have this. Like, it's pretty simple too. Like, let's say you kill him, okay? Let's say you kill every Hamas leader. Let's say you blow out the tunnel system. Okay? Let's say you do all of that. Okay. Do you think that like the rest of the Palestinians are gonna be like, thank you so much. We loved when you killed my family. I personally loved when you blew up my fucking school, and then you blew up my hospital, and then you blew up the fucking food supply, and when you blew up the fucking water supply, when you told me I can't have any water whatsoever.
He said he wasn't doing the Israel is a small bean shit, but he totally is.
When you called me a human animal, I love that. I'm so glad that you've rid me of Hamas now. I will welcome you with open arms. This is fucking insane. This is a fucking insane thing to claim. Like, please, just investigate it a little bit further beyond the talking points, and you will recognize that that is not how this goes, okay?
I don't really know if he's addressing me. He's not really.
Like, there is no equal ground between Hamas and Benjamin Netanyahu. There isn't. It's ridiculous.
I don't think I'm saying that. I'm saying that they feed into each other to make to produce a situation where peace is impossible. It doesn't mean they're both equal. Why would you assume that? Why would you assume I'm saying that? It's just okay.
One, and its existence is caused directly by the actions of the other, whereas even if it wasn't for him, there was literally someone else. And you can say, Hasan, without Hamas, there'd be another militant faction. That much is also true. But you know how you eradicate it? Not by fucking blowing up Gaza, not by setting up a permanent occupation on Gaza, okay? But by engaging in it as a political problem, because that's exactly what it is. Be careful, you are saying shit that will bring heat on you? What do you mean? What heat?
The heat from you guys, you assholes.
Also, what do you mean? I've heat on me now, you think? You think I'm getting heat on me now? I've been getting heat. Nonstop. There hasn't been a moment I haven't been receiving heat for the past fucking 3-4 weeks now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in an odd way, they both provided that service for one another. Now, that status quo is over, and the ones who will have to pay the biggest price for it will be the least deserving. The Israelis who have just experienced the worst attack on Jewish life since the Holocaust, the Palestinians being murdered by settlers in the West Bank, and the people in Gaza who are now trapped in a war zone. Just 4 months ago, a poll found that half of the people in Gaza wanted Hamas to stop calling for Israel's destruction and instead accept a two-state solution based on the 67 borders.
Wait, what? That's literally... In July 2023, Hamas' decision to break the ceasefire was not a popular move. While the majority of Gazans did think it likely that there would be a large military conflict between Israel and Hamas and Gaza this year, similar percentage supported Hamas maintaining a ceasefire with Israel. That part makes sense. But why would half of them agree with the following proposal? Hamas should stop calling for Israel's destruction and instead accept a permanent two-state solution. That is their, isn't that literally their charter? Well, I guess it's not. Their new charter doesn't say a two-state solution, but a secular state, right?
The new charter that didn't supplant the old one. They still call for Israel's destruction. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's why the new charter didn't make much sense. Yeah.
Moreover, across the region, Hamas lost popularity over time with many Arab publics. This decline in popularity may have been one of the motivating factors behind the group's decision to conduct.
No one believes their patch notes. Yeah. Imagine trusting what Lonerbox says, I guess. This person used to be one of my viewers. I remember Taco Light 16. I didn't expect this high level of Zionist apologia from Lonerbox. He's friends with a South African Zionist. Bro.
I didn't expect this high level of Zionist apology from Lonerbox. He's friends with the South African Zionist. I wouldn't. I mean, I think like this at least shows the events. It at least like tells the events, but I think that there are a lot of key details that are missing from it. I don't know.
We tried, guys.
Anyone downplays the Nakba like the video did and no mention of the apartheid is all pro-Zionist? Yeah, I don't know why he didn't mention the word apartheid.
have an entire video on. Okay, the apartheid argument, like the apartheid argument, is mostly. I think it's mostly describes what happens in West Bank. That's what apartheid like is probably the best term for. I think for Gaza, like we have words. We mentioned blockade. We mentioned control over the border. We mentioned fucking like the war crimes. Yeah, it's. I don't know. Got to say the word apartheid more often. Yeah.
I think it's decently fair. It tries a little too hard to be seen as unbiased. I think in a situation like this, it does try to be seen as unbiased. I agree with you. But if you try to be unbiased when it's an apartheid, it's going to come across like you're doing apologia for the actually violent entity. Not to say that Hamas is not violent. Of course it is. But that violence is born out of the violence of the apartheid. He's trying to seem unbiased. He has a video about Israel being an apartheid. Yeah, no, I know he's not. I don't think he's a Zionist. At least from what he's told me, he's not. And I think that.
Hey! Stay mad, Hasan.
I think that this video,
fucking
however, relies on a lot of sources that show the situation as though it's like kind of out of Israel's hands. Like it leans a little too much, in my opinion, on Israel's security concerns have necessitated this situation. I watch you guys all the time. You guys are going like 95% of shit. Yeah, no, I think so as well. On this issue especially. Like the major distinction between me and him is that I, one, don't spend a lot of time talking about like Hamas's. He literally called you for the ban because us, Chad, are China Sims, and also that's why he was surprised at you praising him. I don't.
That talking point is still going. That I tried to get him banned because the chat are China Sims. I was worried that I'd misspoken in that clip, but I didn't even misspeak. It was just like I just didn't say it. I just said I was saying that it was to do with people calling for Destiny to be deplatformed. And then there were people in chat. I can't remember what the context was exactly, but there were people in chat talking about fucking extremist opinions. I'm like, bro, you know, like Hasan's chat's got a bunch of fucking tankies in there, and it's only a matter of time before Twitch, an American platform, considers that extremist and bans Hasan. Right? It's just not a good argument. So it doesn't mean I wanted it to happen. Okay.
I don't give a shit, dude. I don't care. There's plenty of fucking content creators out there that have said horrible shit about me. If someone is personally making a video that is like historically factual, I'm still going to praise it.
Woo. Stay mad, Hasan chat, you fucking droogs.
But I do think that it's like it's trying to be as even-handed as possible. Didn't this guy shit on you for Ukraine stuff? I think he did, but I've never watched it, and I most likely will not. And I don't even care. I don't. Like, there is a lot of information in here that's good to know. But if you didn't know anything and you arrived at this and you watched it, I feel like your takeaway would probably be that your takeaway would probably come across as, well, Israel does have a right to defend itself, and this is like Israel's security concerns that have like accidentally created.
Hasan, it's really big. Here he is, Mike. Hasan Abi, it's really big of you to say that. He's probably one of the biggest debate pervert fluffers out there, always trying to attack people that don't like them. Mike. How lacking in self-awareness do you have to, you pathetic, greasy, miserable, little fucking half-human, like I don't. You worm, you rodent, you writhing mollusk. You couch puncher. Oh, well. You weak shell of a man. I don't. The guy who raided me like 2 years ago, and then I was very open with him that I wasn't his biggest fan, that I was a friend of like Dylan and Vosh and all that shit. And he told his chat to leave after raiding me. He told the raiders to leave. Mike from PA. Wait, should we find the clip? Let's find one of his moments. I feel like we need to It's only necessary.
That's fine. I think that's fine. So if a guy pays for my tab,
I think I'm getting your attention. like a vampire touching holy water.
can I help you?
I think they want to go in.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's do a few more, eh? We got any more? The couch gets demolished at around 9:18. Okay. It's necessary, you know? It's necessary. If we're gonna hey, listen, if we're gonna say some fighting words here, you're gonna call me a debate pervert fluffer. Well, okay. Debate avoiding nonce. Let's go.
Well, no.
I always hit
I think she was bullying him for like 9 minutes.
the granite a little.
Yeah.
That just feels good.
Oh my god.
Just feels good.
Do.
Nothing.
Why is this couch now moved? Did you just hit the couch?
Let me just move the couch back. I just nudged it. Oh shit, they're here.
Okay.
I just he got baited by Project Veritas. Oh, this is a surfs video. It's 40 minutes long. Wait, hang on. Where's the AOC one? Okay, clip to it. Oh no, it's not there. Oh, whatever. Fuck. Okay.
Accidentally created a situation that like became really violent or something like that. So overall, I don't even think he agrees with that assessment.
Yeah.
And I think that
True.
the way you handled KB was fantastic. You proved me wrong 100%. KB, but this isn't the same. I don't think. Hopefully, I'm wrong though. Oh, knowing better, yeah. You like public transport, infrastructure spending, and suddenly.
Lonerbox consistently equivocates. That's not what equivocate means. Hamas and the IDF as comparable evils. I don't really. I think Hamas are actually a lot worse than the IDF. Sorry. The question I would always ask is, what would the IDF and Hamas do if they had the same amount of military power? Who would cause more damage? Yeah, I'll take the lib hat for that one. Actually, yeah, I will wear the lib hat. I'll get the lib badge. I'll get the lib fucking Twitter profile. I don't know.
You're trying to simp, even if you denounce social.
Get my lib socks.
Yeah. Anyway, my point is this. I think this is like trying to spare the feelings of a lot of people. This video in and of itself, and I think it does a disservice to good analysis in an effort to capitulate and in an effort to come across as like not as aggressive as it should be. And I think that it should be aggressive, like way more aggressive, because the circumstance is completely.
I mean, I think that he's saying that is probably fine because I didn't want to. Like, he's basically like he's saying, yeah, he wants it to be partisan, but I didn't want to be partisan. I knew I had a lot of fucking new Israeli viewers because of me shitting on the Hamas supporters, and I was like, I want to tell you like my left-leaning perspective on this. But I noticed that when I made that Netanyahu video, the fact that I mentioned the Deir Yassin massacre had fucking liberal Israelis in my fucking replies like, oh, I can't believe you mentioned the Deir Yassin massacre. You don't even know the context. I'm like, bro, this is like a fucking 40-year-old debunked horseshit claim that Deir Yassin was like, had more context behind it outside of it being a massacre, that it was like, people used to think it was a battle, but even Benny Morris like quite clearly states that it wasn't. Yeah, I don't know. Did you gain any subs off of his react? Yeah, like a couple of hundred. Not many, just a few hundred. A few nice comments.
Completely unacceptable morally. It's not legally permissible. It is immoral. So trying to talk about it with terms.
Stephen Francis, thanks for the tier 1 sub.
Also, trying to talk about it in the way that he talked about it, I think does a disservice to good analysis that I think he is not only capable of.
Hasan Abi, there's a word for what he is. Cowardly. Bro, if this fucking slimy, miserable, fucking invertebrate cuck piece of shit had any idea how fucking difficult it is to exist in a position where I am too left-wing for even a lot of the liberals, where especially the right-wingers, and where I'm too not fucking whatever the fuck soy bullshit this guy's on to please his crowd. Is it? I don't know. I feel like it's not that easy out here, you know? I don't really fit in any of these weird camps. Whereas all you have to do is Google, what's the left-wing opinion on the news today? You get it. It's very simplistic. Some of it's kind of a little bit factually inaccurate. You scream. Everything is caused by capitalism, and you're good. You're fine. I used to make content like that. I know. It's so fucking easy. You can be wrong. You can be inaccurate. But if you fucking give those far-left people on the internet what they want, you're fine. You're fucking zooming. Used to? Yeah, I used to be a lot more partisan in my videos, yeah.
But has these opinions. Like, I don't think you will not arrive at his like actual accurate opinion from watching this video because it's trying to be as neutral as possible. And especially when you're using like Jerusalem Post or Wikipedia exclusively, that covers a lot of the
yeah, I did not. What the fuck, dude? No, don't say that. Like, come on. Jerusalem Post and Wikipedia. Okay, that's just not true. That's just not facts. These are not the facts.
As though it's just like Hamas is just launching rockets. Hamas is just launching rockets, and they're like a violent. They're like a rudderless ship, and they're just simply violent for the sake of violence, and they're not even thinking about anything. Like they don't have any. They're not engaging from an act of like. They're not making any. They're not making any tactical decisions, no matter how fucking wrong or brutal or violent they may be, right? And I get that because I'm the type of person who.
He posted a deleted tweet with Lonerbox saying that Israel is semi-right about Palestinians. Oh god, okay, it's fine. It's fine. Hasan doesn't believe that though, because he's like a bit better than that. He's a lot better than that actually. Fuck. That's a huge difference. The difference between man and beast. Alright, whatever. I think there was maybe one criticism in there that I thought was probably fair. The rest of them I don't necessarily agree with. You know. I'm glad we could have this healthy disagreement in the marketplace of ideas without pigeonholing each other into the worst possible extremes. Nice one. It's actually a pretty enjoyable experience. I don't even know if it's the majority of the chat. Like I can't tell because there's so many of them, but there's a noticeable population in there who are the dumbest cunts. But, you know. I feel like the Hasan Lonerbox Beast process is actually, it's smooth sailing. It's still going strong. No matter how much these literally fucking Hamas agitators try to ruin it. That's not even an analogy. That's not even a fucking metaphor. They are Hamas fucking people. Yeah. Anyway. Has Vosh or Destiny reacted to your Gaza video yet? I don't think so. Okay, this was a very chaotic react to a chaotic react. Okay. Does Hasan even notice Mike's comments? He probably notices like 3% of them. Yeah. I don't think Vosh would react. No. I don't just see Vosh watching video essays on stream very often. Ooh. Oh well. Okay, how do I close this segment for the editor? That was fun. No, that was fun. Hasan, appreciate the review. Don't really agree with most of those critiques. One or two of them I thought were probably fair. Hasan's chat. Listen, keep on spreading that fake tweet around. You know, you'll get him one day. I love it that in your efforts to destroy me and to end the Lonerbox Hasan Beast process, you basically just make yourselves look fucking so unlikable and like impossible to take seriously. So I guess if you try harder, it'll just kind of like feed back in an even worse way. So yeah, keep it up. Your completely admirable charitability is wasted on Lonerbox. Yeah. Hasan will read your chats one day. Keep chugging. He might do. He might do. 70% of Hasan's problems come from his chat. I don't know. I don't know how much of it's audience capture or if it's the other way around. But yeah, I don't know. The fuck is happening in my tweet in my Twitter notifications? What the? This person is. When did this start? Oh yeah, this is incredibly sad. But your complete admirable charitability is wasted. The streamer is not our friend. Who the fuck is our? So much of the criticism of Lonerbox emancipation relies on just being a fucking racist monster. In the exact same way people defended other streamer clique projects throughout time. Did I miss that comment? That's probably a... I assume Hasan talked about how based you are. No, he got a bit annoyed by some parts of the video, but it seemed fine. And now his fans are like, oh my god. No, Hasan, don't you know that Lonerbox is... Oh god. Ugh. Hasan only watches one video essayist that he disagrees with regularly, and that's Johnny CIA. Oh yeah, that guy. Yeah, he's I would never like get my information from videos like that. They're very pretty, but they're just like I just can't know like what kind of context I'm missing from whatever sources he's sharing and shit. Yeah. Actually, the IDF is only made up of Lonerbox family member. Oh, Dahlia. Oh, cool. I like this person. I haven't seen her in chat for a while, though. Interesting. I only got my info from ground news. Based. True. All right. Where the heck are we going? What are we doing? Did I really drop 400 viewers? Why? Dylan's debating on Ukraine right now. Okay. Why did so many viewers leave? Oh, it's more of a gradual dip. Okay. Did Destiny start streaming? Oh, is he on Kick? Ah, I see. 30 minutes. Okay, okay. Oh no. The waiting room. The waiting room allegations. It's Keep or Kick. I actually find it so difficult to watch these. They just do so little for me.
He's got it out for me. I already know.
I love you. I love you, Minnie, but I'm gonna have to say goodbye to you, bro.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't watch them. They don't do anything for me. Yeah. I mean, I shouldn't say that out loud because I'm like literally the winner of the last one. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What is Dylan Burns doing? Oh, he's watched. Hasan's watching the Ben Shapiro video.
You know, they fall prey to a lot of the same. You know, like if they're not able to like arrange for somebody's mistress to get killed, then like they just rely on posting like Fox.
Probably would use nukes if they're Ukrainian.
Oh, no.
And then you shift it to there's a greater than non-zero.
It's the hawk of all hawks.
Because one implies 60%, the other implies 1 to 2 to 3%.
I don't think it's 3%. I think it's somewhere in the 10 to 30% range because Putin's legitimacy to rule basically depends
Who's this person? Hasan X Loner. They're not watching Hasan X Loner.
We're gonna do some Palestine discourse today, I guess. So
yeah, let's go.
Content. True. Unfortunately, true. Like, it's not even that she's more deranged. It's just that like Minnie is like pretty politically centrist, so it's not like I don't know. There still is like a politics bend to it. It's just not something. It's not a character show, right?
Okay.
As there. So I want to throw a few things out there. So the first thing I want to throw out there is the nuclear question. So I am of
nuclear
the belief that any single time you are
the what
in a
killer. The Loner Box Hasan Beast Process. Yeah, let's go. You know what, chat? I don't like reading research on stream. I don't really like it. I feel like I'm so much faster. Actually, am I really that? Am I faster when I do it off stream? I don't think I'm faster. I think I don't know. I think I just don't like reading out loud for that long. Are you ending stream? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. Because I'm more focused when I'm on stream, definitely. Where are you on Camp David right now? I think I've read the best argument there is on the internet that's against the mainstream narrative. Because the mainstream narrative is basically that Arafat was a fucking loser who dropped an amazing deal and then fucking started Intifada. I think I've read the best counter to that narrative. But I just need to see if there's anything more because it's older. Are you thinking about more than reverse genocide? What? Yeah, I think about lots of things. So usually I wake up, I think about reverse genocide for a few hours. Then I have a shower. And inside the shower, I'll think about reverse genocide. And then, yeah, never mind. Forget what I said. It's just, it's always like looming, you know? I mean, there's nothing we can do about it. I can try to distract you guys from the impending chaos, the impending nothingness that we all are approaching, sleepwalking towards, but I can't hold back the tide, you know? I'm strong, me, Hasan, but we can't hold back the reverse genocide. It's just, no matter how many IDF relatives we have, no matter how many IDF TikTok girls we hook up with. I'm sorry. But we tried, you know? And we died with dignity. Okay. I used to watch a lot of Hasan Abi. I've now converted to being an avid Loner Box watcher. Oh no. Well, we try, you know. We need as many people as we can to stop the reverse genocide, so welcome aboard, okay? I'm not telling you it's going to be easy. There was this video about what Gazans really think about Hamas. I wonder if this person used the same data that I did, because
Hamas, specifically its political arm, is facing a crisis. And not just the one that began when its military wings spilled over the blockade on October 7th. Whether you are a leader in an autocracy or a democracy, public popularity is critical if you want to stay in office. The reason is straightforward in democracies. You have to win elections to remain in power.
Okay.
Autocracies are more complicated, but the more that people like you, the less likely you are to face mobs marching on the streets to remove you, and the less you have to empower your security forces, which also makes it less likely you will face coup threats from those security forces. With that in mind, however you want to classify the governance institutions in Gaza, popularity was a problem, and some newly released data show exactly where Hamas stood on the eve of conflict. As you might guess, the numbers are not so hot.
Yeah.
That is why today we are going to go into the brief history of Hamas as a political actor, take a deeper dive into what those data say, a couple of caveats about the findings, one of which is perversely amusing, and how the survey helps us understand what may have caused the October 7th attack, both as a standard diversionary story and as an attempt to provoke Israel into an overreaction. But we begin with the weird politics inside of Gaza. And apologies in advance for simplifying a complex history into 3 quick minutes. Hamas formed in the late 1980s, evolving from a pre-existing charity organization. But the move to militancy meant less attention paid to building libraries, and more attention paid toward coercion against Israel, leading to many states over time, particularly those that partner with Israel.
No, come on. They weren't just violent because they wanted to fuck with Israel. They became violent in response to the violence that Israel set the tone for, because Israel's the aggressor. I'm just trying to try on the React streamer pervert mantle. It just feels wrong. I can't do it anyway. You're never gonna learn about the power imbalances and the apartheid from just scanning Wikipedia. You can't do it. You know, you need to. It compromises your analysis, makes you a fucking idiot.
To designate it as one might expect. The group sat out a Palestinian election in 1996 and repeated that move in 2005. However, the next election occurred the following year, and by then, Hamas had officially expanded into the political sphere. Such a charity, militancy, political party nexus is actually very common in places with weak rule of law. Charity helps grow grassroots popularity, which is important for both picking up the votes and recruiting foot soldiers. And at the risk of quoting someone who has been dead for almost 2 centuries, war is politics by other means. It is just a question of how much effort you want to spend in one bucket versus the other.
Yeah.
2006 was a fateful year, though, because Hamas won the election. Very quickly, however, its leadership learned firsthand that winning an election is not the same thing as getting people to follow the results of an election. That 2006 election covered both the Gaza Strip and the West Bank. Hamas's military power resided in the Gaza Strip, while its main rival Fatah had better status quo control over the West Bank. To make matters more difficult for Hamas, Israel, the United States, the United Kingdom, and West.
Let me double check. I've been saying Fatah my own for a while, so I want to.
Fatah.
No, that's not the fucking.
Fatah.
It's not Fatah. This won't do it either.
Fatah.
That's just not gonna. You know who's gonna tell us how to pronounce it properly? Because I feel like I've forgotten. I feel like I've maybe been doing it wrong for a while. Beast process. You're gonna tell us. Let's go. Where does he talk about them in a shorter video? This one probably. No transcript. Oh no. Does he say it here? That's Hamas. I don't think I'm gonna find it because this is all Hamas fucking talking about the occupation. I don't know. I am.
Western countries more broadly sided with Fatah, and the vote itself was far from being a blowout. Facing these pressures, Hamas met with Fatah in Mecca to negotiate a unity government. Saudi Arabia mediated, and probably tried desperately to convince YouTube commenters that their flag was distinct. Different color, and they have a sword. Anyway, Israel said that it would still only deal with...
I knew it would be easy to find because this is to search feta, and it'll...
into fellow statesmen, cemented by a speech given by Yasser Arafat to the UN. From the inception of Fatah all the way up to 19...
Feta. Yeah, it's like the H is a fucking its own syllable, right? Yeah. Feta. Feta. Like, just like that.
With Fatah leadership.
Fatah.
The result was the Battle of Gaza, where Hamas expelled Fatah from the Strip, and Israel and Egypt solidified the blockade around it. More than 17 years of very turbulent economic times have passed since then, but there have not been any further elections, which is perhaps not surprising given the geographic fracturing between the two of them. Thus, we have this weird world where Hamas derives its governing legitimacy through elections, even though a majority of Gazans have no memories of an election. Seriously, the population pyramid for Gaza is pretty crazy. And at the same time, Hamas is still a militant organization, so maintaining power in Gaza is also a function of that. If this is causing your head to hurt as much as it is mine, here is your aspirin, in the form of a summary.
Hey.
Hamas governs more than 2 million people. There are direct and obvious rivals to its leadership. And to maintain the throne, it cannot completely lose the support of those that it governs. But what does that popularity look like? Miraculously, we have lucked into a pretty good answer to that question. It is all thanks to an organization known as Arab Barometer. As a political scientist, it is hard to escape the fill-in-the-blank barometers. We have the Afro, Euro, Asian, and the fully translated Latino Barometro. Yes, we political scientists really love our barometers. These groups are the standard bearers of survey data of the geographic prefix in front of the barometer part. Arab Barometer, in particular, is a joint project between Princeton University and the University of Michigan. Yep, that's right. I know this is hard to believe, but Michigan does research on more than just opposing sidelines. Allegedly, of course. Regardless, per their standard wave of surveys, Arab Barometer just so happened to be on the ground in Gaza, and asking Palestinians their thoughts about Hamas, beginning on September 28th, 2023, and ending on October 6th.
It says my buffer rate is fine. It's in the green. Wait, why? Back? Why is it saying that? I haven't done it. Nothing's happening on my end. We're back. Nothing happened on my end. I didn't drop frames at all. I didn't drop anything. What the fuck? Huh. Sorry, did I forget to say thanks Jack O'Lantern and Stephen Francis for the tier 1 subs. Appreciate that. And Caleb with $4.99. I wager $5 he'll misrepresent your thesis by the end of the video. Maybe, I guess. Mad Flamingo with $1.99. Hasan is enlightened, Bowser's knowledge. Hey.
This bore out in a hypothetical election featuring Hamas, Fatah's current leader Mahmoud Abbas, yes they rhyme, and a former leader of Fatah's military wing who is currently in Israeli custody. Yep. Hamas only secured 24% of the support, which doubled Abbas's 12%, but fell notably short of the third alternative.
Hey.
There was also a large contingent of disaffected people who said that they would not participate at all. In any case, the party that was expelled from the Strip almost 2 decades earlier now combines for 44% of the hypothetical vote. The reasons that Abbas captures the smaller share are manifold, and none of this is particularly new. Going back to 2006, when Fatah lost by only a few points, exit polling showed that had Yasser Arafat still been alive, Fatah would have dominated the election.
Whoa.
Things haven't exactly gotten better since then. Just shy of his 88th birthday, Abbas has a reputation of being out of touch, and makes the similar criticism of US politics look less egregious by comparison. He also has faced corruption allegations since first becoming president of the Palestinian Authority, and may be too moderate on positions with Israel for some Gazans' tastes. In that last respect, being in an Israeli jail for the last 2 decades lends inherent credibility to his tough on Israel credentials. Regardless of the internal breakdown within Fatah, that 24% is not a good place to be for Hamas. You would think that the blockade would be the...
Why the fuck is the F thing happening? What the... I don't get it. It's not because of my buffer. It's not because of my internet, though. It's not because of my internet. It's, is YouTube fucking with me? Hang on. Huh. I don't know. I don't know why that's happening. It's really strange. Very, very strange. I guess we just keep chugging, you know? Being censored by YouTube. I suppose I am. Hi, Learnerbox. I love your stream, TGGL. Oh, nice one. Cool. Walden TV, thanks for the $19.99. I really appreciate that. Getting better internet for fuck's sake. Again, my internet doesn't seem to be doing this. How do I refresh stream? How do I even do that? How do you do that? I don't know how to refresh stream. What does that mean? So feta is pronounced like feta cheese. It's closer to feta cheese than feta. Yeah. Feta. Feta.
Get better
feta.
internet FFS.
No, chat refresh. Oh, chat refresh. Yeah, yeah, do that. Fuck off. Yeah. It's like feta with a fucking at the end. Okay, let's finish this fucking video. Oh, God.
Obvious thing that Gazans would blame for the predicament, but not so fast. 31% of those surveyed pointed the finger at Hamas. 26% said that it was inflation, though we should bear in mind that inflation is a government's macroeconomic problem. Only 16% pointed to the sanctions. Corruption appears to be a central issue. 34% felt that the amount of corruption within Hamas was large, while another 38% said medium. The political irony here is that, back in 2006, 78% expected corruption to decrease under Hamas's administration, and that was the top motivation among voters to put the party into office. Before analyzing what this means in the context of October 7th, a couple of quick caveats. First, Eurobarometer only surveyed 399 people in Gaza. Now, that might sound like a tiny number, but fortunately we can all thank the statistics gods, for they are kind. Even with that small sample, the margin of error is only plus or minus 5%.
Yep.
So when 72% said that Hamas had medium or large corruption problems, the plausible range was between 67 and 77%.
Oh, he's explaining margin of error.
Bad news if you're Hamas. The bigger issue, and the one that is perversely humorous, is biased sampling. Eurobarometer conducted face-to-face surveys, which are expensive to run, but tend to be higher quality. However, you can only survey people who are around. If someone is too busy, you either cannot find them, or they will decline the request. If the busy people are systematically different from the non-busy people, your survey is less based and more biased. Now, what could make someone too busy to respond? Perhaps making final preparations for an attack? Israel claims that only 2,500 militants participated in it, which is about 0.1% of the Strip's total population. However, if Hamas loyalists were broadly helping out as well, then this could impart some small bias onto the poll. Ultimately, I would not be too concerned, but it is the strangest, funniest source of sample bias I have ever encountered. So what does this say about Hamas's motivation for October 7th? To be clear, the intelligence suggests that
I don't like watching videos like this because I don't really have much to say. I'm just absorbing. Oh, God. Feel bad.
Hamas had been working on the plot for more than 2 years.
Low energy.
But the final green light was not given until recently. And it is important to note that we do not observe the years-long plans that ultimately go into the shredder. That is a long way of saying that just because this plot was years in the making does not mean that the current popularity problem does not explain it. Presumably, Hamas was aware that it was losing the support of its people. Members interact with regular Gazans on a daily basis, and they do not have the same level of social control of a country like North Korea, where everyone desperately tries to look like the greatest fan of the government, regardless of their true preferences. We do not know how worried the leadership of Hamas was about this. That is the million-dollar question that remains out there. To be a fly on the wall in the private meetings of top-level officials would make the job of a crisis analyst so much easier. But it is plausible that Hamas was worried. And it goes without saying that trying to distract from issues at home is a reason why wars are fought. We have covered it in a video before, and it even answers the inefficiency problem that our favorite lines on maps illustrate. But before we rush to any judgments, simply initiating a war does not magically solve the popularity problem. It turns out that Hamas was starting behind the 8 ball here. Before October 7th, 73% of Gazans said that they preferred peace with Israel. Now, public opinion polls on wars are always dicey. Look no further than the 74% of Americans that wanted to institute a no-fly zone over Ukraine back in February 2022. The average person does not have...
I think the difference is with wanting peace is a bit more... People understand what wanting peace means, whereas wanting a no-fly zone, no one knows what the fuck that means, right? I don't think... The Americans just said yes to that. They didn't know what a no-fly zone meant.
A good grasp on what happens after the first few dominoes fall. And you know what? I can't blame them. I myself am not an expert on, say, car engines. So I usually defer my judgment to mechanics to tell me what will happen if I do not make repairs. Similarly, that is why we have professionals who understand that, say, a no-fly zone would require killing Russian soldiers, which is a ticket to World War III. The point is that...
He's just kind of vague. If you're in Gaza, you know what a ceasefire is, and you know the difference between that and fighting. Sorry, yeah. If you live in Gaza, even before October 7th, you know the difference between a ceasefire and a non-ceasefire. That's what it's referring to, yeah.
I would not bet that the percentage of Gazans that supported peace with Israel on October 6th matches the November 6th number, after Gazans see what happens. Or, more importantly for Hamas, that the popularity numbers will be identical either. Now, will they go up? That is central to the idea of provocation and overreaction, which we have explored earlier. It has happened for Hamas before, most recently following a 2021 conflict. However, usually when you try to create a rally round the flag effect, you do not want to make it seem like you started the conflict. Obviously, there is a long history between the two combatants, but that is still a tough narrative to sell to the average Gazan. Even so, if Israel is not careful, the response could polarize previously moderate Gazans into supporting Hamas. Of course, there is no guarantee that that will happen. But if Hamas is desperate for some reason, then it might be worth the risk for them. Sometimes you just have to pull the goalie. Right, gentlemen? Thank the nice gods that there are at least 6.9% of you guys that get what that means. In any case, if you want to learn more about the conflict, check out my playlist dedicated to it. And if you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe, and I will see you next time. Take care.
Woo! Okay, I will give you that was a really good video. Oh, that's a good channel, actually. Pretty neutral, though. And when you stand neutral in times of injustice, you've taken the side of the oppressor, because that's what Desmond Tutu said. Otherwise, let's see. There you go. Ooh, I'm going to go like that if you want. Wrong side of history. True. Genocide. True. That's not Perrin. What are you saying? What is our Zionist queen talking about? Hasan says the real point of these Israeli hostage posters is to trick people into tearing them down so they can be filmed to make Arabs look bad. This dude is peddling Jewish conspiracy theories like weirdos on the right. Next, he'll be saying Soros paid for them.
The point of those posters in and of itself is not to be like, look at all these children that are lost. The point of these posters, the real point of these posters is so that someone goes and fucking tries to rip it off so they can fucking film it and go, look at these scary Arabs. They hate it. They have no interest in Israeli lives. Point.
Just don't rip down the poster then. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's not. Yeah, it's. I think they're doing it. Okay, I think they're doing it to raise awareness. To raise awareness for the fact that Jewish people around the world actually are kind of in a bit more danger than they usually are because of the Hamas shit. Yeah, why would they rip them down then? Yeah. I like how the only way Hasan can convince his audience not to be anti-Semitic is by peddling an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Ooh. Ooh. That's a very debate perverted thing to say. Ooh. A video about Hamas leader is about to be found in his bunker in Gaza. Okay. Why put posters in the US? Why not? They could be family members. A lot of Israelis have family members around the world. Scroll. What? It is. I just the Jew hunting around the IRI thing is so crazy. Wow. Anyway, in solidarity with our Jewish brothers, with our victims of Jew hunting, I think we should probably raid you guys out. Okay, go this way because I have to get food. Go to IRI. Go there. He's doing some coverage and he's been having a hard time at the hands of the Hamas task force.
For the camera, imagine all the incidents that
I want to see you guys in there.
Torn down
I want to see this.
Don't see videos of.
Flood.
I mean, wow.
Operation Al Boxa Flood.
Hasan is simply
Shouldn't call it
that.
that. That's a bad name for it.
Controlling the media narrative.
Maybe it's bad. Maybe it's bad. The Arabic streamers sending their people into a Jewish person's. Maybe it's bad. I don't know. Maybe don't make Hezbollah jokes.
Sounds like some MTG theory.
There you go, guys. Go.
Weird stuff, bro. I mean, if the shoe fits.
Holy King Kong, thanks for the $2. Really appreciate that.
What's the deal, bro? What's happening out there?
Okay.
What's
I see it. I see it go.
What's going on, bro? I think he needs to take a step back and chill.
Right.
I think he needs to relax a little bit here. Like,
bye bye. Bye bye.
Not everything in life is a Jewish conspiracy theory,